Chapter 2051. Chapter 2050 Entering Demonic Sea. Chapter 2051. Chapter 2050 Entering Demonic Sea. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. There were hundreds of emperor-to-be who were at the end of their lifespans. The strength of this super devil nation in the land of myriad devils was absolutely terrifying. However, on second thought, Lu Ming understood. The sage realm could live for 100,000 to 200,000 years. But it was too difficult for an emperor-to-be to break through and reach the martial emperor realm. After so many years of accumulation, the number of emperor-to-be was absolutely shocking. It wasn't just the eternal demon nation. It was the same for other powers in other places. These people didn't have long lifespans. If they didn't find an opportunity to break through, they would die of old age sooner or later. As for the martial sovereigns, they were not at the end of their lifespans. Instead, they were about to face the next heavenly tribulation. A martial sovereign's heavenly tribulation was stronger than the previous one. If he could not keep on breaking through, he would die under the heavenly tribulation sooner or later. Since ancient times, countless martial sovereigns had been born. However, only a few of them could truly live on. Most of them had died under the heavenly tribulation. The martial emperor himself could actually sense the probability of him surviving the Great Tribulation. For example, the people in front of him were not confident that they could survive the Great Tribulation. Therefore, they also wanted to enter the demonic sea to try their luck and see if they could make a breakthrough. It was the same for the Azure Demon King. He was still a few thousand years away from his next great calamity. Thousands of years might seem long, but to these ancient martial sovereigns, it was just the blink of an eye. At this moment, the space flickered and the ancient emperor appeared. Everyone bowed to him. This time, the main mission of entering the demonic sea is to take back the eternal demonic coffin. At the same time, I can try my luck. The ancient emperor ordered. With a wave of his hand, a black jade token appeared in the air. Carry these jade tokens with you and you'll be able to roughly sense each other's location. If we get separated in the demonic sea, we can gather according to the directions shown on them. The ancient emperor introduced them before waving his hand. A jade token flew out to everyone, giving them one each. Lu Ming also received a piece and kept it. Let's go. You guys enter my small world first. I'll take you there, the ancient emperor said. Then he waved his hand and Lu Ming felt a force enveloping him. In the next moment he appeared in an unfamiliar place. This is the small world of the great emperor? Lu Ming rushed to the sky and looked around, exclaiming. All he saw were vast mountains with no end in sight. There were still living creatures in the mountains, but Lu Ming realized that these creatures were different from those in the outside world. There was a high chance that this was the little world of the ancient emperor, a living being that was born on its own. Great emperors controlled great Daos, but there were only 3,000 great Daos. If they controlled different great Daos, the small world would naturally be different and the creatures would be different. It was extremely wonderful. Lu Ming looked around curiously. Not far away, the Azure Demon King's eyes would sweep over Lu Ming from time to time, flashing with killing intent. After about half a day, a force acted on their bodies and they left. Lu Ming discovered that they were standing on the peak of a mountain. We are already at the edge of the demonic sea. The voice of the ancient emperor rang out. Lu Ming looked forward. In front of him was a pitch-black cloud like an ocean of clouds. There was no end in sight. This was the demonic sea. The Devil Sea was not a real ocean but was called the Sea of Devil Qi. The demonic sea was filled with endless demonic qi. It was vast and boundless like a vast ocean, so it was called the demonic sea. Once we enter the demonic sea, everything will become unpredictable. You all have to follow me closely, the ancient emperor said as he took the lead and charged towards the demonic sea. The crowd followed closely behind the ancient emperor. Chi. Lu Ming realized that the black mist stuck to his body as soon as they entered the demonic sea. It was highly corrosive. Lu Ming quickly circulated his saint energy to resist. Fortunately, the corrosion wasn't very strong. An emperor-to-be should be able to block it. They flew forward for a while and then flew straight down. The demonic sea's terrain seemed to be very low. They continued to descend and they had descended tens of thousands of meters. However, the deeper he went, the fainter the demonic qi seemed to be. At the end, he could resist it with just a little saint power. At this moment, they finally saw the ground. It was a vast gray land. The entire land was gray, deathly silent and devoid of life. After they landed, they were highly focused. This was the demonic sea, one of the 3 most terrifying forbidden areas in the land of 10,000 demons. If one was unlucky, even emperors would be injured if they entered. They naturally didn't dare to be careless and were on full alert. The ancient emperor spread out his consciousness as though he was sensing something. Then he flew into the depths of the demonic sea. The ancient emperor's speed was extremely slow and everyone was still able to keep up. This region was deathly silent without any signs of life. They had flown for a full day and they didn't know how far they had flown, but they hadn't encountered a single living creature or any danger. Look, an ancient city. At this moment someone shouted. Everyone looked to the side and indeed there was an ancient city in the mountains. However, this was only a ruined city. It had completely collapsed as if it had fallen from the sky. They went to take a look but they didn't find anything. Some people once speculated that the demonic sea was an ancient battlefield. However, some people said that the things in the Devil Sea fell from the sky, which was why the Devil Sea was formed. From the looks of this ancient city, it really did look like it had fallen from the sky. Suddenly, the ancient emperor turned around and looked behind him. Everyone was shocked and quickly looked behind them, but there was nothing there. Some of them were scared. Was there really something behind them? Otherwise, why would the great emperor be so wary? Great Emperor, what did you find? Someone asked. The ancient emperor frowned and shook his head. Let's leave this place. After saying that, he flew forward. The crowd followed, but many of them had grave expressions. Even the great emperor seemed to have some apprehensions which made them feel scared. They couldn't be so unlucky as to encounter something that even great emperors were afraid of, right? If that was the case, the situation would be bad. Very quickly they had flown a very long distance. Right at this moment the ancient emperor came to a sudden stop. Looking into the void, he hollered out, "Get out here." Boom. The ancient emperor then struck out with his palm. The power of a great emperor was earth-shattering and extremely terrifying. With a single palm the entire void was shattered. Boom, boom, boom. The void exploded. At this moment, everyone saw a figure wrapped in a black robe. No one could see his face clearly. However, this figure's strength was extremely shocking. His body flickered non-stop, and he was so fast that not a single one of the ancient emperor's palm strikes could hit him. A great emperor realm expert. Everyone's expression changed, becoming extremely unsightly. That figure was definitely at the emperor level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the palm of the ancient emperor. Chapter 2052. Chapter 2051. Endless demonic insects. Chapter 2052. Chapter 2051. Endless demonic insects. That figure kept on flashing and was extremely fast. Buzz. All of a sudden, the figure waved his hand and a terrifying demonic light was sent flying towards the ancient emperor. This demonic light was like an unparalleled demonic blade with infinite power, splitting the sky. Boom. The ancient emperor rushed forward and struck out with a palm print. It collided with the demonic light and the sky rumbled. So it's you. Hand over the ancient demonic coffin. The ancient emperor hollered as his body flickered and he charged towards his opponent, unleashing a terrifying attack. The other party wasn't afraid at all. His entire body was engulfed in demonic light as he engaged in a battle with the ancient emperor. Retreat. Someone shouted and they retreated frantically. That black shadow was definitely a great emperor. The shock waves from a battle between great emperors were too terrifying. If one was sucked in, death would be the only outcome. In the blink of an eye, they had retreated thousands of miles. Boom. Boom. In that area there were constant rumbles. The void was completely shattered, showing how intense the battle was. Many people's faces turned pale. They didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying expert the moment they entered. At the same time they recalled the words of the ancient emperor. Could it be that the ancient demonic coffin had been stolen by this figure? Ming clenched his fists tightly. He hoped that the ancient emperor could defeat his opponent and take back the eternal demonic coffin. If even the ancient emperor couldn't take it back, then he would have no hope at all. And what's that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. He didn't need to shout, everyone saw it. In front of them, a black wind was sweeping toward them. The gale covered a very wide area as if it was covering the sky and the earth. No, it was not a gale but a type of insect. A kind of pitch-black insects was endless. They gathered together and flapped their wings, bringing with them endless gales that swept toward Ming and the others. From afar it looked like a pitch-black gale. These are demonic beetles. My God, why are there so many of them? An old man whose hair was about to fall out exclaimed. He was an emperor-to-be, but his face was extremely ugly. Demonic beetles were a very terrifying type of demonic insects. They might not be strong individually, but when gathered together they were terrifying. Moreover, the demonic beetles that appeared here were endless. Those above the martial supreme realm block the demonic beetles. Those below the martial supreme realm run. The voice of the ancient emperor rang out from afar. They didn't dare to disobey the great emperor's orders. All the martial sovereigns, including the Azure demon king, rushed toward the demonic beetles. Boom. Boom. Dozens of martial sovereigns attacked at the same time. There were true sovereigns and void sovereigns, and their power was extremely shocking. Large numbers of demonic beetles were killed and fell to the ground like raindrops. Many of them were turned into ashes by the martial sovereign's terrifying power. However, there were too many demonic beetles. They were a dense mass and seemed endless. It was impossible to kill them all. There were still many that managed to break through the martial supreme's encirclement and charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Let's go. Someone shouted. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Hundreds of emperors-to-be fled in all directions. Lu Ming also rushed in one direction. Hoo hoo hoo. The wind whistled as the countless demonic beetles formed an arc, trying to surround them. Charge. Lu Ming used all his strength, and his speed was faster than many emperors. He rushed toward an opening. There were no demonic beetles there. However, when Lu Ming was about to break out of the demonic beetles' encirclement, his expression changed slightly. The demonic beetles had also appeared in front of them. However, there weren't many of them, and they couldn't be compared to the endless demonic beetles. Charge. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and rushed over. Whoosh. Whoosh. Each demonic beetle was the size of a fist. Their bodies were pitch black as if they were made of black iron. They were like pitch black cannonballs as they charged at Lu Ming. A combat sword appeared in Lu Ming's hands. This combat sword was a monarch weapon. To deal with these demonic beetles, a combat sword was the best weapon. It was more useful than a spear. Whoosh. Lu Ming swung his combat sword and dozens of demonic beetles were cut in half. However, compared to the densely packed numbers, a few dozen was nothing. There were still many demonic beetles that charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his saint energy and combined it with the law of chaos to form a protective shield around his body. Boom. Boom. The demonic beetles crashed into the protective shield, causing it to shake violently. However, it could not break through Lu Ming's defense for the time being. Kill. Lu Ming held the monarch weapon sword and slashed continuously, killing a large number of demonic beetles. In a few breaths, hundreds of demonic beetles fell to the ground. These demonic beetles were not very powerful individually, but there were too many of them. They charged at Lu Ming fearlessly and crashed into his protective shield. If this went on, Lu Ming's holy power would be consumed very quickly. Once his holy power was exhausted, he would be in danger. At this moment, the other emperors-to-be were also attacked by the demonic beetles. They also did their best to charge forward, constantly killing demonic beetles as they charged forward. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming kept swinging his sword. With every swing, a large number of demonic beetles were killed. He charged forward quickly. Wherever he passed, demonic beetles fell like rain. Fortunately, this was not the place where the demonic beetles gathered. It was only the edge, so there were fewer demonic beetles. Not long after, Lu Ming broke through the encirclement and flew forward at top speed. Hoo hoo hoo. Behind him, the wind howled and countless demonic beetles were chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming buried his head and flew madly. He flew for at least a few hours before the demonic beetles behind him disappeared without a trace. However, Lu Ming was also completely separated from the rest. Look at the map. Lu Ming took out the map that the ancient emperor had given him and infused his saint energy into it. The jade card glowed and a picture floated in the air. However, there was nothing unusual on the map except for a bright spot. Lu Ming made a comparison. The position of this light spot was where he was. This light spot was him. It seems that only by activating this jade token will there be light spots floating on it. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Now that everyone was in the middle of a great battle, there were naturally no specks of light floating around. Then Lu Ming realized that he was lost. He had been flying around randomly and changing his direction constantly. At this moment he had no idea where he was. In the end, Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. For the next few days, Lu Ming did not meet a single person or any living creature. It was as if there was only one person left in the entire world. In the past few days he had already flown who knew how far. Kill, kill, kill. All of a sudden Lu Ming heard faint shouts coming from the front. Lu Ming was shocked. This was because these battle cries did not come from one or two people or even dozens of people. It was like the roars of an army of thousands of soldiers. How could there be thousands of soldiers and horses here? Lu Ming revealed a curious look. Then he used the divine breath technique to completely conceal his aura. He stuck close to the ground and rushed toward the source of the sound. Chapter 2053. The Ancient City and the Killing Intent. Chapter 2053. The Ancient City and the Killing Intent. The closer Lu Ming got to the source of the sound, the more intense the battle cries became. Kill, kill, kill. Battle cries shook the heavens and shot straight into the clouds. Lu Ming climbed up a dead-silent mountain peak and stood at the peak. He looked ahead and his pupils suddenly shrank. There was a huge ancient city in front of them. This ancient city was different from the ones they had encountered before. The ancient cities they had encountered before had almost all collapsed, but this one was intact. It was extremely majestic and huge. From a distance, it looked like a prehistoric giant beast lying there. Outside the ancient city, there was a black mass of figures. These figures were wearing iron armors and holding all kinds of combat weapons. These aren't living beings. Lu Ming sized up the figures carefully. They were pitch black and the bodies under the armor seemed to be formed by energy. They were not living creatures. Mo Ling. Lu Ming muttered. This should be a demonic spirit formed from the undying demonic will of a demonic path elite who died in battle. There were at least tens of thousands of demonic spirits. When they gathered together, they would occasionally let out battle cries that shook the heavens and earth. However, Mo Ling had been wandering outside the ancient city. He didn't leave or enter the ancient city. This ancient city is intact. I'm afraid there's an opportunity. Lu Ming pondered, but he did not plan to go in and explore. Not to mention whether there was any danger in the ancient city, just the demon spirits alone were not easy to deal with. After observing for a while, Lu Ming shook his head. He moved and left the place. This time Lu Ming did not fly far before he saw a few streaks of light. A few elders appeared not far away. These were the quasi-emperors from the Eternal Devil Nation. Clearly they had been drawn over by the battle cries. Lu Ming. The emperor-to-be also saw Lu Ming. They smiled and flew toward him. Lu Ming, what's in front? Why is there such a fierce battle cry? It's as if there are thousands of soldiers and horses. An old man asked. He had a gentle smile on his face and a kind expression. An ancient city. There are at least tens of thousands of demonic spirits outside the ancient city. The battle cries are from the demonic spirits. Lu Ming answered. An ancient city. The old men's eyes lit up. They had come here in search of opportunities because their lifespans were about to run out. If they could not break through, they would die sooner or later. After cultivating for more than 100,000 years, they were finally reduced to dust. They were unwilling and wanted to give it a try. When they heard that there was an ancient city, they were naturally moved. They speculated that it was very likely that the demonic sea had fallen from the heavenly realm and formed. It definitely contained opportunities. Lu Ming, aren't you going to explore the ancient city? The kind-looking old man asked. I'm not going. Lu Ming shook his head. His main goal in entering the demonic sea was the eternal demonic coffin. He was not too interested in the opportunities. Let's go in then. The kind-looking old man smiled. There were 4 of them in total. They flew in the direction of the ancient city and passed by Lu Ming. Just as the two sides crossed each other, a sword light suddenly bloomed from the hands of the kind-looking old man, slashing toward Lu Ming's neck. The sword light cut through the air with a terrifying whistling sound. It was extremely sharp. At the same time, the other 3 emperor-to-be also made their move. All kinds of terrifying attacks were aimed at Lu Ming's vital parts. However, when the 4 attacks landed on Lu Ming, the chaotic light burst out from his body and blocked all their attacks. The chaotic light shook and a powerful force surged out. The 4 emperor-to-be's bodies trembled and they retreated. You guys are really looking for death. Lu Ming said coldly, his cold gaze sweeping across the 4 of them. You've been on guard against us? The kind-looking old man said with an ugly expression. At such a close distance, they had launched an attack at an astonishing speed. If Lu Ming had not been on guard against them, he would not have been able to react in such a short time and defend himself in counterattack. The only explanation was that Lu Ming had been on guard against them and had long prepared his defense. That old fellow, the Azure Devil King, has been showing killing intent towards me from time to time along the way. I've also heard that he's extremely powerful in the Eternal Devil Nation. If he wants to order some people around, there will be many who are willing to become his lackeys. Naturally, I have to be on guard, Lu Ming said indifferently. It could be said that other than the ancient emperor, Lu Ming was wary of everyone else who entered the demonic sea. The old man, Song Demon King, had lost face because of Lu Ming last time. It was obvious that he held a grudge against him and had always wanted to kill him. With the power of Song Demon King, it was normal for him to bribe some people to kill Lu Ming. Let's go. The kind-looking old man roared, turned around and ran. They were all too clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. He was not someone they could fight against. Since their sneak attack had failed, they could only run. Do you think you can escape? Kill. Lu Ming was the first to chase after the kind-looking old man. His speed was shocking. He caught up with the kind-looking old man in a few breaths. The kind-looking old man was almost scared to death. He shouted, Lu Ming, you can't kill me. This is the Eternal Devil Nation. If you kill me, you'll die too. You're still threatening me at this time. What a joke. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He pointed his finger and a finger force that had been condensed to the extreme burst out. Although the kind-looking old man tried his best to block it, it was completely useless. The finger force directly pierced through the space between his eyebrows, and even his soul was destroyed. Buzz. After Lu Ming killed the other party, he did not stop and chased after the other three. Split up and run. One of them shouted, and the three of them fled in 3 different directions. However, Lu Ming caught up to another person and killed him in a few moves. Next, Lu Ming went after the third person. Don't spare me, the emperor to be shouted. However, Lu Ming was extremely cold. He had to kill these people. How dare you? You're looking for death. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. In the distance, a terrifying demonic light slashed at Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Before he could finish his sentence, the demonic light was already about to cut Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and a sense of danger rose in his heart. At this moment, he burst out with all his strength. The light of chaos surrounded his body as he controlled 2 types of nomological laws and used his strongest move, destruction. Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. Boom. And NBSP, a gray finger of tribulation, pointed at the demonic light, erupting with a deafening boom. The demonic light buzzed and was eventually blocked by Lu Ming. However, the chaos finger of tribulation was also cut apart by the demonic light. Lu Ming felt an extremely powerful force surging towards him. His body could not help but retreat a few thousand meters. He felt the qi and blood in his body churning. What a terrifying power. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He was definitely a martial emperor. Whoosh. In front of him, a black-robed middle-aged man appeared. This person exuded a terrifying aura. It was the emperor's might. This person is definitely not a 1-star void emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He had fought with a 1-star void emperor before, but he was definitely not as strong as this middle-aged man. Chapter 2054. Chapter 2054, Demon Spirit Army. Chapter 2054. Chapter 2054 Demon Spirit Army. The black-robed middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming coldly and said, Lu Ming, the emperor has treated you well and even brought you here to look for the eternal demonic coffin. I didn't expect that you would secretly kill the Devil Nation's experts. You're simply cruel and unscrupulous. You deserve to be killed. Laughable. You want to kill me? There's no need to make it sound so high and mighty. It was the Azure Demon King who sent you to kill me, right? You're just a lackey. Lu Ming ridiculed. At the same time, he was rapidly thinking of a way to escape. Die. The black-robed middle-aged man did not say anything more. He took action immediately. The power of the world burst forth and turned into a saber light, slashing at Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. A 2-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming determined that this person should be a 2-star illusionary emperor. He was stronger than a 1-star illusionary emperor, but not to such an outrageous extent. However, a 2-star illusionary emperor was far from what Lu Ming could withstand. Buzz. Lu Ming turned around and left. He turned into a ray of light and headed in the direction of the ancient city. If he wanted to shake off his opponent, he could only rely on the ancient city. You want to leave? No way. The black-robed middle-aged man shouted coldly. He turned into a black light and chased after Lu Ming. At the same time he slashed out a black demonic light. Lu Ming's body glowed. Dozens of absolute saint weapons and 2 sovereign weapons floated in the air. The dozens of weapons gathered together, and the combat weapon Qi gathered to form a huge defensive weapon. At the same time the laws of chaos and the light of chaos were added to the combat weapon. Lu Ming did not care about it and moved forward at top speed. Buzz. The black-robed middle-aged man's demonic light slashed at the combat weapon behind Lu Ming. The combat weapon trembled and the dozens of weapons were almost scattered. If it weren't for the 2 monarch weapons, the fact that the battle weapon Qi was perfectly fused together, and the chaotic light and chaotic laws, an ordinary absolute saint weapon would have been shattered by this attack. The terrifying power gushed towards Lu Ming continuously. He felt his blood churning and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. But in the end he still managed to block it. Moreover, that force had become his driving force, allowing him to fly forward at a faster speed. The black-robed middle-aged man's face turned cold. Lu Ming's strength was really terrifying. He was actually blocked even with his 2-star illusionary divine combat strength. However, at the thought of the reward promised by the Azure Demon King, his heart burned with passion and he chased after Lu Ming even faster. In front of the ancient city, there were tens of thousands of demon spirits. They were all wearing armor and holding weapons, shouting and killing. Lu Ming was approaching the ancient city rapidly. Buzz. At this moment the middle-aged man in the black robe launched another attack. A beam of demonic light slashed at the combat weapon behind Lu Ming, causing it to shake. This time Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. With his current battle strength he could still contend with an ordinary 1-star Void Emperor. However, the difference between him and a 2-star Void Emperor was too great. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and endured it. He rushed toward the dark mass of Mo Ling Kill. Some of the demon spirits discovered Lu Ming. Their killing intent was like a tide sweeping towards Lu Ming. At the same time various weapons were launched at Lu Ming. It's equivalent to the Great Saint Realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he determined the strength of the demon spirit that was attacking him. Therefore he did not stop at all. He used the chaotic light to protect his body and rushed over. Bang! Bang! The Mo Ling that attacked Lu Ming exploded. In an instant Lu Ming had dashed a few hundred meters. However, more demon spirits immediately charged at Lu Ming. Their combat strength was stronger than before, reaching the absolute saint realm. Lu Ming did not care and continued to rush forward. Behind him the black-robed middle-aged man stopped. He did not dare to be like Lu Ming and rush over rashly. It was a good time to observe first. Behind them there were more than 10 figures rushing over. They were all old men in the Emperor-to-be realm. It was obvious that most of them had arrived later. Just the few of you? The black-robed middle-aged man said coldly as he swept his gaze across the crowd. The 2 martial sovereigns will be here soon. A white-haired old man said. Yes, we've been entrusted by the Azure Demon King to kill Lu Ming. We can't make any mistakes. One of us will stay here and wait for the other martial supremes. The rest of you will follow me and prepare to charge into this ancient city. The black-robed man ordered. At this time, Lu Ming had been charging forward and he had already covered more than half the distance. Although there were many demon spirits, they were too scattered. Moreover, there were not many experts in the first section. The strongest was only a perfected absolute saint. They could not stop Lu Ming at all. However, the closer they got to the ancient city, the stronger Mo Ling's strength became. Buzz. Buzz. A few rusty iron swords came slashing at Lu Ming. The blades whistled as if they were going to tear Lu Ming apart. This was the attack power of an emperor-to-be. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He threw a punch and a phantom of the prison-suppressing steel appeared, crashing forward. Bang! Bang! A few demon spirits were sent flying by the prison-suppressing steel and turned into ashes in the air. The prison-suppressing heavenly art really does have a restraining effect on this demon spirit. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He kept swinging his fists and the emperor-to-be demon spirits were sent flying. Even when facing an emperor-to-be demon spirit, Lu Ming's speed did not slow down. He quickly approached the ancient city. The black-robed middle-aged man finally couldn't help but roar, "Charge with me!" Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The black-robed middle-aged man took the lead and rushed out. More than 10 emperor-to-be followed him like a long spear, stabbing toward the demon spirit army. Only one emperor-to-be was left to meet the others. The black-robed middle-aged man was, after all, a 2-star illusionary emperor. He led more than 10 emperor-to-be experts and instantly pierced through the army of demon spirits like a long spear, chasing after Lu Ming. Ordinary demon spirits could not stop them at all. When the black-robed middle-aged man was halfway through, Lu Ming was already about to break through the Mo Ling's defense. However, at this moment Lu Ming was in trouble. 2 terrifying demon spirits launched an attack at Lu Ming. These 2 demon spirits were both wearing rusty armor. One held a sword and the other held a spear. Their strength was extremely shocking. These were 2 demon spirits that were equivalent to 1-star Void Emperor. The iron sword and long spear flew towards Lu Ming, shattering his prison-suppressing steel's illusionary shadow and blocking his path. Lu Ming's heart sank slightly. Sure enough, there was a martial emperor in the demon spirit army. Fortunately, they were not too terrifying. The 2 demon spirits were only equivalent to 1-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming has been blocked. Let's kill our way over. The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He charged toward Lu Ming at an even faster speed. With the 2 demon spirits blocking Lu Ming and him, Lu Ming would definitely die. Prison-suppressing steel. At this moment Lu Ming's mind moved. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline floated out and expanded rapidly. It emitted thousands of rays of light and suppressed the 2 demon spirits. Boom. Boom. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel was more effective against the demon spirits. The 2 demon spirits were sent flying by the force of the steel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he broke through the demon spirit army's encirclement, rushing towards the ancient city. The strange thing was that when Lu Ming was within a certain range of the ancient city, the demon spirits stopped in their tracks and no longer chased after him. Lu Ming put away the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and sprinted towards the city gate of the ancient city. Chapter 2055. Chapter 2054, Man, Eating Armor. Chapter 2055. Chapter 2054 Man-Eating Armor. The city gate of the ancient city was open, but the light inside the city seemed to be very dim. From the outside, the large buildings in the city were hazy and could not be seen clearly. Boom. Boom. Behind them, the black-robed middle-aged man continued to blast away Mo Ling and chased after them. Lu Ming did not stop and rushed into the ancient city. However, the moment he rushed into the ancient city, Lu Ming's expression changed. He couldn't fly in the ancient city. The ancient city forbade flying, and there was a mysterious power that prevented him from flying. Moreover, the light in the city was indeed very dim and the visibility was not high. With Lu Ming's eyesight he could not see very far. In the city there were many huge palaces and all kinds of ancient buildings. They were tall and majestic like behemoths standing in the ancient city. Lu Ming dashed into a small alley. He ran wildly in the small alley and then turned to another small alley. There were countless streets and alleys in the ancient city. After making a few turns, Lu Ming was already far away from the city gate. At the same time, the black-robed middle-aged man had also rushed into the ancient city with his men. As soon as they entered the ancient city, their expressions changed because they felt that they couldn't fly. There might be opportunities in this ancient city. Let's look for Lu Ming while looking for opportunities. The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a hint of greed. Then he asked 2 emperor-to-be to guard the city gate. If they found Lu Ming, they would inform him immediately. He took the rest of the emperor-to-be and chose a random street and ran. At this moment 2 more people arrived outside the ancient city. These were 2 old men with exceptionally powerful auras. They were both powerhouses of the empty emperor realm. After the emperor-to-be who had stayed outside to provide support briefly explained the situation, the 2 void emperors also rushed toward the ancient city. Although there were martial emperor realm demon spirits among the demon spirits, the 2 of them were focused on charging forward and did not linger on the battle. The illusionary emperor demon spirits could not stop them. After a while they also rushed into the ancient city. Lu Ming strolled around the ancient city, bypassing many ancient and strange buildings. In the city it was silent and abnormally quiet. It was empty without a single living being. What's in these buildings? Lu Ming was curious. He rushed to the wall of a building and looked inside. The inside of the building was also empty with nothing inside. It was an empty city. Lu Ming looked at a few buildings consecutively. They were all empty. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He saw the door of a hall in front of him which was ajar. The doors of the other buildings were all closed except for this palace. Could it have been opened by those people from the Eternal Demon Nation? Lu Ming pondered. The bunch from the Ancient Devil Nation must have entered as well. It wasn't surprising that they were the ones who opened the door. Lu Ming restrained his aura and approached the door looking inside. His pupils suddenly constricted when he took a look. There was a small courtyard in the palace. In the courtyard there was a figure. This figure was sitting cross-legged wearing armor, but under the armor there was a skeleton. The armor was rusty and had dark red blood stains. It seemed that he was an ancient person who had fallen for a long time. Lu Ming observed for a while and left the place, continuing to walk through the ancient city. He pondered if he should return to the city gate and leave the ancient city. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling. He felt that this ancient city was very strange. After turning around for a while, 7 or 8 figures suddenly flashed at the end of the street in front of them. They were the black-robed middle-aged man and the emperors-to-be. The other party also saw Lu Ming at a glance. "Lu Ming, where do you think you are going now?" The black-robed middle-aged man said coldly as he chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned around and ran towards another street. The middle-aged man in the black robe was in hot pursuit. They had explored a few ancient buildings in succession but did not find anything. There was no opportunity that they had imagined. Therefore Lu Ming could not let it go. At the very least, if they killed Lu Ming, they would be rewarded handsomely by the Song Demon King. Very soon Lu Ming had turned 2 streets. However, at this moment 2 more figures appeared in front of him. Lu Ming's expression changed when he saw the 2 of them. Their auras were extremely terrifying. They were also martial emperors. Lu Ming. When the 2 of them saw Lu Ming, their eyes flashed with killing intent and they charged at him. "Ha, stop Lu Ming." The black-robed man laughed. Lu Ming's face darkened. It seemed that the Azure Demon King really wanted to kill him. He had actually secretly allied with so many people. Naturally, Lu Ming could not stop to fight with the other party. The other party had 3 Void Emperors. Once he was entangled, he would definitely die. Lu Ming's figure changed and he dashed out from the right side of the street. All. At this moment, an extremely shrill scream reverberated through the silent ancient city. Lu Ming turned around and took a quick glance. He immediately felt a little scared. He saw an emperor-to-be who was chasing after him. He was at the back of the group and was covered in armor. It was a rusty armor with dark blood stains. The emperor-to-be's body was quickly shriveling up as if his blood essence had been devoured. "What the hell is this? Get lost." The black-robed middle-aged man roared as he waved his hand, and a black demonic blade slashed at the armor. Buzz. A crisp sound rang out as the demonic blade struck the armor, but there was not a single mark on the armor. As for the emperor-to-be, he had stopped screaming and turned into a skeleton. "Let's attack together." The black-robed middle-aged man was furious, and he attacked the armor with all kinds of attacks. However, the armor flickered and rushed into a building. By the time they entered the building, the armor was gone. The black-robed middle-aged man's and the others' faces turned gloomy. "Continue to chase after Lu Ming." The black-robed middle-aged man bellowed in anger. They continued to chase in the direction that Lu Ming had escaped. However, it didn't take long before another scream was heard. That armor came out of nowhere and entangled another emperor-to-be. The black-robed middle-aged man and the others launched a storm of attacks. All kinds of attacks landed on the armor, making clanking sounds. In the end, they flashed and rushed into another building. The armor ate people. Everyone was scared. What was going on? It was just a piece of armor, but it had rushed out repeatedly and devoured people's blood essence. An emperor-to-be had no power to resist. This was too horrifying. The faces of the remaining emperors-to-be turned pale. The emperor-to-be will walk in the middle. The 3 of us will guard the periphery, the black-robed middle-aged man said. He let the emperor-to-be walk in the middle and the 3 void emperors guard the periphery. Not far away, Lu Ming also heard the screams and felt a little scared. A piece of armor actually ate people. More importantly, Lu Ming felt that this armor looked very familiar. It was exactly the same as the armor on a corpse that he had seen in the courtyard. Could it be that armor? Chapter 2056. Intense Battle in the Ancient City. Chapter 2056. Intense battle in the ancient city. Lu Ming was sprinting when he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He felt a sense of danger approaching. He turned around abruptly and pointed his finger behind him. Buzz. The energy of Rhe chaotic finger of tribulation burst out and hit a piece of armor. Clang. The armor shook a little, but it was fine. It did not leave any traces behind. It swayed twice in the air and pounced directly at Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Whoosh. Whoosh. Lu Ming repeatedly pointed the finger of tribulation of chaos at Rhe armor, but it was useless. The armor only shook a few times and continued to pounce on Lu Ming. Lu Ming saw that there was blood flowing on the armor. It stretched out toward him like tentacles. Lu Ming activated the chaos laws and the light of chaos to resist. However, when the tentacle touched the chaotic laws and chaotic lights, they started to rock heavily and were torn apart in one breath. Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly, his hair standing on end. This armor was extremely terrifying. Could not even block the light of chaos. Prison suppression. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The prison-suppressing steel-s bloodline emerged behind him, emitting a brilliant light that suppressed the armor. Chi. When the blood-red tentacles on the armor touched the energy of the prison-suppressing steel, they made a sizzling sound, like ice being thrown into a fire melting quickly. The blood-red tentacles retracted, and the armor disappeared in a flash. That was close. Lu Ming put away the prison-suppressing steel and heaved a long sigh. The armor was extremely evil. It seemed to have a spirit and was indestructible. It was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming is there. Not far away, a loud roar came from the black-robed middle-aged man and the others, who were chasing after Lu Ming. It was obvious that they had discovered Lu Ming's use of the prison-suppressing steel. The light was too strong. You really don't want to give up. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he dashed in one direction. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived in front of a hall. The door of the hall was left ajar. Lu Ming restrained his aura to the extreme. He approached the door and looked inside. In the courtyard there had been a skeleton wearing armor. Now there was another skeleton, but the armor was gone. It's indeed this armor, Lu Ming muttered. Then the prison-suppressing steel bloodline emerged and floated above his head. Lu Ming rushed toward the skeleton. There was nothing unusual. Lu Ming came to the side of the skeleton. Buzz. At this moment the door flashed and the armor appeared. It twisted in a very human-like way, as if it was very nervous. Don't come any closer. Otherwise it'll destroy this skeleton. Lu Ming condensed a large hand with his holy power and grabbed the skeleton. As expected, the armor stopped and did not dare to approach. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that his guess was right. The armor and the skeleton were one. Or rather, the owner of the armor was the skeleton. Perhaps the skeleton had been very powerful when it was alive, and the powerful energy from its death had nourished the armor, allowing it to gain sentience. However, the armor was still restricted by the skeleton. Once the skeleton was destroyed, the armor would also be affected. Back off, Lu Ming said coldly. The armor twisted a few times, but in the end it still retreated. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Follow behind me. Don't do anything rash. One can destroy this skeleton with a single thought. Having said that, Lu Ming left the courtyard and headed in one direction. The armor could only follow behind Lu Ming obediently. Come on, Lu Ming sneered. The prison-suppressing steel expanded rapidly and emitted a bright light that could be seen from far away. Then he put away the prison-suppressing steel and hid the armor in a building, waiting quietly. They didn't have to wait long before a figure flickered in front of them. It was a black-robed middle-aged man who was leading a group of people over at extreme speed. However, he did not see the other two martial sovereigns. Lu Ming smiled and looked behind him. Two silhouettes approached at top speed from behind. They were the two martial sovereigns who had chased after him. Obviously, the other party was afraid that Lu Ming would run away and attacked him from both sides. 2 1-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming revealed a cold smile and stood there without moving. Buzz. Buzz. In a flash, the black-robed middle-aged man, along with 7 or 8 Emperor-to-be and 2 Void Emperors, surrounded Lu Ming. It seems like that old fellow Gang Demon King really spent a lot of money to kill me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, although you're a genius, it's a pity that you don't know how to conduct yourself. You even dared to offend the Azure Demon King. Only death awaits you. The black-robed middle-aged man said coldly. Lu Ming was really speechless. Speaking of which, from the beginning to the end he had never taken the initiative to provoke the Azure Demon King. It was the other party who had been targeting him. First, he was not allowed to participate in the competition. In the end, Lu Ming defeated the ancient devil and slapped him in the face. Did he not ask for it? Such a person could only be described as narrow-minded. If you want to kill me, be careful not to lose your lives here. Lu Ming sneered. Boom. Lu Ming moved and cast destruction. The primal chaos tribulation finger pointed at Rhe black-robed man. You're overestimating yourself. The black-robed middle-aged man moved as well. His palm was like a blade as he slashed out. A demonic blade light slashed towards Lu Ming. Boom. Destruction. The finger of tribulation of chaos was shattered after only a few strikes. Lu Ming retreated hastily. But at this moment, the armor rushed out of a building and entangled an emperor-to-be. The emperor-to-be let out a shrill scream and his body quickly withered. Kill Lu Ming first. The black-robed middle-aged man roared and charged at Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming dashed into a hall at the side. The black-robed middle-aged burly man and two other martial sovereigns rushed into the hall and chased after Lu Ming. Of course, that included the emperor-to-be. The palace was huge, but it was empty. There was not a single living being in it. Lu Ming rushed into the hall and headed deep into the hall. Ah! Behind them, another shrill scream was heard. The armor swallowed one emperor-to-be and then entangled another. Moreover, as the armor devoured the emperor-to-be, it seemed to become stronger and stronger. In the beginning it would take several breaths to devour an emperor-to-be, but now it only took one breath. Damn it! The black-robed middle-aged man roared. If this went on, the emperor-to-be W2'd be devoured. You two continue chasing. I'll go block that armor. The black-robed middle-aged man roared and turned around to attack the armor. By the time he arrived, another emperor-to-be had been swallowed by the armor. In just a short while, 3 emperor-to-be had already been devoured by the armor. The black-robed middle-aged man was furious. He attacked with all his might. However, the armor didn't fight with him at all. It flickered a few times and escaped. The remaining 5 emperor-to-be's faces were pale and bloodless. Next, follow me closely, the black-robed man said. Chapter 2057. Devouring the Void Emperor. Chapter 2057. Devouring the Void Emperor. The black-robed middle-aged man led Rhe remaining 5 emperors to be in pursuit of Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming and the 2 illusionary thearchs had already rushed out of Rhe Hall and ran a long distance away. Lu Ming died. Well, I'll give you a quick death. You've offended Rhe Azure Demon King. Your fate is already decided. The 2 void thearchs continued to shout coldly, provoking Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He wandered around the winding streets. After running for a while, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and sneered. You want to kill me? Come. 11 bang. Bang. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and charged towards the 2 void thearchs. The 2 illusionary thearchs were stunned. They did not understand why Lu Ming had suddenly stopped running. However, Lu Ming stopping was exactly what they wanted. Kill. 11. The 2 void thearchs charged towards Lu Ming. However, at this moment, Rhe armor rushed out of a building on the side and pounced on one of Rhe void emperors. The void thearch was shocked and quickly changed the direction of his attack, bombarding the armor. However, the armor was sturdy and immortal. It only trembled slightly before it continued to charge at Rhe void emperor. Tentacles emerged from the armor and wrapped around the other party. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming, on the other hand, cast the chaotic finger of tribulation with all his might and charged at the other void emperor. Given Lu Ming's current combat strength, the illusionary divine did not dare to be careless. He also unleashed his full strength and attacked Lu Ming. Bang. Bang. Lu Ming and the illusionary thearch exchanged 2 blows. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was blocked by the illusionary thearch. Lu Ming had once fought against the He family's illusionary emperor. However, the He family's illusionary emperor had just broken through to the 1-star illusionary emperor realm not long ago. His combat strength was not as strong as the person in front of him, but it was not too far off. Although Lu Ming was no match for him, he was a threat to the other party. Lu Ming's back glowed and the third bloodline appeared. Lu Ming had borrowed a part of the third bloodline's power. However, Lu Ming was very careful. He did nor dare to borrow too much and only borrowed the part that he could control. Even so, Lu Ming's abilities had increased greatly. And NBSP whoosh. Lu Ming continued to use the Chaos Finger of Tribulation. After borrowing the power of his third bloodline, Lu Ming's strength increased greatly. He could finally fight his opponent head-on and not be at a disadvantage. Lu Ming was holding one of them back while the other Void Emperor was in danger. The power of the armor had indeed increased greatly after devouring several Emperor-to-be experts. The armor was already very terrifying. It could nor even block Lu Ming's light of chaos. And now the power of the armor had increased greatly. In addition to Lu Ming's threat, it exploded with a terrifying power. The Emperor-to-Bes attacks kept hitting the armor, but it was useless. The armor kept getting closer and closer, and the blood-red tentacles reached out and broke the defense of the opponent. A blood-red tentacle wrapped itself around the Void Emperor and began to devour him. Get lost. The Void Emperor roared in fear and struggled with all his might, but it was useless. The armor wrapped around him tighter and tighter like an octopus. It wrapped around him tightly and began to devour him. Arg! Save me, quickly save me. 11 The Void the Arch screamed and twisted his body frantically. However, it was all in vain. He felt that everything in his body had been devoured by the armor. His body was rapidly shriveling. The other illusionary the Arch was shocked and wanted to save him, but he was held back by Lu Ming. At this moment the black-robed middle-aged man finally arrived with his men. However, by the time he arrived, the Void Emperor who had been bound by the armor was already beyond saving. His body had completely shriveled up and turned into a skeleton. His essence, chi and spirit had disappeared without a trace. On the armor, a layer of bright red light spread out as if there was blood flowing on it. Buzz! The armor moved and pounced directly at the illusionary divine who was fighting Lu Ming. Get lost! The Void Emperor launched an attack in an attempt to break through the armor and escape. However, Lu Ming would not give him the chance to do so. He pointed his finger at the man's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and be severely injured. The armor wrapped itself around him and its tentacles wrapped around him, starting to devour him. Help! 11 The Void Emperor cried out in horror. The black-robed middle-aged man's face turned pale with fear. If even a 1-star Void Emperor could not put up any resistance, then he, a 2-star Void Emperor, would probably not be able to do so. Let's go. The black-robed middle-aged man turned around and left without hesitation. This ancient city was too strange. If he stayed any longer he would probably lose his life. The 5 Emperor-to-be followed the black-robed middle-aged man and rushed toward the gate of the city. They didn't want to stay in this ancient city for a second longer. The Void Emperor, who was entangled by the armor, let out a desperate roar. Not long after, he was completely devoured by the armor and turned into a skeleton. After devouring 2 Void Thearchs in a row, the armor emitted a piercing blood-red light. It was extremely terrifying. The armor seemed to be staring at Lu Ming and was wandering around him. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. The prison-suppressing steel was suspended in the air. At the same time he grabbed the skeleton and stared at the armor. The armor flew a few rounds. It seemed to be afraid that Lu Ming would destroy the bones. Moreover, it was also very afraid of the prison-suppressing steel. In the end, it retreated a distance away from Lu Ming. Chase! Lu Ming muttered and chased after the black-robed middle-aged man and the rest, the armor following behind him. However, when Lu Ming rushed to the ancient city's gate, he realized that the middle-aged man in the black robe and the rest had already rushed out of the city and into the demon spirit army. They were trying to break out of the siege. Buzz! Lu Ming had also rushed out of the city, but the armor remained in the city. It seemed that it could not leave the city. No matter how Lu Ming threatened it, it was useless. Lu Ming sighed in regret and could only retreat back to the city. Not long after, the black-robed middle-aged man broke out of the demon spirit's encirclement. However, he did not go far away. Instead, he stood guard. His expression was extremely unsightly. This time they had really suffered heavy losses. After entering RH ancient city, not only had 4 Emperor-to-be died, but 2 Void Emperors had also died inside. An Emperor-to-be couldn't compare to an Emperor-to-be. An Emperor-to-be was already a martial emperor. Perhaps only 1 out of 100 Emperor-to-be could break through to the martial Emperor realm. Send a message to the Azure Demon King. Well, wait here. It seems that the armor 1T come out. The black-robed middle-aged man said coldly. Without the armor, Lu Ming did not take it to heart. Lu Ming observed the city for a while and noticed that the black-robed middle-aged man was standing guard outside the city. He could not help but frown. The black-robed middle-aged burly man was a 2-star Void Emperor. Even if he borrowed the power of the third bloodline, he would not be able to break out. Let's take a look at this ancient city and see if there are any other forces that we can borrow. Or perhaps, there are other city gates that we can use to head outside. Lu Ming pondered, then turned around and headed into the ancient city. This ancient city was too large, vast and boundless. With the no-fly zone, flying was not allowed, so it would take a lot of time to run. Lu Ming explored more than 10 buildings in the city, but he did not find anything. There was nothing strange about it. This ancient city seemed to have nothing else other than the armor and the skeleton in Lu Ming's hands. Chapter 2058. The Creatures in the Ancient City. Chapter 2058. The creatures in the ancient city. To Lu Ming's disappointment, he came to the left and right sides of the ancient city, but he could not see the city gates. There were only tall and majestic city walls. There seemed to be a force on the city walls that prevented him from going up. In other words, it was impossible to get out of the city wall. This ancient city can't only have one city gate, right? Lu Ming was speechless. Most large cities would not have only one gate. Even if they had fewer, they would have at least 2. Normally there were 4, 8 or even more. Perhaps there's a city gate in the depths of the ancient city, in the direction of the city gate. Lu Ming pondered. He planned to enter the depths of the ancient city and pass through it. Just as Lu Ming was about to set off to the depths of the ancient city, some figures descended outside the ancient city. One of them had 8 people, 4 of whom were martial sovereigns. The one leading them was an old man who was the Azure Demon King. The Azure Demon King held immense power in the Eternal Devil Nation. He was of the same generation as the Eternal Emperor and was a peak true emperor. He was highly regarded by the Eternal Emperor, and many people in the Eternal Devil Nation would give him face. They had only killed Lu Ming, a junior. Moreover, the Azure Demon King had promised a generous reward. Naturally, many people followed the Azure Demon King to kill Lu Ming. What's going on? The Azure Demon King arrived and swept his cold gaze across the black-robed middle-aged man. It's like this. The black-robed middle-aged man trembled as he explained the situation in the ancient city. An armor. A glint flashed in the Azure Demon King's eyes, followed by a cold killing intent. They had lost so many experts because of Lu Ming. Lu Ming deserved to die. Those above the rank of Martial Supreme follow me. The rest of you stay outside. The Azure Demon King instructed before flying into the ancient city. The Azure Demon King was an expert at the peak of the true Emperor realm. He was too strong. In the hands of the Azure Demon King, those demonic spirits were like ants. With a single palm strike, a large number of demonic spirits were destroyed. They easily charged through the demon spirit army and into the ancient city. Split up into groups of 2 and look for Lu Ming. Once you find him, send out the news immediately. The Azure Demon King said. The people who had come with the Azure Demon King this time were no small matter. There were a total of 3 people. One of them was a true emperor and the other 2 were Void Emperors. However, they were all 5-star Void Emperors and above. Their strength was much stronger than that of the black-robed middle-aged man. The black-robed middle-aged man followed the true emperor to the right. The 2 powerful Void Thearchs went to the left, while the Azure Demon King went to the middle, searching for Lu Ming inch by inch. At this moment, Lu Ming had already passed through the center of the ancient city and was heading deeper into the city. In contrast to the direction of the city gate, this side was indeed the depths of the ancient city. When Lu Ming arrived at the depths of the ancient city, he felt a little creeped out. He kept having a sense of danger. The buildings here are more majestic. They look like small castles. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings. The buildings here were indeed more majestic. They were pitch black and filled with the aura of time. Lu Ming moved forward carefully. The armor was following him closely. Thump. Suddenly, a building in front of them started to shake. Lu Ming was shocked and stopped. Thump. Then the building started to shake again as if a giant beast was attacking the castle. After a few vibrations, the sound disappeared again. Lu Ming frowned. He activated the divine breath technique and restrained his aura to the extreme. Then he continued to move forward. Roar. When Lu Ming passed by the building, there was a loud roar from the building. Then the sound of iron chains clashing could be heard. The next moment, Lu Ming saw a claw reaching out from the building. This claw was like the claw of a wild beast. It was covered in black scales and there were black chains wrapped around the claw. The claw was as big as a house and it grabbed at Lu Ming, exuding a terrifying aura. Lu Ming was shocked and he retreated rapidly. However, the claw suddenly expanded and became longer and bigger at an alarming speed. It grabbed at Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to be caught, Lu Ming controlled the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel glowed and shot towards the claw. Chi chi chi. The claw was covered by the light of the prison-guarding steel, making a sizzling sound and black smoke. Roar. Another loud roar came from the building as the claw retracted. Lu Ming retreated continuously. After he had retreated a certain distance, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Lu Ming was shocked to find that there were living creatures in the building. It looked as if it was locked. This ancient city seemed to have existed for countless years. Why were there still living beings here? Could it be that the creature in the building was locked up by the original owner of the ancient city? However, to be able to survive for so long without dying, it was definitely extremely powerful. Let's change the direction. Lu Ming left the place and walked to the right for a while before he continued to move forward. In front of them there were still many huge buildings. Lu Ming carefully passed through some buildings but he did not discover anything unusual. It seemed that not every building had living creatures. Even if there were, it was possible that they had already died after such a long time. There were not many who could have survived. However, Lu Ming's good luck did not last long. Roar. With a roar, a claw stretched out from a building. This claw was even bigger than the previous one. It was covered with black scales and had long nails, like the claw of a demon. Lu Ming blocked the attack with the prison-suppressing steel and retreated quickly. Fortunately, the prison-guarding steel had a strong restraining effect on this kind of claw. As soon as the claw came into contact with the light of the prison-guarding steel, it quickly retreated back into the building. Lu Ming retreated a distance and wandered around the area. It seemed that all the buildings in this area had those terrifying creatures. He didn't know which ones had it and which ones didn't. Even with the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline, it would not be safe for him to force his way through. Lu Ming pondered. At this moment, a few figures were rushing in Lu Ming's direction at top speed. When the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline glowed, he was discovered even though he was far away. Gang Demon King and the others rushed towards Lu Ming at top speed, with him being the fastest. Although he was a peak true emperor and was forbidden from flying in the ancient city, his speed was still shocking. Just as Lu Ming was hesitating whether he should charge in, he suddenly had a bad feeling. He looked behind him and saw a figure flashing toward him at high speed. In an instant the figure appeared not far from Lu Ming. Demon King Tsong. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. Lu Ming die. The Azure Demon King launched an attack on Lu Ming. Block it! Lu Ming shouted and the armor charged at the Azure Demon King. Boom! The Azure Demon King was so powerful that he sent the armor flying. While he was calling for the armor to take action, Lu Ming had already rushed into the depths of the ancient city. Chapter 2059. Chapter 2058. Pursuit. Chapter 2059. Chapter 2058. Pursuit. In the face of an expert like the Azure Demon King, only death awaited them if they rushed out. Only by rushing in would they have a chance of survival. Kill! The Ashen Demon King bellowed as he chased after Lu Ming, but the armor had caught up to him again. The armor was covered in rust, but it was now emitting a thick blood-red light. Tentacles stretched out and wrapped around the Azure Demon King. Boom! The Azure Demon King punched out, and the terrifying force of his fist sent the armor flying far away. However, the material of the armor was indeed extraordinary and indestructible. It wasn't shattered by the Azure Demon King. After the armor was knocked away, it flew back towards the Ashen Demon King. Looking at Lu Ming heading deeper into the ancient city, the Azure Demon King's face was filled with anger. At the same time, the other 4 people had also arrived. You guys go after Lu Ming. The Ashen Demon King said coldly. The other 4 nodded and chased into the depths of the ancient city. The Azure Demon King's cold eyes stared at the armor, and a layer of black flames spread out from his body. This was a type of demonic fire. It was extremely terrifying and had an astonishingly high temperature. He pressed down with one hand and demonic fire surged out, enveloping the armor. After all, Song Demon King was a peak true emperor expert. Although the material of his armor was sturdy and immortal, the energy it contained wasn't high. How could he be a match for Song Demon King? After being enveloped by the demonic flames, the armor let out a sizzling sound. The bright red blood was quickly refined by the demonic flames. Not long after, the armor fell to the ground with a clang, as if it had become a pile of scrap iron. In the armor not only was the blood refined but everything else was also refined, including the only trace of the imprint. It disappeared without a trace, completely turning into a pile of scrap iron. Lu Ming, who was running, was startled. The skeleton in his hand turned into ashes with a bang. Lu Ming knew that the armor would not be able to stop the Azure Demon King. He was at the peak of the true emperor realm and was only one step away from becoming a great emperor. His combat strength was too strong. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Behind him, 4 figures were chasing after Lu Ming at an alarming speed. They were the 4 martial emperor powerhouses. One of them was covered in world divine light. He was clearly a true emperor. This true emperor was the fastest. He chased after Lu Ming as fast as lightning. Roar. At this moment, a loud roar came from a huge building. A huge claw reached out from the building and grabbed at Lu Ming. Let's go all out. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to rush inside. At the same time, he controlled the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and made it float above his head. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel glowed brightly. As soon as the huge claw got close to the prison-suppressing steel, it quickly retracted as if it was burned by fire. Lu Ming successfully rushed past the building and continued to venture deeper. In just a few breaths, the true emperor caught up. The true emperor had naturally seen the huge claw just now. At this moment, the power of the world circulated through his entire body, and he was on full alert. Roar. Sure enough, as soon as the true emperor got close, the claw stretched out and turned into the size of a house. What the hell is this? Die. The true emperor shouted coldly. The power of his world burst forth and turned into a battle axe that slashed down. Boom. The battle axe struck the giant palm, but the palm only trembled a little and was completely fine. It only left a shallow mark on the scales. On the other hand, the true emperor's body swayed and he took a few steps back. Roar. There seemed to be a terrifying demon in the building. It roared continuously and clawed at the true emperor again. He extended his arm. It was an arm covered in black scales and wrapped in black chains. It made clanking sounds as it grabbed at the true emperor. It was as if a world was floating out of the true emperor's body. In an instant, several colors of light fused together and unleashed a terrifying attack. This was the combined use of several laws, and its power was very terrifying. Compared to Lu Ming, who was only at the initial stage of the fusion of 2 types of laws, it was many times stronger. At the martial emperor realm, one could cultivate many types of laws. They could even merge with each other and have extremely shocking power. Boom. The true emperor's attack clashed with the giant claw. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal chains clashing could be heard. The giant claw was blocked, but the true emperor was also blocked. He couldn't rush over. This creature is locked inside and can't come out. We'll stop it. You guys rush over and kill Lu Ming. The true emperor opened his mouth and launched another attack. He fought against the huge hand and entangled it. The other 3 people's faces were grave. They went around the area and rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to venture deeper. He passed by more than 10 huge buildings and there was nothing unusual. Thump, thump. Just as Lu Ming continued to run, a loud boom came from a building in front of him. A large hand grabbed at Lu Ming. Not only was this huge hand covered in thick scales, but it also carried a terrifying cold current as it swept towards Lu Ming. Even though he was very far away, Lu Ming felt as if he was going to be frozen. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued to bombard the prison-suppressing steel with his bloodline. Fortunately, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel could still restrain the other party. The big hand reached back and Lu Ming rushed past it. Behind him, the black-robed middle-aged man and the other 2 had very serious expressions. They were not true emperors. They did not dare to charge forward. They went around the building and chased after Lu Ming. However, they weren't so lucky. Not long after they went around, a claw reached out from another building and grabbed them. Not good retreat. One of them had a huge change in expression as he frantically retreated. The other two's expressions also changed and they also retreated. But it was too late. The black-robed middle-aged man had the weakest cultivation. He was only a 2-star Void Emperor and he was immediately caught. He let out a shrill scream and tried to break free, but it was no use. The big hand clenched and the black-robed middle-aged man's bone armor burst with a crackling sound, making him spit out a large mouthful of blood. He no longer had the strength to struggle. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear. He had come in to kill Lu Ming for the reward. The generous reward could even help him survive the next great calamity. But now he would die here. After the big hand grabbed the black-robed middle-aged man, it stretched back. Then the building was filled with shrill screams and the sound of chewing. The other two Void Thearchs felt a chill run down their spines. Even with their cultivation bases, they were breaking out in cold sweat. It was obvious that the black-robed middle-aged man had been eaten by the creature in the building. The two of them didn't dare to move forward and stopped there. "Get lost, you bunch of trash." At this moment, the Azure Demon King rushed over and punched out at the true Emperor's claw. Terrifying demonic fire burned and the claw was thrown off. The scales on the claw flew and fell off. The battle power of a peak true Emperor was not to be underestimated. It was much stronger than a normal true Emperor. Slash. Then the Ashen Demon King's hand slashed down like a blade. Endless demonic fire turned into a demonic blade and cut the claw off. Chapter 2060. Chapter 2060. Death Before Rebirth. Chapter 2060. Chapter 2060. Death Before Rebirth. The strength of the Azure Demon King was truly terrifying. He was a peak true Emperor. Although the living being in the building was strong, it had definitely been suppressed for countless years and didn't have much fighting power left. The Azure Demon King's demonic saber slashed down, and that huge arm was chopped off. Within the building, a living being roared. The chains clanged and the building rumbled as if a giant beast was about to charge out, but in the end, it didn't. The Ashen Demon King dashed past him, chasing after Lu Ming. Up ahead, Lu Ming's expression was grave. The living beings in these buildings could not stop the Azure Demon King at all. He had to speed up. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and rushed forward at top speed. Not long after, another creature roared from another building. This time it was a large flame that spewed out from the building. Lu Ming blocked it with the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and rushed past it. Following that, Lu Ming came across a few buildings that had living creatures, but he used the prison-suppressing steel to charge through them. Behind him, Song Demon King was chasing after Lu Ming at an alarming speed. If not for the creatures that obstructed him along the way, he would have caught up to Lu Ming long ago. What do we do? Lu Ming was rapidly thinking of countermeasures in his mind. Now that Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was out of his control, with his own cultivation base, facing the Azure Demon King was a dead end. However, other than the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, he had no other treasures on him that could resist the Song Demon King. After that, Lu Ming crossed a long distance. There were no buildings in front of him, only some low rocks. Lu Ming did not stop. He could only continue to rush forward. Now he could only try his luck and hope that there was something up ahead that could stop the Azure Demon King. Buzz. Lu Ming was like a fleeting shadow, his speed shocking as he rushed forward. Behind him, the Azure Demon King continued to pass through buildings and soon arrived at the low rocky area. However, Lu Ming, who was in front, suddenly stopped. That was because there was no road ahead. There was a lake that blocked their way. This was a lava lake. It was extremely vast, completely blocking the path ahead, and exuded a terrifying temperature. This was definitely not ordinary lava. Lu Ming felt a sense of danger. "Haha kid, why aren't you running anymore?" The Azure Demon King caught up and stopped not far away. He looked at Lu Ming with a faint teasing look. "Old man, you're too narrow-minded. You've lost your own face, but you want to blame it on me." As Lu Ming spoke, he was thinking of countermeasures in his mind. Even if he was in a desperate situation, Lu Ming would not give up. It's not a good thing for young people to be in the limelight. The Ashen Demon King said coldly as he walked towards Lu Ming. In his opinion, Lu Ming should not have made a move and sat quietly. How could he embarrass himself in public? Boy, you must have had a lot of fortuitous encounters to reach this stage. Give me everything you have, including some ancient scriptures, and I may let you live. The Azure Demon King laughed coldly. Lu Ming pursed his lips. It would be strange if this old fellow would let him go. Even if he gave him everything, the other party would still kill him and not spare him. What can I do to make you believe me? Lu Ming said. In the current situation you have to believe it even if you don't want to. The Azure Demon King said coldly. Kill those 3 guys and I'll give it to you. I'll give you all the opportunities I've obtained. Lu Ming looked behind the Ashen Demon King. Behind him, the other 3 experts had followed the Azure Demon King's path to this place. Hearing this, the 3 of them couldn't help but stop, their faces turning pale. The Azure Demon King was cruel and merciless, he might really do so. Brat, you don't have the right to bargain with me now. If you don't hand it over, I'll cripple you right now and then slowly interrogate you to see if you'll hand it over or not. A cold, killing intent burst out from the Azure Demon King's body as terrifying demonic flames spread out. Buzz. At this moment Lu Ming moved. He took a step forward and his body leaped towards the lava lake. Now he could only rely on the lava lake to take a gamble. You want to escape? Die. The Ashen Demon King bellowed as he struck out with his palm. Demonic flames filled the sky and enveloped Lu Ming. The demonic flame was like a bolt of lightning. It was astonishingly fast and caught up to Lu Ming in an instant, enveloping him within. Roar. Lu Ming let out a beast-like roar. It was too painful. It was too painful to be enveloped by the demonic fire. Lu Ming felt as if his body was about to be burnt. Lu Ming manically circulated his saint energy and covered his body. At the same time he controlled the law of chaos and the light of chaos to cover the surface of his body and resist the attack of the demonic fire. However, this demonic fire was released by the Azure Demon King. A peak true emperor was too terrifying. All of Lu Ming's defenses were burned through in an instant. Plop. At this moment Lu Ming fell into the lava lake and disappeared. As soon as he entered the lava lake, Lu Ming mustered his remaining strength and frantically rushed down the lava lake. You want to leave? Impossible. The Azure Demon King's expression was extremely cold. He rushed into the lava lake and chased after Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. The Azure Demon King waved his palms, stirring up the surrounding lava. A few terrifying demonic flames broke through the lava and blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not dodge at all and was hit by a few more demonic flames. The terrifying temperature of the demonic flames burned through Lu Ming's defenses, and a heart-piercing pain spread throughout his body. Even with Lu Ming's current spirit body he could not withstand it at all. He seemed to feel that his physical body was turning into ashes bit by bit. However, Lu Ming still did not give up. He was charging down crazily. The temperature at the bottom of the lava lake was shockingly high. The further down he went, the higher the temperature became. There was also a terrifying pressure that pressed on Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming was completely unable to withstand the dual burning of the Azure Demon King's demonic flames and the magma. His body was slowly burning to ashes. Lu Ming could feel that the flesh and blood on his body were disappearing, and even his bone armor was exposed. However, Lu Ming continued to descend at an astonishing speed because the Azure Demon King was still in pursuit. Boom. Song Emo struck out with his palm again. However, the pressure of the lava here was already shocking. Although Tsong Demon King's palm force had broken through the lava, it had been partially offset and only a part of it landed on Lu Ming. At this moment Lu Ming's hands and feet had turned into ashes in the demonic fire. Only his body was still struggling to hold on as he continued to fall. However, the Azure Demon King didn't give up on his pursuit. The 2 of them kept going down. Along the way the Azure Demon King launched a few more attacks, but because of the lava most of the power was blocked. At this moment they had already dived down a distance of several thousand meters. At this point the temperature was already extremely terrifying. Even the Azure Demon King felt a sense of danger. It was as if there was something below that could threaten his safety. Humph, this kid is dead for sure. The Azure Demon King snorted. Chapter 2061. Merging the Saint Heart and Reforging the Body. Chapter 2061. Merging the Saint Heart and Reforging the Body. The Azure Demon King was certain that Lu Ming was dead. His demonic flames alone were not something that Lu Ming could withstand. Under his demonic flames, Lu Ming would be reduced to ashes. In addition, they were under the magma lake. The magma here was something that even he was afraid of. Not only was the temperature astonishingly high, but the pressure was also very shocking. Lu Ming would be dead for sure if it was any one of the 2, let alone when they were combined. Lu Ming had no chance at all. At this moment not only were Lu Ming's 4 limbs burned to ashes in the flames, but the rest of his body was also about to turn into ashes. The Azure Demon King laughed coldly as he shot towards the lava. Although he did not obtain any opportunities from Lu Ming, it was not bad to be able to kill him. In the blink of an eye, the Azure Demon King had rushed up the lava lake and flew above the darkness. "How's that kid?" someone asked. "We're dead. Let's go. Well, explore this ancient city and leave," the Ashen Demon King said. With a flash of his silhouette he left the place and the other 3 followed. At this moment, Lu Ming had indeed encountered the greatest crisis in his life. At this moment his physical body was about to be completely turned into ashes. The most important thing was that he could no longer mobilize his strength and could not charge forward. His body was completely covered in demonic fire. It was a peak true emperor demonic fire that wouldn't be extinguished until it burned its target to ashes. Chi. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his physical body was collapsing, disintegrating and being burned to ashes. There were 3 wisps of chaotic chi in his body. At this moment, 3 wisps of chaotic chi slithered like 3 small snakes and then rushed into one of the Saint Hearts. Enter the Saint Heart. Lu Ming used his soul power to move the Dian Elixir Furnace and the mountain and river diagram into another Saint Heart. Then Lu Ming's soul also rushed into another Saint Heart. As long as the soul was not destroyed, there was always hope of resurrection. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming's body was completely burned into ashes by the demonic fire. He disappeared without a trace, leaving only 2 Saint Hearts floating there. After the demonic flame burned Lu Ming's body to ashes, it seemed to have lost its target and finally disappeared. Not good. In the Saint Heart, Lu Ming's soul could still sense everything outside. At that moment he realized that the lava outside was squeezing his 2 Saint Hearts. The 2 Saint Hearts collided with each other. The lava outside wrapped around the 2 Saint Hearts and pressed on them, as if it was going to crush them. The terrifying temperature in the lava was also constantly burning them as if it was going to melt them. Lu Ming was worried. If his 2 Saint Hearts were melted he would have no chance at all. Qiu Yue. Lu Ming muttered and glanced at the Dian Elixir Furnace floating in the Saint Heart. If his Saint Heart had been broken, leaving the Dian Elixir Furnace here, he was afraid that it would not have been able to withstand the terrible heat outside. Although the Dian Elixir Furnace was wonderful, it was also dangerous in such an environment for a long time. The original purpose of this trip was to save Qiu Yue, but before she could wake up she was in danger. Buzz. At this moment his 2 Saint Hearts trembled and one of their outer corners shattered. Boom. Lu Ming's soul trembled violently when a corner of his Saint Heart crumbled. It was as if a terrifying flame had enveloped his soul. Could it be that I'm really going to die here today? A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. At this moment he felt the aura of death. His soul trembled and his consciousness was blurry. In the end his vision turned black and he did not know anything. Only his 2 Saint Hearts were being pressed by the terrifying lava. However, a strange scene happened. The parts of the 2 Saint Hearts that had crumbled did not dissipate into nothingness. Instead they stuck together and flew back into the Saint Hearts. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. As the lava pressed and burned, more and more of the 2 Saint Hearts crumbled, but the fragments and powder fused back together and flew back to the 2 Saint Hearts. It was as if the 2 Saint Hearts were about to merge together. Of course Lu Ming had no idea about all this. Following that, his Saint Heart continued to shatter and then merge back together. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days ago he had 2 Saint Hearts, but this time he had only 1. He became a bigger Saint Heart. Buzz. When the 2 Saint Hearts became 1, there was a wonderful fluctuation. Then the bigger Saint Heart started to spin rapidly. At this moment, a strange power was produced in the Saint Heart. The energy in the surrounding lava was constantly gathering toward Lu Ming. A few days passed just like that. A wonderful scene appeared. With the Saint Heart as the center, the outline of a body appeared. This was just an outline, not a real entity made of energy. When the outline of the body appeared, 3 wisps of chaotic chi flew out of his Saint Heart and swam around the outline of the body. At the same time, the energy in the magma continued to gather and pour into the Saint Heart. Then it spread out from the Saint Heart and poured into the outline of the body. The outline of his body was slowly becoming more and more solid. Reforging his body. He was reforging his fleshly body. When the 2 Saint Hearts merged into one, they were actually reforging their bodies on their own. Moreover, they were reforging their bodies with the energy in the lava. The process of reforging the body was very slow. Just like that, 3 whole months passed. In the lava, an intact body appeared. This physical body was Lu Ming's. However, this body was a little different from the previous one. There was a fiery red color on his skin like a burning flame. The curves of his body were perfect, but he seemed to be filled with explosive power. The 3 wisps of chaotic chi had also fused perfectly with his body. At this moment, the Buddha's fingers moved and it slowly opened its eyes. This is... Lu Ming looked around in surprise. Finally, he looked at his own body and was very shocked. He remembered clearly that he had been attacked by the Tsang Demon King and his body had been reduced to ashes in the demonic fire. Even his saint heart had been crushed by the lava, his soul had been shaken, and his consciousness had fallen into darkness. He didn't expect to find his body still there when he woke up. No, this body is a little different from before. The next moment Lu Ming felt something strange. He realized that although this body was also made of flesh and blood, it was much stronger than before. The 3 strands of chaotic chi had perfectly fused together and were filled with explosive power. At the same time, this body seemed to be unafraid of the surrounding lava. It was as if he was one with the surrounding lava and the surrounding lava was ineffective against him. It was not that Lu Ming's physical body was so powerful that he was not afraid of the magma's temperature. It was because his physical body was reforged by the energy here. They had the same energy, so he was not afraid. If it was any other force of the same level, Lu Ming would definitely not be able to withstand it. Chapter 2062. Chapter 2062, Law Fusion. Chapter 2062. Chapter 2062 Law Fusion. My fleshly body has been reforged. Lu Ming pondered for a while and discovered the problem. He could not help but be overjoyed. Although he didn't understand how his physical body was reforged, it was a good thing. No, my saint heart. At this moment, Lu Ming finally realized that something was wrong with his saint heart. There had been 2 saint hearts before, but now it had become one. It was just that this saint heart was larger. Could it be that the 2 saint hearts have fused together? Lu Ming guessed and was extremely surprised. He had never thought that the 2 saint hearts cultivated by the twin forbidden spell could actually merge together. Moreover, Lu Ming realized that not only had he reforged his physical body, but his cultivation had also improved. He had reached the perfected absolute saint realm. Not only that, but Lu Ming also realized that after the 2 saint hearts had merged, his 2 types of laws had also completely merged together. Previously, the array Dao laws and chaos laws were only at the initial stage of fusion. Now they were completely fused. The complete fusion of the 2 laws will definitely increase the power. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. This time it was really a blessing in disguise. Not only did he not die, but he had also made a breakthrough in his cultivation. His physical strength had also increased greatly, and the 2 types of nomological laws had fused. He had heard that martial emperor powerhouses had to take this step. Martial sovereigns had to comprehend different laws before they could merge them together. He was already doing what a martial emperor would do. If the Azure Demon King knew about this, he would probably be angered to death. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Then, with a thought, the mountain and river diagram and the Dian elixir furnace returned to his consciousness. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline and the 3rd bloodline are still there. Lu Ming sensed the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and the 3rd bloodline. He was surprised to find that they were still there. He had never been able to understand these 2 bloodlines, but he felt that they were very wondrous. This time even his physical body was destroyed. After reforging, the 2 bloodlines were still there. This was really hard to explain. It was extremely mysterious. However, this was a good thing for Lu Ming. I don't know how long it has been, but the energy here is very abundant. I can let Celestial Emperor's corporeal body absorb the energy here. At the thought of this, Lu Ming had an idea. The Celestial Thearch's physical body appeared from the mountain and river diagram. Then Lu Ming activated his cultivation technique and began to control the Celestial Thearch's body to absorb the surrounding energy. Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was like a black hole, frantically absorbing the energy from the outside. The Celestial Emperor's corporeal body absorbed a large amount of flame energy from the lava. Not long after, with Celestial Emperor's body as the center, all the energy in the lava was absorbed, and it turned into rock. Lu Ming could only change the location and continue to absorb. The amount of energy required by Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was simply too much. It was incomparably shocking. Back then Lu Ming had spent more than half a year. During that half a year he had been constantly fighting against the evil god race. Every time he killed the evil god race he would give the crystals that the evil god race had brought along to the Celestial Thearch's body to absorb. During that half a year, Lu Ming had killed countless evil god tribesmen and allowed the Celestial Thearch's body to absorb countless crystals and energy. In the end, the energy in the Celestial Thearch's body had only accumulated to 12%. Moreover, the more the energy of the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was accumulated, the more difficult it would be to improve. The amount of energy required would be even more shocking. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to absorb energy under the lava. A large area of lava turned into rocks. 2 days later, the energy in the Celestial Thearch's physical body increased to 8%. This was because the Celestial Thearch's physical body had already stored a portion of energy. 8% isn't enough. I need at least 10% and above. The higher the temperature is under the magma, the more I can absorb it. Lu Ming had an idea and then went down. As long as he could store more than 10% of the energy in his body, Lu Ming would be able to control it. By then he would be able to fight against a great emperor. The chances of obtaining the eternal demonic coffin would be greatly increased. Also the Azure Demon King. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. He had to kill the Azure Demon King. Lu Ming rushed to the bottom of the lava lake. The temperature at the bottom of the lava lake was shockingly high. Even the Azure Demon King had to retreat, which showed how shocking it was. Even though Lu Ming's current physical body was reforged by the energy of the magma lake, he did not dare to go too deep. Otherwise he would be turned into ashes. Lu Ming did not want to experience the feeling of being turned into ashes again. This time he was lucky to have his body reforged. Next time he might not be so lucky. This is the place. After diving for a while, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure and stopped. He controlled the Celestial Thearch's body and began to absorb energy. The energy here was indeed much more abundant. When he had finished absorbing the energy nearby, Lu Ming moved to another place and continued to absorb. Of course, it was just a shift in skill level. Lu Ming did not dare to continue. A few more days passed and the energy in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body skyrocketed, reaching an astonishing 16%. It was 4% more than the last time. Enough. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. 16% of the energy was absolutely shocking. If he were to fight the great emperor of the He clan again with this kind of energy, he would definitely beat him into a pig's head. Lu Ming decided to leave this place. Most importantly, the energy above the lava lake had almost been completely absorbed by Lu Ming. The temperature was too high if he continued to go down. Lu Ming did not dare to go down. Furthermore, he had no idea how long he had been here. How were the ancient emperor and the others doing? Did they find the ancient demonic coffin? Lu Ming kept the Celestial Thearch's body into the mountain and river diagram. Then he broke through the rocks and rushed up. After a while, Lu Ming left the lava lake and landed on the shore. He swept his gaze around but did not find anyone. It seems that the Azure Demon King and the others have left. One don't know how long it has been. Let's look at the map first. Lu Ming pondered, took out the black jade talisman, and infused his holy power into it. Instantly, a black pattern floated in the air. There's a situation. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The rest of the black pattern was pitch black, but there were some light spots shining in the darkness. This meant that someone had to activate the jade card to see it. In one of the places there was a group of light spots. There were at least 100 of them and they were all shining. In other places, there were spots of light moving toward the group of spots of light. So many people are gathered together. Could it be that the ancient emperor has gathered them all? Lu Ming pondered. This meant that the ancient emperor had yet to retrieve the ancient demonic coffin. Let's go. Lu Ming kept the jade card and dashed out of the city. When he passed by those buildings, he could still hear the roars of beasts and there were claws attacking him. However, Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and passed through the buildings without any danger. It did not take long for Lu Ming to cross the entire ancient city and exit the city gate. Kill. When Lu Ming charged at the demon spirits, they charged at him. Chapter 2063. Chapter 2063, Strength greatly increased. Chapter 2063. Chapter 2063 Strength greatly increased the dark mass of demon spirits charged towards Lu Ming. Among them there were 2 one-star illusionary emperor-level demon spirits. Their attacks were very terrifying. Get lost. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and threw 2 punches. Thump. Thump. Lu Ming's attack collided with the 2 demon spirit martial emperors, creating 2 loud booms. The 2 Mo Ling martial emperors' bodies shook violently. They could not withstand Lu Ming's terrifying power and were forced to retreat. I'll use you guys to test my battle prowess. Kill. Lu Ming's arms trembled. He felt that his body was filled with infinite power. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming pointed 2 fingers in a row and holy power burst forth. At the same time, the Array Dao laws and the Chaos laws fused and supplemented the Chaos Finger of Calamity. 2 terrifying finger forces were blasted toward the 2 martial emperor demon spirits. Wherever he passed, the energy surged and all the demon spirits in his way collapsed and exploded. The 2 martial emperor realm demon spirits seemed to feel threatened. They unleashed their full power and attacked Lu Ming twice. Boom. Boom. 2 earth-shaking rumbles were heard. This time the 2 martial emperor realm demonic spirits trembled and retreated. Their bodies almost exploded. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with joy. His combat strength had indeed increased by a large margin. He had completely suppressed the 2 one-star martial emperors. Previously, when Lu Ming's cultivation base was at the peak of the absolute saint realm, he was no match for a 1-star martial emperor. He was at a disadvantage and would be suppressed by the other party. Given Lu Ming's combat strength at that time, if he had broken through to the perfection of the absolute saint realm, he would have been able to fight against an ordinary 1-star martial emperor. However, this time not only did Lu Ming's cultivation level break through, but the power of his physical body and the complete fusion of 2 types of laws had increased his combat strength again. He could now suppress a 1-star martial emperor. He could even suppress 2 1-star martial emperors. Whoosh. Whoosh. Lu Ming continued to point out the chaotic finger of tribulation. The 2 demon spirit martial emperors were forced to retreat by Lu Ming and could only barely resist. As for the demon spirits below the martial supreme realm, they exploded when Lu Ming's finger force swept across them. Bang. Bang. The weapons of the 2 demon spirit martial emperors were sent flying by Lu Ming, and cracks appeared on their bodies. If it were not for the armor they were wearing, which was extremely hard, they would have been shattered by Lu Ming. Kill. Not far away there was a battle cry. A few more demon spirits rushed over. They were all martial emperor realm demon spirits. I don't want to play with you guys anymore, let's go. Lu Ming turned around and rushed outside. Wherever he passed, a large number of demon spirits were scattered. Ordinary demon spirits could not stop him at all. Lu Ming barged in and broke through the demon spirit armies, sniping in a short while, disappearing from the place. After leaving the area, Lu Ming took out the jade card again and activated the pattern on it. One could clearly see that there was also a light spot shining on Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming found the right direction and rushed towards the pile of light spots. Along the way they didn't encounter any strange things. It was very peaceful. Lu Ming was getting closer and closer to the group of light spots. However, it took Lu Ming 3 days to get close to the light spots. From afar there was a group of people standing high in the sky. Lu Ming saw the ancient emperor with a single glance. There was also the Azure Demon King and the few martial sovereigns who had pursued him back then. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The next moment he concealed it very well. Lu Ming kept the jade token and flew towards the ancient emperor and the rest. With the ancient emperor around, he believed that the Azure Demon King would not dare to do anything to him. Moreover, Lu Ming was not afraid of the Azure Demon King now. If the other party made a move, Lu Ming would take the opportunity to get rid of him. Lu Ming flew over and attracted everyone's attention. Lu Ming, you. When the Azure Demon King saw Lu Ming, his mouth opened so wide that he could swallow a duck's egg. His eyes were about to fall out in disbelief. Didn't he burn Lu Ming's body with the demonic fire and blast him into the lava? How could he not be dead? Moreover, Lu Ming's body seemed to be intact. Even his aura seemed to be much stronger. Who are you? The Ashen Demon King stammered. He even suspected that the Lu Ming in front of him was someone else in disguise. Azure Demon King, it seems like you're really getting old. You don't even recognize me? Lu Ming sneered. How could that be? The Azure Demon King was still dumbfounded. The few martial supremes who had tried to kill Lu Ming were also dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Thanks to Tsang Demon King, I'm fine. One just accidentally broke through in my cultivation. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The Azure Demon King almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His cultivation base had broken through. Lu Ming was trying to tell him that not only was he fine, but his cultivation had also broken through. This is all thanks to the Tsang Demon King. If not for him, I would probably need some time before one could make a breakthrough in my cultivation. Lu Ming said again. The Azure Demon King felt his liver and lungs hurt. His entire body ached and he felt a suffocating feeling in his chest. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? The ancient emperor turned his gaze over. Great Emperor, I'm fine. The Azure Demon King said hurriedly. It's good that you're alright. Our goal is to take back the ancient demon coffin. Don't mess around. The ancient emperor warned. With his experience, he could tell that something must have happened between Lu Ming and the Azure Demon King. However, since Lu Ming was fine, he would not bother about it. Lu Ming also smiled slightly and did not say much. The Ashen Demon King's gaze swept over Lu Ming, a cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming did not die. He was shocked and even had a breakthrough in his cultivation. There had always been a saying in the cultivation world. Some peerless geniuses were born with great luck. This kind of person was usually very difficult to kill. When faced with danger, he could always turn the danger into safety and even use it to break through. In the eyes of the Azure Demon King, Lu Ming was such a person. This kind of person should be eliminated. He and Lu Ming were already mortal enemies. They would not rest until one of them was dead. When Lu Ming grew up in the future, he would definitely seek revenge. Therefore, he had to get rid of Lu Ming before he grew up. Different thoughts ran through their minds. Finally, Lu Ming looked for other people to gather information. After asking around, Lu Ming found out that he had been in the lava for a few months. And this time around, the ancient emperor had discovered the traces of the ancient demonic coffin. Hence, he had used the map to gather everyone here so that they could snatch the ancient demonic coffin back together. Time passed day by day. More and more people came here. After a few more days, there were already more than 200 people who had arrived. At this moment, the ancient emperor started explaining the situation to everyone. With a wave of his hand, an image appeared in the sky. In the picture, there was a mountain, and on the mountain there was a group of people. Everyone's eyes narrowed. The figures on the mountain were all dressed in black robes, and their faces could not be seen clearly. They looked extremely similar to the man who had fought with the ancient emperor. There was a great emperor. Chapter 2064. Battling the Azure Demon King. Chapter 2064. Battling the Azure Demon King. Of course, there were so many black-robed men. They couldn't all be great emperors. They were just from the same race. A group of black-robed men who looked thin and not very burly were currently surrounding a huge black demon coffin. They kept turning around and shouting in different voices as if they were performing some kind of ritual. That is, the ancient demonic coffin? Lu Ming stared at the huge black demonic coffin on the screen, his eyes burning with passion. Boom. All of a sudden, one of the black-robed men looked up into the sky as if he was looking in their direction. Then he waved his hand and the void trembled. The image created by the ancient emperor collapsed. It was obvious that the other great emperor had noticed that the ancient emperor was peeking at them. There's a great sovereign realm expert on the other side. He's the one fought with last time. There are a few other experts with him. 111 hold him back later. You guys go and take the ancient demonic coffin. After that, leave the demonic sea immediately. Do you understand? Jiang Chen said. The ancient emperor ordered. Yes, great emperor. Everyone acknowledged the order. With the ancient emperor leading the way, the group of them flew forward. Soon, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. Everyone's eyesight was amazing and they could see it from far away. That mountain peak was the image that the ancient emperor had just shown. At the peak of the mountain, there was a group of black-robed men circling a huge demonic coffin. The ancient emperor's body flickered as he charged towards the mountain. His speed was so fast that it exceeded everyone's reaction time. As the ancient emperor neared the mountain, a black beam of light shot out from the mountain. It was like a black waterfall, slicing through the void and slashing down at the ancient emperor like a demonic blade. Boom. The ancient emperor made his move as well. As the two of them clashed, A deafening boom reverberated through the heavens and earth. Thump. Boom. The two of them continued to fight and the sky rumbled. The two of them fought high up in the sky, tearing open the space and fighting into an alternate dimension. It's our turn to attack, kill. Song Emo shouted coldly and charged towards the mountain. Before he left, he cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. Some of the strongest true emperors and void emperors rushed forward. They were the fastest, much faster than emperors to be. Then the emperor-to-be with the largest number of people also rushed forward. Lu Ming was among the many emperor-to-be. In just a few breaths, the martial sovereigns were about to reach the mountain in front of them. However, at this moment two figures suddenly stopped in front of Lu Ming. These were two old men with exceptionally powerful auras. They were both powerhouses of the empty emperor realm. The two of them exuded a faint murderous aura and blocked Lu Ming's way. Some of the emperor-to-be looked at Lu Ming with pity, but no one stayed behind. They all flew forward. All of a sudden only Lu Ming and the two elders were left. What is the meaning of this? Lu Ming said in a deep voice. It's simple, it'll take your life. The old man on the right showed a cold smile. It's the Tsang Demon King who asked you to kill me again. Lu Ming sneered. So what if one no? I'm still going to die. The old man on the right said. It's not good to end the battle quickly and be discovered by the great emperor. The old man on the left said. The next moment the two elders' auras rose sharply. The power of the world filled the air and they were about to charge at Lu Ming. Then go to hell. At this moment, a sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was a stone sword. Buzz. Lu Ming wielded the stone sword and slashed out. A crescent-shaped sword gleam was slashed out. The attacks and defenses of the two elders at the empty emperor realm were completely useless. They were cut in half at the waist by Lu Ming's sword. The terrifying sword chi coursed through their bodies and instantly destroyed their souls. In the face of the heavenly emperor sword, the two void emperors were instantly killed without any resistance. Lu Ming put away their storage rings and rushed to the mountain ahead. At this moment, a huge battle had already erupted on the mountain. The experts from the Eternal Devil Nation were engaged in an intense battle with the black-robed figures. Lu Ming concealed his aura and approached the mountain at high speed like a ghost. He didn't make a move. He wanted to use the God's Breath technique to climb up the mountain silently and take the ancient demon coffin. Lu Ming walked along the mountain using the huge rocks to avoid others. Soon he was halfway up the mountain and would reach the top soon. Boom. Boom. There were martial supremes fighting all around the mountain. Rocks were flying everywhere. All kinds of huge rocks that were a few meters high or tens of meters high were thrown at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body kept moving and he dodged them cleverly. Lu Ming was rapidly approaching the peak of the mountain. All of a sudden, a scorching aura blasted toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He stopped in his tracks and retreated rapidly. Boom. A scorching black light blasted the spot where Lu Ming had been standing. A pitch-black hole immediately appeared on the mountain. Lu Ming, you're really lucky. An old man appeared in front of Lu Ming, his eyes were extremely cold. If it wasn't the Azure Demon King, who else could it be? The Ashen Demon King had just repelled an opponent and was about to rush to the top when he spotted Lu Ming. He had attacked Lu Ming directly, but the latter had been sharp enough to avoid an attack. The Azure Demon King's eyes flashed with a thick murderous intent and shock. He had just sent two Void Emperors to kill Lu Ming. Those two were not ordinary Void Emperors. One was a 3-star Void Emperor while the other was a 4-star Void Emperor. However, Lu Ming was safe and sound now, which shocked him greatly. He was determined to kill Lu Ming. I didn't kill you last time, so I'll kill you again. This time I'll turn you into ashes and make your soul scatter. Let's see if you'll die or not. The Azure Demon King's eyes were sinister, and his entire body was covered in demonic flames. A peak true emperor was too terrifying. If he used his full strength, he could turn Lu Ming into ashes in one move. Back in the ancient city, Song Demon King had not used his full strength. Later on, Lu Ming had jumped into the magma, which had greatly hindered Song Demon King's attack. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have had the chance to merge the two Saint Hearts. Bang! The Ashen Demon King took a step forward. His demonic fire transformed into a demonic fire saber and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid. He held the stone sword and slashed. Boom! The stone sword and the demonic flame saber collided with a terrifying boom. Lu Ming could feel a powerful force surging towards him and he could not help but retreat. However, the devil flame saber was also blocked by him. Your sword. The Azure Demon King was shocked. Lu Ming could actually block one of his moves. His gaze fell on the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand, which was emitting a blazing flame. Lu Ming was only an absolute saint, but he could control the stone sword and unleash such terrifying power. If he had it, wouldn't he be able to fight against a great emperor? His heart was burning with passion. He understood that the 2 void emperors from before had been killed by this sword. Hand over the sword and 111 leave your corpse intact. The Ashen Demon King said coldly as he stepped towards Lu Ming. Chapter 2065. The Figure in the Ancient Demonic Coffin. Chapter 2065. The figure in the ancient demonic coffin. The Azure Demon King's eyes were fixed on the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand. His body was covered in terrifying demonic fire, raising the temperature to a terrifying level. Song Demon King, 111 send you on your way today. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Then a stone golem appeared in front of him. When the golem first appeared, it was only as tall as a person, but it rapidly grew in size like a small mountain. This is... The Azure Demon King was taken aback. He had a bad feeling. At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward. His body merged with the stone golem and disappeared into it. Demon King Tsong die. The stone man roared and sent a palm towards the Azure Demon King. The Azure Demon King's pupils contracted. He felt a sense of danger and retreated frantically. However, the golem's hand was even faster and caught up to Tsong Demon King in an instant. The hand covered the sky and blocked all of his escape routes. Boom. As the giant hand pressed down, sand and stones flew, and the pressure was powerful to the extreme. The Azure Demon King was terrified and used all his power to control a true emperor weapon to block the stone hand. However, under the pressure of the giant hand, his true emperor weapon was directly blown apart. The terrifying power slammed into the Azure Demon King's body, causing him to scream in pain as his body was sent flying. He crashed into the mountain, causing the entire mountain to shake. The mountain had been eroded by demonic qi all year round and had long since been sturdy and immortal, but it was still smashed apart by the Azure Demon King, leaving a huge crater. How is that possible? How is that possible? The Azure Demon King howled in his heart. He couldn't believe how the golem could be so powerful. He was a peak true emperor, but he couldn't even resist this stone being. He was truly terrified. However, if Lu Ming had such powerful golems, why did he not use them in the ancient city? At that time, Lu Ming almost died in his hands, but he did not even use the golems. Could it be that Lu Ming had obtained the golems in the ancient city? The golems he got from the lava? At this thought, the Azure Demon King almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If that was the case, he would be helping Lu Ming. Boom. The stone golem landed heavily in front of the Azure Demon King. The latter was shocked and wanted to use a secret technique to escape, but the stone golem stomped down, stomping him under its foot. The Azure Demon King let out a blood-curdling screech. He was like a lazy toad that had been stomped on, almost bursting into pieces. Don't kill me, Lu Ming. Let me go. I'm an important official of the Eternal Devil Nation. If you kill me, you'll be offending the entire Eternal Devil Nation. The Ashen Demon King was terrified. He wanted to use the Eternal Demon Nation to threaten Lu Ming. Don't use the Eternal Devil Nation to threaten me. You're just a peak true emperor. You can't represent the Eternal Devil Nation. Kill. Lu Ming did not say anything more. He wielded the stone sword and slashed at the Ashen Demon King. The Azure Demon King howled madly. He was almost scared out of his wits as he struggled with all his might. However, it was useless. As the battle sword slashed down, the Azure Demon King's head exploded like a watermelon. His soul was destroyed. After killing the Ashen Demon King, Lu Ming kept the Ashen Demon King's storage ring. Then he took a step forward and rushed to the top of the mountain. There were people in black robes who tried to stop him, but they were killed by his sword. With the energy stored in the stone golems, they could simply abuse the arch of the He family. No one below the arch level could stop Lu Ming. Anyone who dared to stop Lu Ming would be killed in seconds. In a few breaths, Lu Ming had rushed to the top of the mountain. At this moment, most of the black-robed men were drawn away to fight the Eternal Devil Nation. Only a black-robed man was still sitting cross-legged beside the huge demonic coffin. The ancient demonic coffin. Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. As long as he could get the eternal demonic coffin, he could save Qiu Yue. Buzz. Lu Ming stretched out a large hand and grabbed at the ancient demonic coffin. However, at this moment, the black-robed figure sitting in front of the coffin suddenly opened his eyes. Two rays of light shot out from his eyes like two terrifying divine swords that could pierce through everything. Clang, clang. The two beams of light struck Lu Ming's large hand, producing the sound of metal clashing. A terrifying force blocked the large hand from moving forward. At the same time, the black-robed man dashed forward, his body emitting a terrifying demonic light. He waved his hands and two pitch-black palm prints shot toward Lu Ming. The palm print was like an avalanche, its power shocking. Great Emperor. There was actually a great emperor here. There were two great emperors among the black-robed men. One of them was fighting against the ancient emperor while the other was guarding this place. Under the demonic sea there was a group of terrifying black-robed people. Among them there were actually two great emperors keeping watch. This was truly shocking. Lu Ming clenched his fist and the stone golem's house-like fists blasted towards the black-robed man. Boom. Boom. There were two consecutive deafening rumbles. Lu Ming had blocked two of the opponent's palm prints. Slash. With a single thought, the stone sword flew out and slashed down violently. The other party's body trembled and demonic light filled the sky. At the same time, the other party controlled the power of the Great Dao, turning it into a demonic weapon and attacking Lu Ming. Thump. There was another huge tremor and the stone sword buzzed. It was sent flying back and landed in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming held the stone sword in his hand and continuously slashed at his opponent. He launched a storm-like attack, completely disregarding his own injuries. The other party had transformed great Daos into weapons and their offensive power was astonishing. However, when they landed on Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, they couldn't break through the defense of Celestial Emperor's corporeal body at all. The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor had reached the Heavenly Emperor realm through his stone golems. His Bodis defense was stronger than an ordinary Heavenly Emperor's, and ordinary Great Emperors couldn't break through it at all. Lu Ming went all out and ignored his defense. His combat strength increased greatly. The other party was forced to retreat by Lu Ming and was at a disadvantage for a while. After more than 10 moves, the black-robed emperor was sent flying by Lu Ming's sword. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and appeared in front of the demonic coffin. He stretched out his claws wanting to grab the demonic coffin. However, at this moment Lu Ming was suddenly stunned. The ancient demonic coffin didn't have a lid. Therefore one could clearly see what was going on inside the coffin from this position. Inside the demonic coffin there was actually a person, a woman who was peerlessly beautiful. Xianxia. The woman in the coffin was Xianxia. Lu Ming was completely stunned when he saw Xianxia. Why would Xianxia be here? Back then, the Ice Dragon Patriarch had taken Xianxia and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had taken Lu Ming. They had broken out of the encirclement from different directions. Since then he had lost contact with Xianxia and had never seen him. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. However, he never expected that Xianxia would appear here. This was the Demon Sea, one of the forbidden areas in the land of 10,000 demons. Moreover, Xianxia was still lying in the demon coffin. Lu Ming let out a long sigh of relief when he scanned Xianxia with his spiritual senses. His vital signs were normal and there were no problems. However, Xianxing's eyes were closed as he lay in the coffin. It was as if he couldn't sense anything outside. Put it away first. Lu Ming did not care so much. He would keep it first. While Lu Ming was still in a daze, the black-robed emperor launched a few attacks at Lu Ming, forcing him to retreat. Chapter 2066. The Canyon That Can't Be Entered. Chapter 2066. The Canyon That Can't Be Entered. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted. Xianxia was lying in the eternal demonic coffin. He was determined to get his hands on the coffin. Lu Ming waved the stone sword and launched a storm of attacks at the black-robed emperor. The black-robed emperor was forced back again. Just as Lu Ming thought that he had a chance to put away the eternal demonic coffin, the space at the top of the mountain cracked open all of a sudden. A figure appeared out of nowhere. His entire body was covered in demonic light, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. With a wave of his hand, a huge hand formed and grabbed at the eternal demonic coffin. Get lost. Lu Ming abandoned the black-robed emperor and stomped on the ground. his huge body rushed toward the figure that had suddenly appeared. At the same time he slashed out with his stone sword. Boom! The sword light shattered the giant hand, but it didn't stop and continued to attack the opponent. The other party could only block and collide with the stone sword. Boom! The figure took a few steps back and the demonic light covering his body shook, revealing his true appearance. Undying Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This expert who had suddenly appeared was actually the Undying Emperor of the Undying Demon Nation. Undying Emperor wants the ancient demon nation's national treasure, the ancient demon coffin. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he guessed Undying Emperor's intention. Buzz. The Undying Emperor didn't want to fight with Lu Ming. He turned into more than a dozen figures and rushed toward the ancient demonic coffin from all directions. It was impossible to tell which one was real from which one was fake. It was as if every single one of them was real. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming shouted in his heart and controlled the golems. The golems' bodies shrunk rapidly, becoming the size of ordinary people. Lu Ming's speed increased dramatically after he turned into the size of a normal person. He took a step forward and rushed towards the ancient demonic coffin. At the same time he slashed out more than 10 sword lights towards the Undying Emperor's shadows. Bang! The Undying Emperor's dozen figures attacked at the same time. They displayed their terrifying combat strength and crushed Lu Ming's sword radiance. Just as Lu Ming was about to reach the ancient demonic coffin, the black-robed emperor appeared again and blocked him. The three of them were caught in a chaotic battle. Lu Ming and the Undying Emperor wanted to take the eternal demonic coffin while the black-robed emperor wanted to protect it. The three of them were engaged in an intense battle. Lu Ming was furious. He completely ignored his own defense. The energy in the golem burst out wildly and suppressed the other two people for a moment. But this way the golem's energy consumption was also shocking. They could not last for too long. Don't even think about it. The black-robed emperor roared in a hoarse voice. He took Lu Ming's attack head-on at the risk of being injured and retreated back to the eternal demonic coffin. Thump. At the same time he struck out a move at the ancient demonic coffin, causing it to fly out. In that direction, there was a pitch-black canyon that was filled with demonic chi. The ancient demon coffin flew into the valley and disappeared. The ancient demonic coffin is mine. Undying Emperor charged into the canyon. However, just as he was about to rush in, he was stopped by a force. Then Undying Emperor's body was blown out. As for Lu Ming, he also rushed towards the canyon. Boom. At the entrance of the canyon, Lu Ming seemed to have hit a wall. There was a force that stopped him. Lu Ming frantically unleashed the power within the golems, but it was useless. He was blocked by that force and could not charge in at all. Moreover, there was an extremely powerful force in the canyon that rushed toward Lu Ming. Even the power of the golems could not withstand it, and Lu Ming was pushed back. Those above the rank of Martial Supreme can't enter. Those below the rank of Martial Supreme will never be able to come out after entering. The black-robed emperor sneered. However, Lu Ming did not seem to hear him. He took a step forward and rushed toward the canyon. When he was about to reach the entrance of the canyon, the stone golem glowed and suddenly disappeared. Lu Ming's original body appeared. With a swish, Lu Ming dashed into the canyon and disappeared. Below the rank of a Martial Supreme. The black-robed emperor blurted out before sneering. Those below the rank of Martial Supreme may be able to enter, but they will never be able to come out. Damn it! Undying Emperor roared and charged into the canyon again. Black Robe didn't stop him. This time Undying Emperor didn't make it into the canyon. He was sent flying out by a force. Boom! A violent boom came from the sky. Then two beams of light rushed over and two figures appeared. They were the Ancient Emperor and the Black-Robed Emperor. The two Black-Robed Emperors gathered together. The Ancient Emperor glared at the Undying Emperor coldly. Even if I'm not dead, you're still here for the Ancient Demon Coffin? Brother Ancient One, you couldn't even protect your own treasure properly and it was stolen by someone else. I'm here to help you retrieve it. The Undying Emperor sneered. You don't have to worry. The Ancient Emperor said coldly. He then looked at the canyon and walked towards it. The two black-robed emperors stood to the side without any intention of stopping him. However, just like Undying Emperor, the Ancient Emperor couldn't enter and was sent flying out. You can't go in, please go back. A black-robed emperor said. You guys stole my ancient demonic coffin. Are you not going to hand it over? The ancient emperor's eyes were as cold as ice. Of course it's useful. Besides, I can't give it to you even if I wanted to. Those above Martial Supreme can't enter, and those below Martial Supreme can't come out even if they enter. A black-robed emperor sneered. Anyone below the rank of Martial Supreme can't come out? The ancient emperor frowned. So please go back. Don't think about letting anyone below the rank of a Martial Supreme enter. This place is our tribe's holy land. No one is allowed to enter. A black-robed emperor spoke, and the two of them stood in front of the canyon. Haha, this is your business, one won't get involved. The undying emperor laughed. Although he couldn't get the ancient demonic coffin, it wasn't his anyway. On the other hand, the ancient emperor had lost his ancient demonic coffin and suffered a huge loss. The undying emperor laughed and tore the space apart. The ancient emperor looked at the canyon with a look of unwillingness. He then rushed into the sky and shouted, "Stop! Leave this place! Stop!" The black-robed emperor ordered. Instantly the people from both sides stopped fighting and rushed into the sky. He walked to the side of the ancient emperor. The great emperor and the Azure demon king were killed by Ming. One of the true emperors reported to the ancient emperor. "I know, Song demon king only has himself to blame." The ancient emperor nodded his head with a cold look in his eyes. And NBSP, although he had been fighting with the enemy, he had still been paying attention to the situation below, so he naturally knew what had happened. He was shocked that Ming had a terrifying treasure like the celestial thearch's body. Moreover, the Song demon king had gone too far. He deserved to be killed by Ming. Chapter 2067. The People in the Canyon. Chapter 2067. The people in the canyon, hearing the ancient emperor's words, no one else dared to say anything. They knew that the Ashen Demon King had died for nothing. This was because the abilities that Ming had displayed were too terrifying. Not to mention his rare talent, just that stone golem alone was enough to fight a great emperor. Just that alone was enough for him to gain the respect of the ancient emperor. The Azure Demon King was only a true emperor. At his age, it was impossible for him to break through to the great emperor realm in his lifetime. Therefore he would have died in vain. "Let's go back first," the ancient emperor said. Naturally, he wouldn't give up on the ancient demonic coffin just like that. The ancient demonic coffin had been passed down for countless years and was the most precious treasure of the ancient devil nation. It was filled with all sorts of mysteries, and he naturally wouldn't give it up so easily. He planned to go back first and bring more experts. With that, everyone from the eternal devil nation left the place. "Will that brat be all right after he enters?" A black-robed emperor looked toward the canyon. "Martial sovereigns can't enter this place. Anyone below the rank of a martial sovereign won't be able to leave unless they're a heaven-defying genius." However, there weren't many geniuses like that even in ancient times. The other black-robed emperor said. As soon as Ming rushed into the canyon, he saw the ancient demonic coffin in front of him. Ming hurriedly rushed over and looked into the demonic coffin. Xianxia was lying quietly in the coffin. His breathing was even as if he was asleep. This was definitely Xianxia. Ming would not be mistaken. Their auras were exactly the same. "Little Qing, little Qing." Ming called out softly, but Xianxia did not respond at all. Why did little Qing appear here? The ancient demonic coffin must have been stolen by the black-robed emperor. Why would they put little Qing in the ancient demonic coffin? Could it be that little Qing's soul was also injured? Those black-robed men were trying to save little Qing? Ming was full of doubts and conjectures. However, she would only know the answer after Xianxia woke up. "Let's leave this place," Ming thought to himself, and then looked behind him. He was shocked. Because there was no way out. It was clearly the entrance of the canyon, the place where Ming had just entered. However, there was nothing there now. There was no entrance to the canyon. Ming threw a punch and a wave of fist force blasted toward the void. However, it was like a stone sinking into the sea and did not cause any waves. "There's no way out. Seems like we can only move forward." Ming looked at the front of the canyon. In front of him it was extremely deep and dark. He didn't know how long it was or where it led. Ming kept the ancient demon coffin into the mountain and river diagram and then walked forward. "Stop, you can't pass this road." Suddenly, a figure stood in front of Ming and spoke coldly. It was a middle-aged man with a saber on his back. "Senior, I'm here by accident. Please do me a favor." Ming narrowed his eyes. "You can't pass through this place unless you defeat me." The middle-aged man's eyes and voice were cold as if he was not a real person. Lu Ming sized him up carefully. Indeed, he could tell that the middle-aged man was not a real person. He was condensed from energy. Don't tell me that I still need to go through some tests in order to get out of here? Lu Ming thought to himself. In the next moment he rushed over and cast the prison-suppressing heaven technique, throwing a punch. Buzz. A jet-black blade light burst out, splitting the mist and slashing toward Lu Ming. Boom. The saber light collided with Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging towards him as if it was going to tear his body apart. Lu Ming's figure could not help but retreat. What a terrifying power. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming could tell that the middle-aged man was at the Emperor-to-be realm. However, his strength was truly terrifying. Lu Ming had just used the prison-suppressing heavenly art and the chaotic law. The power of that punch was enough to force a one-star void emperor to retreat. However, the situation just now was the exact opposite. The one who retreated was Lu Ming. Again. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he stepped forward. The light of chaos spread out from his body and covered his entire body. Whoosh. Lu Ming cast the chaos ring and pointed with his finger. And NBSP, a massive chaos finger of tribulation, shot toward the enemy. At the same time, countless runes appeared in his left hand. 9 dragons flew out and attacked his opponent. The middle-aged man's face was cold and indifferent, as if he would always have that expression. The saber in his hand slashed out again. The jet-black saber light tore apart the primal chaos tribulation finger and the 9 dragons condensed from the array Dao laws. The saber chi swept across and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was forced to retreat. Even the chaotic laws and chaotic light that covered his body were almost torn apart. What a terrifying combat strength. This middle-aged man was definitely an amazing existence among the Emperor-to-be. If separation doesn't work, then fuse. The fighting spirit in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger. Instead of retreating, he advanced and charged towards the middle-aged man. He pointed his fingers continuously and shot out finger forces at the man. This was the primal chaos tribulation finger, but it was indeed the fusion of the primal chaos laws and the array Dao laws. Now, as the 2 saint hearts had merged into one, Lu Ming's 2 types of laws had also completely merged and the power was shocking. And NBSP, the middle-aged man's blade, exploded with light as it clashed with the primal chaos tribulation finger. Boom. Boom. The blade glowed and the energy burst out, constantly bombarding the canyon. With their current combat strength, they could definitely tear the ground apart. However, in this canyon they could only leave shallow marks on the ground and the walls. The 2 of them exchanged a few moves in a row. Surprisingly, even though Lu Ming used the fusion of 2 types of laws, he could not gain the upper hand. He only ended up in a draw with his opponent. Kill. Lu Ming let out a long roar and exerted all his strength to the extreme. His saint heart spun rapidly and his saint power surged out like a river. Lu Ming circulated the power of law to the extreme as he fought the middle-aged man. But even so, the 2 of them were still tied. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. Boom. Lu Ming exchanged another blow with the other party and retreated a few hundred meters. After Lu Ming retreated a distance, the burly man did not pursue him. He just stood there and blocked his way. What powerful strength. Lu Ming was shocked. He guessed that the middle-aged man's combat strength was almost on par with the Son of God. Even if he was not as strong, he was not far from it. Lu Ming's current cultivation level was very close to an Emperor-to-be. Lu Ming's spirit body was stronger than the average child of God. The saint heart was formed by 2 saint hearts in the fusion of 2 laws. Lu Ming was confident that he could even fight against a son of heaven who had become an Emperor-to-be. But now they could only fight to a draw. Just now, at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly thought of something else. He raised his hand and there was a death aura on his palm. This was the law of death. Chapter 2068. Chapter 2067. Nianqing is awake. Chapter 2068. Chapter 2067. Nianqing is awake. Lu Ming raised his hand. The death law was actually spreading out from his hand. Although it was very weak and only had a trace of aura, it was enough to shake the entire world if it were to spread. Lu Ming himself was also shocked and dumbfounded. He took a long time to react. He seemed to have mastered the law of death. Previously, in the ancient city, Lu Ming was chased by the Gang Demon King and rushed into the magma. His body was burned and turned into ashes. From a certain perspective, Lu Ming had really fallen and was facing death. That experience gave Lu Ming a deep understanding of death. After that, he had been busy absorbing energy for Celestial Emperor's corporeal body and didn't have the time to sense it carefully. It wasn't until he fought the middle-aged man with all his strength that his attacks actually contained a trace of the death law. This was an unbelievable thing. It was true that those below the rank of Martial Supreme could only comprehend one law. However, Lu Ming had cultivated the twin forbidden spell and fused his main body with his secondary body. He had cultivated 2 saint hearts and could control 2 laws. After that, when he was on the verge of death in the lava, the 2 saint hearts had fused, causing the 2 laws to also merge. It was already unbelievable that someone below the rank of a Martial Supreme could control 2 types of nomological laws and even fuse them together. It would shock countless people if he were to say it. But compared to now, it was nothing. The death maxim was one of the 10 ultimate maxims. Moreover, out of the 10 ultimate maxims, no 2 maxims could coexist. This was a truth that had never changed since ancient times. Even if he had cultivated to the Martial Emperor realm, it was impossible for him to control 2 ultimate laws. A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. However, Lu Ming had yet to reach the Martial Emperor realm, but he seemed to have mastered 2 ultimate maxims. Although the death maxim was still extremely weak, he had indeed mastered it. The 2 strongest laws coexisted. If this were to spread out, it would scare people to death. Is it because of my saint heart? Lu Ming could not help but guess. His saint heart was too special. It was transformed from the twin forbidden spell. In history, even if someone had cultivated the forbidden twin spell and even 2 saint hearts, he would still be a saint. However, no one was like Lu Ming, who had 2 saint hearts merged together again. The probability of this happening was too small. Therefore, Lu Ming's special saint heart was able to contain many laws at the same time, even the 10 ultimate laws. At the thought of this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Did this mean that he would be able to control more ultimate maxims in the future? If he could control all 10 ultimate maxims and merge them together, what would happen? Lu Ming's heart could not help but beat wildly. He was filled with anticipation. Then I'll cultivate here for a while. Lu Ming pondered for a while before he took out the eternal demonic coffin and placed it on the ground. After taking a look at Nianqing, Lu Ming sat cross-legged beside the coffin and began to study the death law in detail. As his comprehension deepened, a layer of death intent emanated from his body. Although it was extremely faint, it was indeed the death law. Lu Ming had been cultivating continuously for several days. His understanding of the law of death was slowly deepening. However, he had not even mastered half of it. However, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. He knew that he had really mastered the law of death. The same person could control 2 ultimate maxims at the same time. Even Lu Ming felt like he was dreaming. The law of death is still too weak and not very powerful. When it's more mature, it can even merge with other laws. How powerful will it be then? Also, I've already mastered 3 types of nomological laws. Can I master more? Lu Ming had already started to let his imagination run wild. At his current realm, he naturally did not need to comprehend other nomological laws like when his cultivation was low. He could skip all these and directly comprehend nomological laws. It was just like how a martial emperor would start to comprehend new laws directly from the laws when he tried to comprehend them. In the following days, Lu Ming spent his time comprehending the death rule and trying to merge it with the other 2 rules. Lu Ming's saint heart was really amazing. He tried to merge the laws and the process was very smooth. Half a month later, Lu Ming's death maxim had been cultivated to 10%. He could also fuse it with the chaos maxim and the array Dao maxim. In this way, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased a little. However, Nianqing had not woken up for the past half a month. This made Lu Ming a little anxious. What if Nianqing doesn't wake up? Qiu Yue was still waiting for the ancient demonic coffin? However, it was useless to be anxious. He could only wait. Lu Ming collected his thoughts and continued to comprehend the death law. And NBSP, his mastery of the chaos laws and array Dao laws was already very high. It would be very difficult to improve. However, he had just gained a preliminary understanding of the death rule. Back then, Lu Ming had experienced death in the lava. His understanding of the death rule was extremely fast. And NBSP, as time passed, his understanding of the death law became deeper and deeper. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in the canyon for a month. His mastery of the law of death had also reached 20%. I'll go and try again. Lu Ming kept the ancient demonic coffin and stepped forward. When he arrived at a certain area, the middle-aged man appeared again. There was nothing more to say. Lu Ming took action immediately. Lu Ming used all his strength the moment he made his move. This time Lu Ming used 3 types of laws together. After all, the death maxim was one of the 10 ultimate maxims. When it was fused with the chaos maxim, the explosive power was terrifyingly strong, as if some kind of qualitative change had occurred. This time Lu Ming had the upper hand. After dozens of moves, Lu Ming defeated his opponent's saber light with 1 move. He bombarded his opponent's body and defeated him. He had finally defeated the middle-aged man. Lu Ming smiled and continued to move forward. However, after moving forward for a while, Lu Ming had no choice but to stop. That was because 2 figures had appeared in front of him. They were 2 middle-aged men. When Lu Ming fought with the other party, he realized that the 2 middle-aged men's combat strength was exactly the same as the previous one. One of them was already very terrifying. With 2 of them attacking at the same time, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage despite using all his strength. He was rather speechless and could only retreat. It seems like I won't be able to break out in a short period of time. Lu Ming shook his head and then took out the eternal demonic coffin. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Just now he noticed that Nianqing's finger had moved. Lu Ming would not be wrong. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Was Nianqing waking up? Lu Ming stared at Nianqing. Indeed, not long after, Nianqing's fingers moved again. It didn't take long before it moved again. After a while, Nianqing let out an and opened her eyes. He saw Lu Ming the moment he opened his big black eyes. In the beginning there was some confusion in his eyes, but then, it turned into endless joy. Lu Ming. Nianqing's crisp voice came out of his mouth. Chapter 2069. Chapter 2068. Experience. Chapter 2069. Chapter 2068. Experience. Nianqing's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming. At first he did not seem to believe it, but slowly it turned into surprise. Lu Ming. Nianqing called out in disbelief as if he was dreaming. Little Qing, it's me. Lu Ming was also overjoyed. Nianqing finally woke up. It seemed like he was fine. It had been several years since they last met. It would be a lie to say that he didn't miss her. Lu Ming, it's really you. Nianqing seemed to have finally confirmed that it was Lu Ming. She rushed out of the eternal demonic coffin and into Lu Ming's arms. Lu Ming wrapped his arm around Nianqing's slender waist and held him tightly in his arms. After a long time the two separated. Little Qing, why are you here? How did he appear in the ancient demonic coffin? How was the ice dragon ancestor? And who are those black-robed men? Lu Ming asked a series of questions. He was indeed full of doubts. Back then the ice dragon patriarch and one escaped from evil spirits' pursuit. Then Nianqing told her about her experiences over the years. Back then Nianqing and the ice dragon patriarch had escaped evil spirits' pursuit and accidentally escaped to an ancient ruin. The ancient ruins were extremely mysterious. While exploring the ancient ruins, Nianqing accidentally stepped onto an ancient teleportation array and was directly teleported to the demonic sea of the land of infinite demons. In the demonic sea she had encountered those black-robed men. Nianqing told him that the demonic sea had fallen from the heaven realm during the ancient war. Some of them had not died and had been passed down since then. They were the black-robed men. All these years she had been cultivating in the demonic sea. She wanted to leave, but those black-robed men wouldn't let her. So, the ice dragon patriarch is still in the ancient ruins? Lu Ming said. It's possible. However, the ancient ruins are very mysterious. There might be other teleportation arrays. The ice dragon patriarch might have been teleported to another place. Nianqing said. How did those black-robed men steal the ancient demonic coffin and place you inside? This was Lu Ming's biggest question. I don't know. Those people are always so mysterious. Nianqing said, seemingly unwilling to elaborate. He changed the topic and asked Lu Ming, why are you here? How did you survive all these years? It's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly recounted his experiences over the years. Lu Ming, it turns out that you have experienced so much. Nianqing leaned on Lu Ming gently. But I finally found you. No matter how much I've experienced, it's all worth it. Lu Ming put his arm around Nianqing's shoulders. However, that girl of yours is dead set on you. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly looked at Lu Ming again. His big eyes blinked, not knowing what he was thinking. Are you jealous? Lu Ming touched his nose. Yes. Xianxia was very straightforward and nodded. However, he immediately said, however, she's devoted to you and can even die for you. If you let her down, I won't let you off. Lu Ming was a little confused. What did Xianxia mean by this? He was jealous, but he also told Lu Ming not to let Qiu Yue down. Lu Ming could not figure out what he was thinking. A heartless person is not worth entrusting your life to. If you won't understand even if I tell you. What are you waiting for? Quickly put that little girl of yours into the ancient demonic coffin. Xianxia said. Okay. Lu Ming quickly took out the Dian elixir furnace and placed Qiu Yue into the eternal demonic coffin. There was a mysterious power in the eternal demonic coffin that immediately enveloped Qiu Yue's body. Qiu Yue's face seemed to be more ruddy, and Lu Ming could finally put his heart at ease. Then Lu Ming kept the ancient demon coffin into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming and Xianxia had not seen each other for many years. They had many topics to talk about, and the two of them started chatting again. As they were chatting, Xianxia suddenly frowned. A trace of pain flashed across his eyes and he let out a soft hum. Lu Ming naturally noticed all of this. Little Qing, what's wrong? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. No, nothing much. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. Lu Ming was suspicious. Xianxia had clearly looked like he was in pain. Could it be that little Qing is injured? Lu Ming was puzzled. He held Xianxing's small hand and sensed it carefully. However, he realized that Xianxia was in good health and was not injured at all. Little Qing, do you know what's going on with this canyon? Do I really have to charge all the way to the end before one can leave? Lu Ming asked. Not bad. Xianxia nodded. There is a heavenly region in the 9 skies of the heaven realm. It is called the ancient demon heavenly region. Almost everyone there is a demonic cultivator. The ancient foreign races invaded and fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Many demon cities and demon mountains fell from the heaven realm, forming the demon sea. And this mountain fell from the heaven realm. In the heaven realm, this mountain should belong to an extremely powerful force, and this canyon was used by that force to test their disciples. Only the strongest below the martial supreme realm can pass through this place. If they can't, they'll be trapped here for the rest of their lives or even die of old age. Such a strict assessment. Lu Ming was also secretly shocked. Once one entered this canyon, there was no other way out except to use extremely strong combat power. This was forcing him to continuously improve and squeeze out his potential. As expected, devil cultivators did things differently. They were very evil. How strong is the strongest below the martial supreme? Lu Ming muttered. I'm guessing that the strongest below the martial supreme realm is just a saying. Or rather, it's just a boundary. There's always a higher mountain. Who knows what's the strongest combat strength? It's just a boundary. Once you reach that boundary, you'll be able to leave. Xianxia explained. She had been in the demonic sea for a few years and had learned a lot from the black-robed men. Seems like one can only break out by constantly improving my strength, Lu Ming said. With his current ability, it was obvious that he could not break out. After that, the two of them chatted for a long time. Lu Ming then went to one side, sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. A few days later, Lu Ming went to challenge the checkpoint again. He was still no match for the 2 middle-aged burly men and was forced back. After returning, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. After a few days, he would attempt it again. In this way, Lu Ming's improvement was very fast. However, there was one thing that worried Lu Ming. He had seen Xianxia frowning a few times and a flash of pain in his eyes. But when he asked Xianxia, he said he was fine. However, Lu Ming could clearly sense the worry in Xianxing's eyes. Little Qing, is there anything you and one can't say? If there's anything, you must tell me. Lu Ming walked to Xianxing's side and hugged her gently. Xianxia suddenly wrapped his arms around Lu Ming's neck and whispered in his ear, Lu Ming, I want to bear your child. Chapter 2070. The first time. Chapter 2070. The first time all. Lu Ming was stunned. What's wrong? You're not willing to? Xianxing's voice rang in her ears again. Of course I'm willing. Lu Ming quickly replied. He would be a fool if he was unwilling. He immediately took action. Soon the sound of heavy breathing could be heard in the valley. At this moment, They had completely forgotten themselves and only had each other in their eyes. This battle lasted for a full hour before it stopped. Despite their high cultivation levels, they were still drenched in sweat. Xianxia lay in Lu Ming's arms, hugging him tightly. He did not say a word and was unwilling to let go. After a long time, a wooden figure suddenly appeared in Xianxing's hand. He was black all over like a doll. Lu Ming, this is a scapegoat demon puppet. Can die once if you are in mortal danger. Take it. Xianxia passed the doll to Lu Ming. Scapegoat demon puppet, is it a scapegoat? Lu Ming was shocked. There was actually such a treasure in the world. Wasn't this equivalent to having an extra life? If this were to be spread out, it would probably cause a crazy fight because it was too precious. This depends on the cultivation level. It is useless for those above the martial emperor realm to use the scapegoat demon puppet. Only those below the martial emperor realm will use it. Xianxia said. Little Qing, you can keep it for yourself. Lu Ming said. I still have some for myself, you can keep it. Xianxia stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes. That's good. Since Xianxia still had more, Lu Ming did not reject and kept the magic puppet. Following that, Lu Ming's hands started to move again. He only stopped after a while. Little Qing, you're so beautiful. Lu Ming said gently. Have you said this to anyone else before? Of course not. Little Qing, let's continue. Didn't one already come? How is giving birth once enough? A gentle voice rang out and the valley was filled with warmth. They did not know how many rounds they fought. In the end, even with Lu Ming's cultivation, he felt exhausted. He just lay down and fell asleep. Xianxia was the same. He laid down beside Lu Ming and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming suddenly woke up from his sleep. This was because he felt a cold killing intent engulf him. This was his instinctive vigilance. He circulated his saint power and retreated far away. He took out a piece of clothing from his storage ring and put it on. Then he looked forward. In front of her, Xianxia was wearing a long black dress. Her beauty was unparalleled. However, at this moment her eyes were extremely cold. They were filled with cold killing intent as she stared at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He was unfamiliar with the look in Xianxing's eyes. Xianxia had never looked at him with such a look. Little Qing, what's wrong? Lu Ming could not help but ask as he stepped forward. Kill. Xianxia said in a cold voice. A dark demonic light emanated from her body and turned into a dark demonic sword. Her figure was like a fleeting shadow as she charged at Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! The pitch-black sword gleam slashed toward Lu Ming, aiming for his vital points. Little Qing, what are you doing? Lu Ming shouted. At the same time, he circulated his saint energy and controlled the laws of chaos to form a defensive wall in front of him. However, to Lu Ming's shock, Xianxing's demonic sword tore apart Lu Ming's defensive wall. The defensive wall formed by the laws of chaos appeared to be very fragile under Xianxing's sword radiance. Lu Ming was very shocked. Xianxing's sword did not stop and continued to slash at Lu Ming's glabella. He was not just saying it. He really wanted to kill Lu Ming. Xianxia was completely different from his passionate self yesterday. Yesterday, Xianxia was passionate and gentle as he wanted to bear Lu Ming's child. But today he had drawn his sword to kill Lu Ming. His killing intent was as cold as a knife. Nianqing, stop. What's the matter? Speak clearly. Go. Lu Ming shouted and burst out the light of chaos at the same time. With a wave of his hand, the shadow of the prison-suppressing steel emerged and blocked in front of him. The phantom of the prison-suppressing steel was covered with chaotic laws and chaotic light, which had amazing defensive power. However, when Xianxing's sword radiance struck, the chaotic light trembled violently and was torn apart. Lu Ming was shocked and he retreated rapidly. This power. Lu Ming's gaze was solemn. Xianxing's power didn't contain any nomological power. Instead, it contained extremely condensed demonic power and extremely powerful offensive power. This land of power was very similar to the power cultivated by the ancient devil. Lu Ming had fought with the ancient devil before and he could clearly feel it. However, Xianxing's power was purer, more condensed and more powerful than the ancient devil's power. Lowly ant, you dare to insult me? Kill! Xianxia shouted. His killing intent was at its peak. Demonic light filled the air, and the sword radiance glowed as he continued to charge at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart trembled. His pupils contracted and he shouted, "Who are you? You're not little Qing." Xianxia would never use such a tone to call him a lowly ant. However, the aura of the person in front of him was clearly Xianxia. What was going on? Could it be that Xianxia was possessed? Xianxia is me. Xianxia said coldly. The sword light did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming used all his strength and cast a fusion of chaos laws, array laws and even death laws to fight Xianxia. At the same time, all sorts of thoughts were running through his mind. That's not right. Looking at the situation, it doesn't seem like he has been possessed. What's going on? After being possessed, one's soul would be destroyed and would lose its consciousness. However, Xianxia had his own consciousness, so it was impossible for him to be possessed. Could it be related to the ancient demonic coffin? But I've never heard of such a thing happening when using the ancient demon coffin. Could it be related to the power in little Qing's body? Lu Ming was reminded of the power in Xianxia's body. In the past, he had always felt that there was a terrifying power hidden in Xianxia's body. In the past, Lu Ming had thought that it was because Xianxia had great potential. Now that he thought about it, the situation was not right. There was another person in the same situation, Xianxia. Lu Ming could also sense a terrifying power lurking in Xianxia's body. Furthermore, Lu Ming also recalled that the Xianxia now was very different from the Xianxia back in the Divine Wilderness continent. Initially, Xianxia wanted to kill him. However, after they arrived in the Yuan continent, Xianxia did not seem to have this intention. Instead, he wanted to cooperate with him. Wanna gift the story? Try 1. Chapter 2071. Chapter 2071, 1,000 Doubts. Chapter 2071. Chapter 2071, 1,000 Doubts. Lu Ming thought about it carefully and realized that Xianxia's personality had indeed changed greatly. Were all these similar to Xianxia's current situation? At the same time, he also thought about how he had seen Xianxia's painful expression all this time. Could all of this be related? Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He did not stop and pointed 2 fingers at Xianxia. This was because Xianxia was too strong. His demonic power could break through all obstacles and destroy everything. The combined force of Lu Ming's few laws seemed to be difficult to resist and was about to be torn apart. Little official's cultivation looks like it's in the great circle of the absolute saint stage, similar to mine. But what kind of power is this? Could it also be a power cultivated by the primordial diabolism? Lu Ming had a thought and pointed his finger. This finger contained the laws of chaos, array Dao laws and death laws. The huge finger pointed at Xianxia's sword light. Xianxia's sword radiance slashed down and even the space around it cracked. It was too shocking. The sword radiance slashed on the huge finger and broke it. "Little Qing, wake up!" Lu Ming roared. He didn't believe that Xianxia would really kill him. "Lowly ant, you've tainted my body. You deserve to die." Xianxia spoke again, his expression cold. The demonic light on her body grew stronger, and it was as if there was an endless stream of energy flowing out of her body. The cold sword light continued to attack Lu Ming. Her sword light was even stronger than before. The sword light flashed and illuminated the valley. Although Lu Ming had used all his strength, he was still no match for Xianxia. The fusion of 3 types of laws could not withstand Xianxia's sword radiance and was torn apart by it. Lu Ming's body was cut by the sword light and a deep wound appeared. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed out and dyed his clothes red. The moment Lu Ming was injured, Xianxia's gaze finally wavered. Her figure slightly paused and stopped. "Kill him. He has defiled me. One must kill him," Xianxia shouted as if he was talking to himself. Her eyes turned cold again. She raised her sword and charged at Lu Ming. Whoosh! The sword light was like a rainbow cutting through the sky. However, this time Lu Ming did not move or block it. He let the sword radiance stab at him. Seeing that the sword light was about to pierce through Lu Ming's heart, Xianxia's eyes showed signs of struggle. "No!" she shouted and moved her wrist. The sword gleam deviated slightly and pierced through Lu Ming's chest. However, it had already deviated from the position of his heart. "Shaoqing, if you want to kill 111, let you kill. If you're pregnant with our child, take good care of him in the future." Lu Ming smiled and looked at Xianxia gently. "Kill him." "No." Xianxia continued to shout. It sounded like two people were talking, but it was clearly only one person's voice. The struggle in Nianqing's eyes grew stronger. Even his beautiful face started to twist. "Little Qing, what's wrong with you?" Lu Ming shouted. Nianqing's condition was obviously not right. It was as if there were two people in his body. "Lu Ming, take care." In the end, Nianqing looked at Lu Ming tenderly, turned around and left. Like a rainbow, he rushed into the depths of the canyon. A few rumbles came from the valley, but the rumbles disappeared in the next moment. "Little Qing," Lu Ming shouted. The sword gleam that stabbed into Lu Ming's body was condensed by Nianqing's demonic energy. It had already dissipated. Lu Ming rushed into the depths of the canyon. However, when Lu Ming had run a distance away, two middle-aged burly men appeared and attacked him. Lu Ming was blocked and could not rush over at all. In the end, he was struck back by the two middle-aged burly men. "What's going on? What's going on?" At this moment, he was extremely anxious and his heart was filled with endless questions. However, he was blocked and couldn't rush over at all. He couldn't find Nianqing and couldn't ask him what was going on. It must be related to the power in Little Qing's body. What is it? Nianqing also has one. Also, those black-robed men purposely stole the ancient demonic coffin and placed Little Qing in it. Could it be related to this? The next time one sees Nianqing, one must ask him clearly. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. He was really a little afraid. He was afraid that Nianqing would no longer be the Nianqing he used to be and that he would become another person. Nianqing had broken through several levels in a row. The strength he had displayed was shocking. She only stopped after breaking through a few levels. "Why didn't you let me kill him? He has tainted us." Nianqing's voice was cold and murderous. "If you kill him, 111 kill myself." Then Nianqing muttered to himself. "Why are you so persistent? You are me and 1am you. Let us merge completely and return to the supreme realm. Why are you trapped in this small world? No, you are you, I am me. One will never merge with you, never." Nianqing seemed to be talking to himself. Then his body moved and he rushed out of the canyon. Soon his figure completely disappeared. Lu Ming sat on a black rock, deep in thought. He thought about it a lot, but he still couldn't think of an answer. As long as I'm strong enough, I'll definitely understand everything and restore Little Qing to her original state. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Slowly his heart calmed down. Lu Ming had experienced too much along the way. He was very clear that it was useless to be anxious when he encountered something. It was better to calm down and improve his strength. Lu Ming closed his eyes and sat there quietly. 3 days later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. His gaze had become calm. Then Lu Ming took out the path-understanding ancient tree and sat cross-legged under it to study the law of death. Now the path-understanding ancient tree was already 10 meters tall. Its branches and leaves were flourishing, and a mysterious light surrounded the branches. It was extremely mysterious. All these years, Lu Ming had spent a great price to cultivate the path-understanding ancient tree. As expected, the path-understanding ancient tree had improved greatly. Comprehending nomological laws under the Tao comprehension ancient tree would yield twice the result with half the effort. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Lu Ming's death precept had improved very quickly. At the same time, his integration with the other 2 types of precepts had also become more thorough. His strength was increasing every day. This time he successfully passed through the 2 middle-aged men and continued to move forward. However, this time 3 middle-aged men appeared in front of him. The 3 of them joined forces to fight Lu Ming. Lu Ming was blocked again, so he could only stop and continue to improve his strength. At this moment, Lu Ming had an idea. He waved his hand and the ancient demon coffin appeared in the canyon. In the ancient demonic coffin, Qiu Yue's body exuded a powerful aura. After a few months, Qiu Yue finally showed some changes. In the past, the people from Vientiane Tower had said that Qiu Yue would wake up after staying in the eternal demonic coffin for a month. However, in reality, 3 months had passed. And NBSP hoo. At this moment, a powerful suction force erupted from Qiu Yue's body. The energy of the world quickly surged towards Qiu Yue. He's about to break through? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He then took out a large number of raw gemstones and blasted them apart, turning them into billowing original qi that gathered towards Qiu Yue. Chapter 2072. Emperor. To be Qiu Yue. Chapter 2072. Emperor-to-be Qiu Yuanless origin energy gathered towards Qiu Yue, and her aura became stronger and stronger. Absolute saint peak, absolute saint perfection. In a short period of time, Qiu Yue's aura skyrocketed. Gradually, Qiu Yue's body floated up and flew out of the ancient demonic coffin. Buzz. Suddenly, a layer of light appeared on Qiu Yue's body. That was the light of law. Lu Ming was shocked. Qiu Yue had been unconscious all this while and her soul was incomplete. He did not expect her to be able to refine the light of law. This was really unbelievable. However, this did not stop. Qiu Yue's aura was still rising. The aura of the laws of yin and yang emanated from her body. Suddenly, the laws of yin and yang converged into a long river and swam around Qiu Yue's body. Her aura rose again. Laws forming a river Emperor-be. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Qiu Yue had been unconscious for a while, but she had broken through to the Emperor-to-be realm. Indeed, during this period of time, Lu Ming had condensed a huge amount of sacred elixirs into Qiu Yue's body. However, the laws could not be improved just by consuming sacred elixirs. They needed to be understood. Qiu Yue was unconscious, so how could she comprehend laws? Lu Ming was very puzzled. When her aura reached Emperor-to-be, it finally calmed down. At this time, Qiu Yue opened her eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from Qiu Yue's eyes. In the next moment they were retracted. Then Qiu Yue's aura was retracted. Young master. When Qiu Yue saw Lu Ming, she cheered and pounced into his arms. Qiu, you're finally awake. Lu Ming touched Qiu Yue's head and a smile appeared on his face. He finally felt a little better. And young master, are you all right? Those people wanted to kill you back then. 11 Qiu Yue looked around nervously. Her memory was still stuck in the Lotus world. It's all right, it's been a long time. Lu Ming smiled. A long time has passed? Qiu Yue was suspicious and blinked her big eyes. Lu Ming briefly recounted what had happened during this period of time. Of course, there were some things that he directly skipped, such as nianqing. It's been so long. Have I been unconscious all this time? Strange, I've been feeling like I'm in a strange state, being wrapped by the laws of yin and yang. I've been in a daze, but suddenly, a warm force wrapped around me from behind. Qiu Yue began. Could it be a soul enlightenment? Lu Ming's heart stirred. When it came to enlightenment, it was a rare state of cultivation. Lu Ming speculated that after Qiu Yue's soul was injured, she had entered a state of enlightenment. This state was extremely rare and she would unconsciously continue to comprehend the Tao and the laws. Her body had been tempered by the alchemy fire in the Dian elixir furnace and smelted countless sacred herbs. That was why her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds after she woke up. Not only had she refined the light of law, but she had also broken through to the Emperor-to-be realm. Or perhaps the ancient demonic coffin had also played a role. Truly, fortune and misfortune come together and the world is unpredictable. Lu Ming was happy for Qiu Yue. Qiu Yue, your current cultivation has already surpassed young masters. Lu Ming said with a smile. But I'm sure that Qiu Yue is no match for young master. Qiu Yue stuck out her tongue, tugged at Lu Ming and talked non-stop. In the following days, the two of them cultivated while challenging the levels. This place was very mysterious. When Lu Ming and Qiu Yue were walking together, they would see 6 middle-aged men in front of them, causing Lu Ming to retreat in shock. Although Qiu Yue had reached the Emperor-to-be realm, she couldn't even fight 1 middle-aged man, let alone 3. It was obviously impossible for 2 of them to break through the pass together. Therefore, Qiu Yue would enter the mountain and river diagram every time they tried to pass through the levels. This way, there would only be 3 middle-aged strong men. As time passed, Lu Ming's comprehension of the death law became higher and higher. Another month had passed. Lu Ming had been in the canyon for 4 months. At this moment, Lu Ming's mastery of the death precept had reached 50%. When combined with other laws, Lu Ming was already on par with the 3 middle-aged men. He could even suppress them. Fighting with these middle-aged men had improved Lu Ming's speed. Here one could kill to their heart's content without any apprehension. Every time, Lu Ming would unleash his combat strength to the extreme and continuously squeeze out his potential. At this time, Lu Ming would occasionally let Qiu Yue go forward to challenge the levels. Lu Ming did his best to deal with 5 middle-aged men, while Qiu Yue dealt with 1. This way Qiu Yue's improvement would be huge. Time flew by quickly and another month passed. The 2 of them had quite a bit of harvest every day. On this day, Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree, cultivating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, endless runes appeared around his body. Countless runes began to gather, forming a long river. River of Laws. This was the Array Dao Law. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's Array Dao laws had broken through and entered the perfect realm. The laws condensed into a river. At that moment, the power of the Array Dao law coursed through Lu Ming's body and began to temper his physical body. Once the laws formed a river, the corresponding power of laws would once again flow through the body and use the power of laws to temper the body, making the body even stronger. At the same time, the saint energy would also become more condensed and dense. This was also the reason why an emperor to be expert was so much stronger than an expert in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. Lu Ming's body emitted a stir-like sound. It was the vibration of his muscles and the collision of his bones. Qiu Yue sat cross-legged not far away waiting quietly. A day later, Lu Ming finally ended his cultivation and the river of laws disappeared without a trace. "I'm now an emperor to be." Lu Ming smiled. Right now he couldn't figure out his specific realm. According to the laws of chaos, he was still in the great circle of the absolute saint stage. However, according to the laws of Array Dao, he was already an emperor to be. But no matter what, his combat strength had indeed increased by a large margin. When the formation path law formed a river, its power increased greatly. At the same time, when the law formed a river, it tempered the body and saint power, and both were improved. One wonder how much my body and saint power will improve when the chaos laws and even the death laws form a river. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. The river formed by each law would greatly improve the physical body and saint power. If all of his nomological laws formed a river, how much would his combat strength increase? Lu Ming was certain that no one was his match in a battle of the same level. He could even suppress the Son of God with a flip of his hand. What if I comprehend a few more nomological laws? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If he comprehended a few more nomological laws, his nomological laws would form a river, and he would be even more terrifying. The more he thought about it, the more excited Lu Ming became. He pondered what law he should comprehend next. Chapter 2073. Comprehended 4 types of laws. Chapter 2073. Comprehended 4 types of laws. Lu Ming pondered for a while and decided to start with the law of devouring. The law of devouring was also a powerful king path law. Moreover, the 9 dragons had the devouring power in their bodies. Lu Ming was very familiar with the devouring power. Comprehending the law of devouring was definitely faster than comprehending other laws. Moreover, Lu Ming had a kind of ambition. Since he wanted to understand the laws, he had to understand the king path laws and above. It would be a waste of time to understand the ordinary laws. After all, ordinary laws and chaos laws could be changed directly. Lu Ming controlled his physical body and a dragon's roar came from within. At the same time, a terrifying devouring power burst out. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and tried to comprehend the law of devouring from the devouring power. Indeed, a few days later Lu Ming found the way and had some insights. A few days later, Lu Ming had successfully learned the rudiments and had comprehended a trace of the law of devouring. His saint heart had indeed contained many laws and it was not affected at all. Lu Ming was extremely excited. All of these were things that could only be done by those above the martial emperor realm. However, he was doing it now. Once he broke through to the martial emperor realm in the future, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. There would be no shackles and his improvement would be extremely shocking. It was worth it to spend time comprehending it now. Young master, you're really amazing. You've already mastered 4 types of nomological laws. Qiu Yue walked over. Even though she had always admired Lu Ming, she could not help but look surprised. It was unheard of for a person below the rank of a martial supreme to control 4 types of nomological laws at the same time, and 2 of them were even ultimate nomological laws. Qiu Yue, let's go. Lu Ming smiled. Qiu Yue nodded and the 2 of them walked forward. The 6 middle-aged men appeared at the same time and attacked Lu Ming and his partner. Kill. Lu Ming let out a long howl. The laws of chaos, the laws of death and the laws of Array Dao fused together. Lu Ming cast the chaos finger of calamity, pointing 5 times in a row. Qiu Yue charged at the 6th middle-aged man. Whoosh, whoosh. The dazzling saber light was aimed at Lu Ming and Qiu Yue. Qiu Yue successfully blocked one of them. And NBSP 5 saber light struck the primal chaos tribulation finger. Boom, boom. With 5 consecutive explosions, The blade light shattered and the 5 middle-aged men were forced back. Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and unleashed his full combat strength, launching a storm of attacks at the 5 middle-aged men. The breakthrough in the array Dao laws had increased Lu Ming's combat strength by a large margin. He was completely suppressing the 5 middle-aged men. After a dozen or so moves, a finger force pierced through the middle of a middle-aged man's eyebrows, killing him and turning him into energy. After killing one of them, the remaining 4 were even less of a match for Lu Ming. After a few moves, Lu Ming killed another one. Bang! Bang! Following that, the remaining middle-aged men were all killed by Lu Ming, including the middle-aged man who was fighting with Qiu Yue. After passing this level, the 2 of them continued forward and passed through this area. There was nothing in front of him, no one. Lu Ming sighed slightly. He knew that Nianqing had probably already passed the checkpoint and left this place. Qiu, wait here. We'll go up and test the waters. Lu Ming said. And all right. Be careful, young master. Qiu Yue said. Lu Ming nodded and stepped forward. After walking for a while, another figure appeared. This time only one figure appeared. It wasn't a middle-aged man but a young man. This person looked to be in his 20s. His body was straight like a spear and he had a black demonic sword on his back. Only the strongest can pass. Show me your strength. The young man said coldly as he unsheathed his sword. Lu Ming also stepped forward and used the finger of chaotic tribulation to fight with his opponent. This young man's combat strength was shocking. He should be in the Emperor-to-be realm, but he was probably even stronger than the Son of God. However, they were still not as strong as the previous 5 middle-aged men. Between 3 middle-aged men and 5 middle-aged men, they were still not Lu Ming's match. After more than 20 moves, the young man was defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue moved forward and passed through the area. However, the canyon seemed to be very long. Looking forward, it was extremely deep. After passing through this area, Lu Ming continued to move forward alone. This time 2 young men appeared at once. The 2 young men's combat strength increased exponentially when they joined forces. Although Lu Ming gave it his all, they ended up in a draw and he did not manage to clear the trial. It seems that it's really difficult to break out. Lu Ming was a little speechless. At the same time he was also shocked. The difficulty of this demonic force in the heaven realm's test of its disciples was simply abnormal. Even the Son of God would not be able to pass this level of difficulty. Lu Ming's current combat strength had definitely surpassed a Son of God who was at the Emperor-to-be realm. However, he still could not make it. My attacks are still limited. My strongest attack is the Chaos Finger, but it's more suitable for long-range attacks. It's not as good for close combat. One need to learn 1 or 2 more divine abilities. Lu Ming pondered. The chaotic scripture contained many techniques regarding the chaotic laws. Naturally, the chaotic tribulation finger was not the only technique. And NBSP, but in the past, cultivating the primal chaos tribulation finger was enough. Divine power techniques and nomological laws complement each other. Comprehending a divine power technique and continuously cultivating it can increase one's comprehension of nomological laws and increase one's mastery. Therefore, it might not be beneficial to comprehend a few more magical powers. Instead, it might distract him. However, it was different now. Lu Ming had almost comprehended the chaos laws to the limit. There would be no obstacles in cultivating other magical powers. He would be able to cultivate to the peak in a short time. In the chaos scripture, Lu Ming chose to cultivate a remarkable power technique called the Chaos Divine Palm. After successfully cultivating the Chaos Divine Palm, one's palm would be like chaos. Every palm strike was like a Chaos Divine mountain pressing down. It was so powerful that it could penetrate the earth and blow up mountains. Now, Lu Ming's law of chaos was almost at 99%. His speed of cultivating the Chaos Divine Palm was like a rocket. In just a few days he had cultivated to the limit. Its power was not the slightest bit inferior to the primal chaos tribulation finger, especially when it was fused with several laws. Its power was even more astonishing. With one more attack method, Lu Ming put aside the divine power art for the time being and focused on comprehending a few laws. Qiu Yue was also cultivating hard. After becoming an emperor-to-be, one needed to accumulate and then completely integrate the Dharma into the Saint Heart. With the Dharma as the foundation and the Saint Heart as the material, the world would be developed. This step was extremely difficult. Many people were stuck in the Emperor-to-be realm for their entire lives. It wasn't something that could be completed in a day. Time passed by quickly. Other than cultivating, Lu Ming would be challenging the levels. Both of them had gained a lot. Lu Ming had been in the canyon for more than 2 years. It had been more than 2.5 years since Lu Ming came to the land of infinite demons. It was less than half a year before the 10 Lands battle. At this moment, Lu Ming finally arrived at the last stage of the canyon. The exit of the canyon could be seen in front of them. It was a door of light. Chapter 2074. Chapter 2074, Escape. Chapter 2074. Chapter 2074 Escape. There was only one figure guarding the last pass of the canyon. He was also a young man, but his combat strength was unbelievably strong. Boom. Boom. In the canyon, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce battle, constantly bombarding each other. Lu Ming's entire body was covered in the light of chaos. His palms turned gray as if they were cast from chaos stone and were indestructible. This was the primal chaos divine palm, and every palm strike was earth-shattering. Furthermore, the palm was fused with other nomological laws, making it extremely powerful. However, the young man was able to fight Lu Ming. He was also performing a terrifying palm technique that kept clashing with Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. The wind from the palms scraped off a layer of the rocks on the ground. One must know that the rocks here were extremely hard. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged over 100 moves. Is this the place where the great forces of the heaven realm tested their disciples in the ancient times? This difficulty is too great. Lu Ming was also extremely shocked. After more than 2 years of cultivation, Lu Ming's chaos laws had long reached 99%. However, it was very difficult to cross this step, cultivate perfectly and form a river of laws. He needed to accumulate. Although the laws of chaos were not perfect yet, Lu Ming felt that it would be soon. In addition, the law of death was already 80% complete, while the law of devouring had caught up and reached 90%. Lu Ming did not have the corresponding divine ability for the death rule and the devour rule. They could not complement each other, and his cultivation speed was naturally much slower. However, since Lu Ming's current realm was profound and he had been in constant battles. After the battles, he had also comprehended under the path understanding ancient tree. His speed of improvement was extremely fast. 99% chaos law, perfect array Dao law, 80% death law and 90% devour law. The combination of 2 ultimate maxims and 2 king path maxims, in addition to Lu Ming's powerful spirit body and thick saint energy, was so powerful that Lu Ming found it difficult to gauge his current combat strength. However, with such combat power, it was still not easy to pass this stage. One could see that the difficulty of this canyon's trial was truly astonishing. Could it be that there were so many terrifying heaven's favorites in the ancient times? Then Lu Ming thought of Xianxia. There was no trace of Xianxia. Obviously, Xianxia had already passed the test. Xianxing's combat power was shocking. How did she suddenly have such combat power? Lu Ming had many doubts in his heart. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, another few dozen moves had passed. Lu Ming finally gained the upper hand and began to suppress his opponent. With 4 laws fused, a casual palm could pierce through the void and tear space apart. The other party's palm made a cracking sound and was broken by Lu Ming's palm. Devouring, sealing, death. In an instant, Lu Ming circulated 4 types of laws and countless runes, enveloping his opponent in an attempt to seal him. At the same time, he bombarded his opponent with the power of destruction. Then there was the law of devouring, which wanted to devour everything about the other party. At the same time, the law of death enveloped the other party, forming a death cage that wanted to pull the other party into the abyss of death. Finally, he used the laws of chaos as his main attack. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on the other party's body. The other party's body was penetrated by a terrifying force and finally shattered into pieces. It was a success. Lu Ming finally reached the end and cleared the last level. According to Xianxia, only the strongest below the martial supreme realm could pass it. However, to Lu Ming he was far from the peak. His other nomological laws had yet to form a river. Young master, you're amazing. Qiu Yue walked over, her eyes shining. Qiu Yue herself had long cultivated to the emperor-to-be realm and had also cultivated the light of law. However, she felt that her combat strength was far from Lu Ming's. Let's go out. Lu Ming smiled. He walked over and held Qiu Yue's hand as they stepped into the door of light. The next moment they appeared on the peak of a mountain. And this place seems to have already left the demonic sea. Lu Ming looked into the distance. The mountains around him were continuous and full of vitality, unlike the dead silence in the demonic sea. I wonder where this place is in the land of myriad demons. We'll go and find out, Lu Ming said. Then he and Qiu Yue turned into two streaks of rainbow light and left the place. After flying for some distance they saw a city. The two of them went in and asked around. So this place is in the Eternal Devil Nation. And it's not far from the capital of the Eternal Devil Nation, Lu Ming muttered. He was planning to head to the capital of the ancient Devil Nation to return the ancient demon coffin to the ancient emperor. Even though the ancient demon coffin was precious, it was still the ancient Devil Nation's treasure. The ancient emperor valued it greatly. If he didn't return it, it would be equivalent to offending the ancient emperor and the countless experts of the ancient Devil Nation. It was clearly not a wise move to offend the Eternal Devil Nation over a single ancient devil coffin. Since Qiu Yue had already woken up, he had no use for the eternal demonic coffin for the time being. Also, he was just about to take the teleportation formation back to the Yuan Mountains. After flying for an entire day, they finally arrived at the capital of the Eternal Devil Nation. Back then Lu Ming had defeated the ancient devil and was very famous. When he came to pay his respects to the ancient emperor, someone naturally went in to report. Very soon Lu Ming saw the ancient emperor. Lu Ming, you're actually fine. The ancient emperor was shocked to see Lu Ming. In the past few years he had sent a large number of experts and other great emperors into the demonic sea to attack the black-robed men. He had even sent Emperor to be into the canyon. However, those emperors to be were like stones sinking into the sea. They never came out after entering. It was normal. An ordinary emperor to be would have been killed by the guards at the first level. By then Lu Ming would have passed a few levels and no one would have seen him. Therefore the ancient emperor was naturally very surprised to see Lu Ming. He used to think that Lu Ming had most likely met with a mishap. I was lucky to escape. Great Emperor, I'm here to return the ancient demon coffin to you, Lu Ming said. Then he waved his hand and the ancient demon coffin appeared in the hall. It's really the ancient demonic coffin. The ancient emperor was overjoyed. He had put in so much effort and paid a huge price, but he still could not get the eternal demonic coffin back. Now that Lu Ming had it back he was naturally happy. The ancient emperor kept the ancient demonic coffin with a smile on his face. He then looked at Qiu Yue and said, Lu Ming, this little girl is the one you want to save, right? It is, Lu Ming said. Not bad, you're loyal and affectionate. Lu Ming, I won't forget the fact that you've helped me retrieve the eternal demonic coffin. If you need help in the future, I'll do my best to help you. The ancient emperor laughed. Thank you, your majesty. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Returning the ancient demonic coffin to the ancient emperor was indeed a wise choice. The ancient emperor was a great emperor and the master of the ancient demon nation. He was too powerful. The value of him helping Lu Ming once was immeasurable. Chapter 2075. Chapter 2075. Heading to the Divine Land. Chapter 2075. Chapter 2075. Heading to the Divine Land. After returning the eternal demonic coffin to the eternal emperor, Lu Ming and Ming Yu took the teleportation formation and returned to Mount Yuan. Of course, it was impossible to teleport directly to Mount Yuan. Instead they were teleported to a place close to Mount Yuan. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue flew to Mount Yuan. Half a month later they finally returned to ancient Moon Holy Land. The Great Yen Elixir Hall was completely empty. Uncle Kong wasn't present. Lu Ming went to the Phoenix Palace to ask for information. He learned that the Phoenix Palace Master had already brought some people to the Divine Land. He also learned that Huang Ling, Long Qin, Huang Li, and the others had all ended their seclusion and were heading towards the Divine Fated Land. However, the other party told him that the Sons of God should still be in seclusion, but the great emperors would send them to the Divine Land. Lu Ming speculated that the few Sons of God should be Bubbles, Ouyang Moli and Xianxia. Seems like I'll have to head to the Divine Fated Land too, Lu Ming pondered. Some of them had already gone to the Divine Land and the great emperors would send some of them over, so he didn't need to worry. After resting for 2 days in Guyu Sanctuary, Lu Ming and Qiu Yue set off for the Divine Fated Land. It was impossible to go to the Divine Land directly by the teleportation formation because it was too far and there were special reasons. The two of them went through several teleportations and arrived at the edge of the Yuan mountain. The divine land was located in the middle of the Yuan continent, and it was very special, because he was surrounded by the Ring Sea. It was as if a piece of land had been smashed down by an incomparably huge ring, piercing through the earth. That ring had become a ring sea, and the part inside the ring was the divine land. Apart from the barren lands of the Endless Islands, the other 8 lands were all on the outskirts of the Ring Sea. They surrounded the divine land. The divine land was undoubtedly the largest, most vast and most powerful region among the 10 lands of the primordial realm. It was said that the divine land was the total area of the other 8 lands, excluding the Forsaken Land. One could imagine how large the divine land was. The divine land was filled with outstanding people and all kinds of races. There were many sects and ancient clans and countless forces. The desolate race in the distant past was also a powerful ancient race in the divine fated land. With such prosperity, there were naturally countless geniuses. Especially now that it was the Golden Age, no one knew how many geniuses had been born in the divine land. There were probably many top-notch sons of heaven. This time, the Battle of the 10 Lands would be held in the City of Destiny in the land of the divine fate. In other places, if one wanted to go to the divine land, they had to pass through the Ring Sea. However, the Ring Sea was too wide and the environment was extremely harsh. On the Ring Sea, terrifying gales, raindrops and lightning were commonplace. There were even some regions where space was extremely unstable, with terrifying spatial rifts and void storms appearing. It was too difficult and dangerous to fly across the Ring Sea. Therefore, some powerful forces in the divine land developed a kind of warship that could travel across the sea. These warships knew some special routes to avoid danger. Ordinary people who wanted to cross the Ring Sea and head to the divine land would have to take this kind of warship, so they naturally had to pay a huge amount of raw gemstones. This was also how the forces in the divine land earned raw gemstones. Especially during this period, countless people from other regions had gathered around the Ring Sea to head to the divine fate land. Every time the cross-sea battleships arrived, it would be full. Ming and Qiu Yue arrived at a big city near the ocean. After asking around, they went to the ocean. Boom, boom, boom. Huge waves surged into the sky, deafening the ears. From a distance, the waves that were hundreds of meters high were hitting the coastline one after another. In the middle of the sea there were a few huge ships. There were a few cross-sea battleships, each of which was tens of thousands of meters long and thousands of meters tall. The dense crowd boarded the cross-sea warship. The Battle of the 10 Lands had never happened before in history. This was the first time. Moreover, it was the Golden Age now, and the overwhelming prodigies were appearing frequently. The peak confrontation would take place in the divine fated land, which attracted too many people. Just Mount Yuan alone would have sent countless people into the land of divine destiny. Every day, a large number of people would board the cross-sea battleship and head toward the divine land. Ming and Qiu Yue chose one at random. They paid a large number of raw stones and boarded a cross-sea warship. The cross-sea battleship was very large. It had many floors and many rooms. Everyone who boarded the battleship would be assigned a room. The two of them entered the room to cultivate and waited. A few days later, the battleship began to move and set off for the divine land. After the warship was activated, countless people rushed out of the rooms and came to the deck. The scenery around the ocean was magnificent and full of wondrous sights. Many people who were here for the first time naturally did not want to miss it. Ming and Qiu Yue also came to the deck and looked around. Boom, boom, boom. The huge battleship braved the wind and waves, heading in the direction of the divine land at an amazing speed. Soon it left the Yuan mountain and entered the vast Ring Sea. Chila. In the distance, there was a violent storm and lightning that cut through the void as if it wanted to split the sky. However, a light shield rose on the ship, blocking the rain and wind. Not long after, they saw a huge creature appear on the surface of the sea. It was a sea beast and it was extremely huge. Although the environment around the Ring Sea was harsh, there were still some sea beasts that lived there, and their strength was also very shocking. Qiu Yue was very curious. She pulled Ming and looked around, chattering non-stop. The journey to the divine fated land would take about half a month. Ming and Qiu Yue were not in a hurry to cultivate. It was a good time to relax. In the demonic sea, in order to cross the canyon, Ming had been cultivating every day. He had been jumping very tightly. Now was a good time to relax. He stood on the deck and looked at the endless sea, feeling broad-minded. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. More sea beasts have appeared and there are quite a number of them. Strange, I've been encountering sea beasts a lot recently. I've heard from other experienced people that although there are sea beasts in the surrounding ocean, due to the harsh environment, there are not many of them. Usually we would only encounter them by chance. However, we've encountered many of them these days, many of which are in groups. It is indeed strange. Some people were discussing and felt that it was a little strange, but they didn't think too much about it. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Look, what's that? Not good. Those are sea beasts. There are so many sea beasts. What? Someone cried out in alarm. A dense group of sea beasts had appeared in front of the cross-sea warship, blocking its way. This forced the cross-sea warship to stop. Then more sea beasts emerged from the sea around the cross-sea warship. The sea-crossing warship was surrounded by a dense number of sea beasts. Thump. Boom. On the warship the sound of drums rang out. This was an alarm indicating that they had encountered danger. Chapter 2076. Chapter 2076. Besieged by Sea Beasts. Chapter 2076. Chapter 2076. Besieged by Sea Beasts. The sound of the drums was deafening. Countless people rushed out of the rooms on the battleship and rushed to the deck. When they saw the countless sea beasts around them, their faces turned pale. What's going on? There aren't many sea beasts in the Ring Sea, and they rarely gather together to attack the warships. What's going on? Why are there so many sea beasts gathering all of a sudden? Some of the more experienced people cried out in alarm, their expressions extremely grave. Some people from the chambers of commerce often traveled between the two places and had never encountered such a situation. Everyone, the situation is bad. Prepare to face the enemy. A middle-aged man with a violent aura and a true Emperor realm cultivation said. This man was the captain of the cross-sea battleship, an expert from a major force in the Divine Land. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant pillar stretched out of the sea. It was hundreds of thousands of feet long and like a giant stick, it smashed toward the cross-sea warship. Boom. The giant stick struck the light shield of RHE cross-sea warship, causing it to shake violently. At this time, everyone realized that it was not a giant stick at all, but an octopus tentacle. Whoosh. Sure enough, next moment the sea churned and a huge monster emerged from the sea. There was a huge octopus even bigger than a mountain and a cross-sea warship. Boom. Boom. The 8 tentacles of RG octopus waved like 8 giant whips and whipped toward the cross-sea warship. The cross-sea warship shook violently as if it was going to be overturned at any moment. How did this happen? Countless people's faces turned pale. This octopus was definitely a terrifying existence. It should be a true emperor-level creature and its aura was too strong. In addition, there were many powerful existences among the sea beasts in all directions. If the cross-sea warship was destroyed, they would be in danger when facing so many sea beasts and the harsh environment around the sea. Many people's faces turned pale. In the past he had heard that it was very safe to take the cross-sea warship. There were very few accidents. Why did something happen the moment they took the warship? Evil creature, you're looking for death. The captain of the cross-sea battleship, the middle-aged man, shouted and rushed out of the light shield. A saber appeared in his hand and he slashed. A blade light tens of thousands of feet long, cut through the void and slashed at the octopus. An octopus tentacle was cut off by the blade light, and its blood dyed the sea red. Golly! The octopus let out a strange roar as if it was enraged. The remaining tentacles attacked the burly man. The burly man continued to slash out blade lights, fighting against the octopus. Both of them were extremely powerful beings with monstrous strength. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Right at this moment, a heaven-shaking roar came from the sea. The water churned and another huge creature appeared. A true dragon. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A huge creature appeared in the sea. It was actually a true dragon. It was a blue dragon. Its entire body was blue and it was sparkling and resplendent. Its body was over 30,000 meters long. Its 2 huge eyes coldly looked at the cross-sea warship, and its terrifying aura made people tremble. He was also a powerful true emperor. Senior, why are you attacking us? Can you let us go? A young man stepped forward and spoke to the true dragon. Then the young man's body began to change. He was also a true dragon. In the land of Mount Yuan, there were countless spiritual elegant mountain peaks, and naturally there were some true dragons living there. However, the huge true dragon in the sea didn't give in. It roared and attacked the cross-sea warship. Boom! As the blue true dragon stepped forward, the sea water roared and turned into water pillars, blasting toward the sea-crossing warship. The cross-sea battleship shook and the light shield kept shaking. If this continued, it would not be able to hold for long. However, what made them feel despair was that another giant creature appeared in another direction. It was a shark and it was extremely huge. It was no weaker than the true dragon and it also attacked the trans-sea warship. Everyone, now let's all run for our lives. The cross-sea battleship was a powerful force in the divine land. Naturally, there were many people on the battleship. At this moment, an elder who was also a powerful existence spoke. Boom! Boom! The cross-sea battleship kept shaking and finally with a bang the defensive shield was broken. The true dragon let out a long roar and stepped on REC. Its mountain-like dragon claws grabbed at the cross-sea battleship and tore a piece of the ship. Kill. The old man charged at the true dragon. However, the shark crashed into the warship, almost breaking it apart. At the same time, countless sea beasts roared and charged over from all directions. Run! Run, run, run! On the cross-sea battleship, countless people rushed in all directions. Ming and Qiu Yue also rushed down from the sea-crossing warship at the first moment and rushed toward the depths of REC. Roar! Gah! The sea beasts let out all sorts of strange cries. He realized that the powerful ones among the sea beasts had their eyes on the beings on the warship at once. Many of RHE beings above the rank of Martial Supreme were fighting with each other. On the other hand, the sea beasts below the Martial Supreme realm attacked the people or divine beasts below the Martial Supreme realm. A chaotic battle broke out on the sea's surface. It was extremely tragic. People kept screaming and falling into RC, dying here forever. Of course, there were also sea beasts that were killed and their blood stained the sea. Qiu Yue, you enter the mountain and river diagram first. Ming sent a voice transmission to Qiu Yue. Qiu Yue nodded. She knew that her abilities were far inferior to Ming's. It would be more convenient for Ming to move alone. After storing Qiu Yue into RHE mountain and river diagram, Ming flew toward the depths of RHE ring sea. Whoosh! A huge silver swordfish, like a divine sword, lulled a human absolute saint and charged at Ming. Bang! Ming struck out with his palm and killed the swordfish. Its body was torn into pieces. However, more sea beasts pounced at Ming from all directions. Ming waved his palm continuously, killing 7 RO8 sea beasts. There are too many sea beasts. If this continues, it'll be very difficult to break through. Ming frowned. He would be in danger if he was targeted by the powerful Void Emperor or even RHE True Emperor. After all, during the battle in the Demonic Sea, Ming had controlled the Celestial Thearch's body to fight against 2 great emperors. There was not much energy left in RHE Celestial Thearch's body. He could no longer control it if it was less than 10%. Without a Celestial Emperor corporeal body, he could only rely on himself to charge through. Into the sea. Ming's heart skipped a beat. He plunged into the sea and swam toward the depths of the sea. As RHE saying goes, RHE most dangerous place is the safest place. Those sea beasts were either on RHE surface of the sea or in the air, chasing after humans and divine beasts. Their power in the sea would definitely be much weaker. As expected, after Ming entered the sea, he realized that there were fewer sea beasts. Most of the sea beasts' eyes were on the surface. Ming swam forward rapidly. However, just because there were few sea beasts did not mean that there were none. There were still sea beasts that had their eyes on Ming and were charging at him. Chapter 2077. Shenxiao Sect. Chapter 2077. Shenxiao Sect. Ming pointed his fingers a few times in a row, shooting out finger forces and killing a few sea beasts. However, Ming's combat strength had finally attracted the attention of a powerful sea beast. It was a seal the size of a mountain and it pounced at Ming. It's equivalent to a 2-star Void Emperor. Ming narrowed his eyes slightly when he sensed the aura of the other party. However, he was not afraid at all. He rushed towards the seal and used the Chaos Divine Palm. His palm turned gray and misty, containing the power of 4 types of laws. Bang! Ming's palm landed on one of the seal's claws. The seal's body trembled and its claws were split open by Lu Ming. Blood flowed out continuously as its huge body was forced to retreat. The seal was extremely shocked. It was a 2-star illusionary emperor. In the sea it had immense strength and combat strength. However, it was not Lu Ming's match and was injured by Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming's aura was not at the martial emperor realm yet, but he had such powerful combat strength which shocked him. Buzz. Lu Ming did not linger in the battle. He dashed forward and swam forward. The seal did not dare to pursue him. After that, Lu Ming continued to kill a few more sea beasts and gradually left the battlefield. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that there was a young man following behind him. Whoosh! The sea water churned as a few emperor-to-be sea beasts chased after the young man. The young man waved his hands and a few figures appeared beside him. A puppet. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and realized that the few figures beside the young man were puppets. They were human-shaped puppets that looked like real people, and they all carried a sword like this on their backs. However, there was no life force on its body. Therefore, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that it was a puppet. A few puppets rushed out and fought with the sea beasts. The puppet's body was fearless of death and pain. Its combat strength was amazing. It suppressed the sea beasts and killed them in a few moves. What a wondrous puppet art. Lu Ming was a little shocked. That was because those puppets actually knew the art of divine power and could control the power of laws. It was truly unbelievable. Lu Ming knew a little about the puppet technique. When his cultivation level was still weak, he had studied puppetry in the Divine Wilderness continent. At that time his puppetry skills were not low. However, this young man's puppetry was many times more brilliant than his. I've never heard of any power that specializes in puppeteering in the Yuan Mountain. Could it be that this person isn't someone from the Yuan Mountain? Lu Ming had an idea in his mind and he continued to move forward. However, he realized that the young man was following behind him. Lu Ming frowned slightly. What made Lu Ming frown even more was that not long after, a few more sea beasts came after him. To be more precise, they were not chasing Lu Ming but the young man. The young man controlled the puppet and killed a few sea beasts before following Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned and stopped. When the young man approached, he said coldly, "This brother, why have you been following me? Brother, can you do us a favor? We can leave this sea area together." The young man cupped his fists and said. The young man was dressed in a yellow robe and was quite handsome. He didn't give off an overbearing feeling and was very polite. "Why should I help you?" Lu Ming said with a sullen face. He didn't know the other party, so why would he help him? "Brother, to tell you the truth, I'm in the Divine Land, a disciple of the Divine Puppet Sect. The Divine Puppet Sect is named after puppets. If you help me, I can give you a rare flying puppet. Its speed is amazing and it can reach a speed of 100 times that of the space-breaking shuttle." After the young man finished speaking, he waved his hand and a puppet that looked like an eagle appeared. "It can reach 100 times the speed of a flying shuttle." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This kind of puppet was definitely rare and very valuable. It was most suitable for transportation. To be honest, Lu Ming was a little tempted. The land of divine destiny Shenxiao sect? To be honest, I'm very interested in your puppetry. Lu Ming's eyes turned and he smiled. He was indeed very interested in the other party's puppetry technique. The puppets he refined could actually display nomological laws. If he could master it, it would be of great help at critical moments. "Brother, do you want to learn the art of puppetry?" "Sure, as long as we reach the divine fated land, you can follow me to the divine vulture sect to learn. One can also pass on some secret puppet techniques to you," the young man said. "Shenxiao sect's puppetry technique is willing to be taught to outsiders?" Lu Ming was suspicious. "Brother, you might not know this, but the Xianxia sect is not a sect in the traditional sense. The Xianxia sect is formed by many powerhouses who are proficient in puppetry. The purpose is to attract more people who are proficient in puppetry to join. Therefore, in the Xianxiao sect, everyone is encouraged to exchange the Tao of puppets and various secret techniques with each other. It is not forbidden to spread it," the yellow-robed young man explained. The yellow-robed young man tossed a jade talisman to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He found that there were indeed many secret skills related to puppets. "Why didn't you find someone else? Why did you have to find me?" Lu Ming asked casually. "It's because your combat strength is strong. You're not even a martial supreme, but you've injured a 2-star illusionary divine seal with one move. This level of combat strength is really incredible. I didn't expect that there would be a heaven's favorite like you in the Yuan Mountain. The yellow-robed young man's eyes were filled with surprise. Previously, when he saw Lu Ming's combat strength, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Then I'll take this puppet as well. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the goshawk puppet. The yellow-robed young man was overjoyed. Lu Ming had accepted the puppet, which meant that he had agreed to help him. Then the two of them walked forward. Lu Ming found out that the yellow-robed young man was called Di Kai. It was obvious that he was also a heaven's favorite. He had a king's body, and the laws he controlled were the laws of craftsmanship. Artifact Dao laws were also a type of King Dao laws, and they were on par with Array Dao laws. The law of craftsmanship could control all the weapons in the world and was much more superior than the law of weapons of the Wan family. The weapon law could only control metallic weapons, but the law of craftsmanship could control any weapon. However, not long after the two of them advanced, a few more sea beasts chased after them, and they were easily dealt with by the two of them. However, after traveling for a while, they encountered sea beasts again. This made Lu Ming frown. They had already left the battlefield. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be so many sea beasts chasing after them. However, the fact was that there were sea beasts constantly chasing after them as if they had locked onto them. Roar. A huge sea lion roared and broke through the water with a shocking aura. A one-star illusionary emperor-level sea beast. Chi Kai's face was a little pale. Lu Ming rushed forward and fought with the sea lion. In just a few moves, the one-star illusionary emperor sea lion was split open by Lu Ming's palm and died an unnatural death. Brother Lu's combat strength is truly shocking. Seeing Lu Ming kill a one-star illusionary emperor sea lion with just a few moves with his own eyes, Di Kai's heart was in turmoil and he could not calm down. Chapter 2078. Chapter 2078. Arriving at the Divine Land. Chapter 2078. Chapter 2078. Arriving at the Divine Land. It wasn't as if he had never seen the Son of God, who was born in the land of God. The battle strength of the Son of Heaven was indeed amazing. A Son of Heaven who had reached the Emperor-to-be realm could indeed fight with a one-star Void Emperor and even suppress him. The stronger Son of Heaven, after reaching the Emperor-to-be level, could even defeat a one-star Void Emperor, but it would be difficult to kill him. He had never heard of someone like Lu Ming who could kill a one-star Emperor-to-be in a few moves. The Battle of the Ten Lands this time will probably be extremely intense. I wonder what kind of freaks will appear. Chi Kai couldn't help but think. Brother He, are you hiding something from me? Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he looked at the man. He felt that something was wrong. Those sea beasts seemed to have locked onto them and were chasing after them. Brother Lu, why do you say that? Nia Kai's expression changed slightly. These sea beasts are obviously coming for us. I don't have anything. You're the only one they're after. Besides, I'm really curious. You're a heaven's favorite of the Divine Destiny Land. Why did you come to the Yuan Mountain? Now people from all over the world are gathering toward the Divine Land. Lu Ming said. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Brother Lu. To be honest, a few months ago I set off from the Divine Fated Land and entered the Ring Sea. I stole a treasure from the Ring Sea. This treasure is very useful for refining puppets. However, at that time I was being chased by sea beasts and all the people who followed me died. I was lucky and escaped to Yuan Mountain. This time I was preparing to return, but I didn't expect to be targeted by sea beasts. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. It seems like the sea beasts attacked the ship this time because of you, he said. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. He finally understood why there were so many sea beasts attacking the ship for no reason. This was all because he had stolen a peerless treasure from the sea. I didn't expect it to turn out like this either. I've already laid down layers of seals on that treasure, and I thought that the sea beasts wouldn't be able to sense it. Now it seems like the sea beasts still have a trace of it or they wouldn't have attacked the ship. And there wouldn't be sea beasts constantly chasing after me. Chao Kai smiled bitterly. Seems like the sea beasts only sensed it a little. Otherwise it wouldn't be a bunch of shrimp soldiers chasing after you, but a true emperor. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, do you have a solution? Richard said. Yes, you can leave that treasure to me for safekeeping. One can completely isolate the aura of the treasure. Lu Ming smiled slightly and looked at the splitting. All right. To Lu Ming's surprise, Ni Kai nodded and took out a storage ring, handing it to Lu Ming. It must be known that it was definitely a peerless treasure since it could attract so many powerful sea beasts. Lu Ming had not expected it to be split open and handed over to him. Brother Lu, the treasure is in the storage ring. I've overlapped several storage rings and placed them in my Eden treasure, but I didn't expect that I still couldn't completely isolate it. Gao Kai sighed. With his status, he naturally did not lack grotto heaven treasures. Brother He, don't worry. I'll return it to you. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the storage ring that he had split open into two into the mountain and river diagram. Naturally, Lu Ming did not rely on the mountain and river diagram to isolate the aura of the treasure. Even if he used an Eden treasure to cut it open, it would not be able to isolate it. Naturally, the mountain and river diagram would be useless as well. Lu Ming relied on the divine breath technique. The mountain and river diagram was in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Lu Ming used the divine breath technique to completely conceal the aura in his body and isolate it. Naturally, at the same time, it also isolated the aura emitted by the sea of consciousness. After that, the two of them continued to move forward. As expected, they did not attract any more sea beasts. The two of them continued on their journey, and after a day the two of them flew out of the sea. Brother Lu, we won't be able to reach the divine land if we go like this. The ocean is constantly changing and it's easy to get lost. There are also many dangerous places. We need to stop a cross-sea warship to reach the divine land. Richard said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Di Kai was a proud son of heaven in the land of a divine destiny. He knew more about the ring sea. After that, he took out a puppet and suspended it in the air. The two of them sat on the puppet and waited quietly. Now they could only try their luck and see if there were any cross-sea warships passing by. Fortunately, during this period of time, there were many cross-sea warships coming and going, so they might be able to encounter them. As for Lu Ming, he sat on the puppet and studied the puppet technique. The puppet technique recorded in the Jade Talisman given by Qi Kai was extremely profound. However, Lu Ming already had the foundation of puppetry. Most importantly, he had mastered the Array Dao laws. Although the laws of Array Dao didn't match the puppetry techniques like the laws of craftsmanship, inscriptions and runes were also necessary to refine puppets. Therefore, by controlling the Array Dao laws and comprehending the puppetry technique, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Just like that, they waited here for half a month. Boom, boom, boom. In front of them, a huge object was sailing over. It was the sea-crossing warship, and it was heading from the Yuan Mountain to the Divine Land. The two of them released their auras and made a commotion, attracting the attention of the people on the cross-sea warship. As the cross-sea battleship approached, one of the powerhouses stared at them and said, "What's wrong with you? Why did it appear in the Ring Sea?" "My lord, our cross-sea warship was attacked by sea beasts more than half a month ago and was blown up. We escaped." Qi Kai replied. "So you're the survivors of that cross-sea warship? Come on." That expert's expression changed, and then he let the two of them board the ship. The last time the cross-sea battleship was attacked by the sea beasts, many people had survived. This news had already spread, and the cross-sea battleships passing by had naturally heard of it. Since they had encountered survivors, they naturally didn't mind giving them a ride. Of course, raw gemstones had to be paid. The two of them boarded the cross-sea battleship. The cross-sea battleship was restarted and they headed toward the Divine Land. This time there was no more danger. After 7 days, they finally crossed the Ring Sea and arrived at the Divine Fated Land. What a rich origin Qi. The origin Qi in the Divine Land is even richer than that in Yuan Mountain. After getting off the cross-sea warship and arriving at the shore, Lu Ming took a deep breath. Brother Lu, the Shenxiao sect is a force near the sea. You can go there from the nearby teleportation array. Richard said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. It was his first time in the Divine Land and he was unfamiliar with the people and the place. He needed to find a place to settle down and get to know the place better. Moreover, there were still more than 4 months before the Battle of the 10 Lands. It was still early, so he was not in a hurry to go to Destiny City. He could take a look around. Brother He, this is your storage ring. Lu Ming returned the storage ring that he had split open. Many thanks, Brother Lu. Chu Kai received it and expressed his gratitude. When he handed the storage ring to Lu Ming previously, he was already prepared that Lu Ming would not return it. If Lu Ming did not return it, he could not do anything about it. Lu Ming returned the storage ring to him. He was rather touched and admired Lu Ming. He was indeed impressed that he was unmoved by the treasure in front of him. Chapter 2079. The Gathering of Geniuses. Chapter 2079. The gathering of geniuses, the Shenxiao sect, was located along the coast of the divine fated land. It was a sect formed by many experts who were profound in puppetry. They emphasized mutual exploration and the idea of common progress. Therefore, relatively speaking, the Shenxiao sect was very free. Lu Ming brought Qiu Yue and Di Kai to the Shenxiao sect, but no one cared. What a wondrous puppet! Walking within the Shenxiao sect, Qiu Yue exclaimed. Inside the Shenxiao sect, all kinds of puppets could be seen everywhere. There were beast-shaped ones, human-shaped ones, and some human-shaped ones which were almost exactly the same as humans. These puppets were helping the Shenxiao sect with various matters, such as mining, refining, and even planting spiritual herbs and sacred medicines. There were many things that didn't need to be handled by people, and were directly handed over to the puppets. I heard that when the puppetry technique is cultivated to the highest level, it can allow the puppet to gain sentience and become no different from a living being. That's truly wondrous. Chu Kai sighed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought of Earth One, Gold One, and the others in the Chaos Hall. Weren't they puppets? They were no different from normal living beings. Following that, Lu Ming and Qiu Yue would stay in the Shenxiao sect for the time being. There were some places in the Shenxiao sect that could help people comprehend the puppetry. Lu Ming walked around the Shenxiao sect, comprehending the puppet technique. Of course, he wouldn't put all his energy into puppetry. His own cultivation was the most important. Puppeteering only required a little bit of proficiency. Half a month later, Lu Ming's puppetry technique had improved greatly. He could now control a few powerful puppets with his soul power. This way it was almost enough. Today Di Kai found Lu Ming and Qiu Yue. He told Lu Ming that in a few days, there would be two powerful sons of heaven fighting on the ancient emperor stage. These two sons of God were also the sons of death. Two children of death? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Now the paragons from all over the world have poured into the divine land. In addition to the paragons of the divine land itself, the number of paragons is truly as high as the clouds. It has reached an unprecedented level and is extremely brilliant. The Battle of the 10 Lands hasn't started yet. The paragons of the various lands are wandering around the land of divine destiny. From time to time there will be clashes. The battles between the paragons happen often, especially those who control the same law. They all want to surpass each other and become the only one. The battle is even more intense, Di Kai explained. Lu Ming nodded. This was inevitable. Moreover, before the battle in the 10 Lands, he could feel out his opponent's strength so that he would have an idea of what to do. The battle between the two sons of God has attracted a large number of heaven's favorites. Do you want to go and take a look? Richard said. Go. Lu Ming nodded. Now that he had comprehended the death law, he might be able to gain some insights by watching the battles between the other children of death. Also, he was very curious about who the two children of death were. He had seen two children of death before. One was the Death Blade, and the other was Ji Long from the land of myriad demons. Was it the two of them? Perhaps there were others who had mastered the law of death? They immediately set off. The ancient emperor stage was a 2-day journey away from here. The battle was scheduled for 3 days later. They didn't want to waste any time just in case they couldn't make it. 2 days later, they arrived at a small city near the ancient emperor stage and rested there for a night. On the second day it was the day of the battle between the two children of death. They then headed towards the ancient emperor stage. When they arrived, the place was already packed with people. At a glance, many of them were young Heaven's Pride experts, and there were also some of the older generation. All of them were standing around a platform. This platform looked extremely ancient and was filled with the marks of time. This was the ancient emperor platform. According to the legends, there were ancient heavenly emperors who comprehended Tao here. This platform was sturdy and immortal, and it had also become the place where many powerhouses fought. Around the platform there were 9 stone pillars that pierced through the sky, giving off a feeling of superiority. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the crowd and he found a few familiar faces. For example, Wei Tiandao and the others were all geniuses of the Yuan Mountain. Back then they had cultivated together in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Buzz. At this moment, a figure flashed and rushed up to one of the 9 stone pillars. He stood on top of the stone pillar and looked down on everyone. Who is this person? You dare to stand on the gazing emperor pillar with such confidence? Could it be that he's a son of God? If not, he'll definitely be beaten into a pig head. Some people cried out in surprise while others sneered gloatingly. Ming understood the meaning of the gazing emperor pillar after the explanation. He was not looking at any ordinary martial sovereign, but the heavenly sovereign. Stepping onto the emperor pillar represented talent, potential and status. Only the strongest heaven's favorites could stand on top of the pillar. If an ordinary person stepped on it, they would definitely be thrown off. Buzz. Not long after, another figure stepped onto the gazing emperor pillar. This was a handsome young man wearing a purple and gold robe, and his face was filled with cold arrogance. That's Zhou. He only has a king body. Although I've heard that he has cultivated the light of laws and is very powerful, I'm afraid he's not strong enough to stand on the emperor gazing pillar. That's right. Just watch. Someone is definitely going to make a move. Seeing the purple and golden-robed young man fly up the emperor gazing pillar, the surrounding people began to discuss. Just as the crowd was discussing, a young man in a black robe appeared in the air. Step by step he walked toward Zhou and his powerful aura crushed toward Zhou. A mere king physique and you want to step onto the gazing emperor pillar? Get the hell out. The black-robed young man said indifferently, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Let's see if you have the ability to make me go down. You're courting death. Zhou said coldly. A terrifying aura erupted from his body as a beam of light spread out and covered his entire body. Not only that, but there was also a purple river that danced around him, making him look like a god. Light of law, river of law. Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected of the geniuses from all over the world. There were too many geniuses in the divine destiny land. This Zhou was definitely powerful. He had a peerless king body and had already reached the emperor-to-be realm. He had also cultivated the light of laws. In the past, when it was rare for a child of heaven to appear, he would definitely be a heaven's favorite who could suppress the world. If the son of heaven didn't appear, who could compete with him? Even in the golden age he was still a top-notch genius. However, the black-robed young man's expression remained calm. There was even a hint of disdain as he said, "If you don't get lost, then I'll make you get lost." Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The space seemed to tremble and 6 pitch-black vortexes suddenly appeared behind the black-robed young man. The vortex kept spinning as if it was trying to suck people's minds in. The 6 paths of reincarnation, it's the law of reincarnation. This is a child of samsara. I know who he is. Qiu Yue. He's Yue, the peerless genius of the divine destiny land. Many people exclaimed. Ming's heart skipped a beat. This person was also a scion of samsara just like Ouyang Moli. If this person were to encounter Ouyang Moli, there would probably be a battle. The moment Yi's law of reincarnation appeared, Zhou expression turned ugly. Chapter 2080. The 6 Sons of God. Chapter 2080. The 6 Sons of God. Are you going to get down yourself or do you want me to make you get out? Yue looked at Zhou indifferently, his disdain growing. Zhou's expression was extremely ugly. She gritted her teeth and said, "So what if he's the son of samsara? I'm going to see how powerful the law of samsara is today." You're overestimating yourself. Yue coldly spoke as he stepped forward. Boom. The 6 vortexes on Yue's back moved with him and shot toward Zhou. The 6 vortexes spun rapidly and exploded with terrifying power, trying to pull Zhou in and drag him into the cycle of reincarnation. Zhou's expression was extremely serious. He exploded with all his power and purple light burst forth from his body, forming a purple sword light that slashed toward Yue. Zhou had used all his strength in this move. It was powerful enough to shock ordinary people. However, he was facing a scion of samsara. Boom. The whirlpool of the 6 paths of reincarnation pressed down and Zhou's sword radiance disintegrated into purple light spots. Zhou's body shook violently and was sent flying like a cannonball. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Everyone was shocked. One move, just one move, and Zhou was defeated. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and could not even withstand a single blow. Is the difference between the king physique and the son of God that big? Someone said unwillingly. This was also a king body. Yi's cultivation must have reached the emperor-to-be realm as well. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to defeat Zhou in one move. However, the difference between the son of heaven and the body of a king is indeed huge. In a battle of the same level, the body of a king is no match for the son of heaven. Unless the son of heaven didn't cultivate the light of law. In that case it's possible to compete with the king physique, but the chances of losing are still high. Some of the geniuses sighed. There's no need to sigh. The Son of God does indeed have an absolute advantage below the martial supreme realm. He's almost invincible in a battle of the same realm, but that's only for those below the martial supreme realm. After reaching the martial emperor realm, one can comprehend many laws. Some of them don't even have the king body. Great talents mature late. Before the martial emperor realm, their performance was mediocre, but after breaking through to the martial emperor realm, they rose up in one fell swoop and comprehended the strongest law. It's enough to compete with or even defeat the Son of God. A young man spoke, full of confidence in himself. Many people's eyes lit up with hope when they heard this. Yes, that was indeed the case. The so-called king's body and the Son of God only gave him a temporary advantage. However, after he became a martial sovereign, this advantage would weaken. This was because martial sovereigns could comprehend a variety of laws. Some people below the rank of martial sovereigns could only comprehend ordinary laws. However, after breaking through to the rank of a martial sovereign, they could comprehend an ultimate law in one go. They would then break through all the barriers and become unparalleled experts. There were many such examples in history. After defeating Ziliosu, Yu He landed on the emperor-gazing pillar and stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an overbearing aura. Ziliosu glared at Yu He, but in the end she didn't step on the other gazing emperor pillars. If one's strength was insufficient, even if they stepped on it, they would be blasted down. Some of the other king bodies were also tempted, but they held back. At this moment, some people looked at the young man who was the first to step onto the gazing emperor pillar. This person was dressed in a white robe. Even after seeing Yu He defeat Ziliosu, his expression remained calm. Everyone immediately knew that this person was also a son of God. The two sons of death hadn't even arrived yet, and two sons of heaven had already appeared. This made everyone look forward to it. When the children of heaven gather, will they have a duel first? Haha, it's really lively. A loud laugh sounded out as a red-robed young man stepped through the air and directly landed on one of the gazing the emperor pillars. Some people recognized that this was also a son of God from the land of divine destiny. The divine land was the most powerful land in the primordial realm. It was vast and boundless. Apart from the desolate land, the other 8 lands added together were only as big as the divine land. There were naturally many geniuses. It was said that the divine land had each of the 10 ultimate maxims. Some even had more than one ultimate maxim. It was truly shocking for the top 10 to gather in one place. Amit Ba. A Buddhist proclamation sounded and a young monk stepped through the air. A snow-white cassock fluttered in the wind, untainted by dust and dirt. The monk also landed on one of the emperor-gazing pillars. It's Saint Monk Wuxian of Boundless Temple. Someone exclaimed in shock. Saint Monk Wuxian is here too. One heard that he controls the law of karma, one of the 10 strongest laws. Everything is within karma. Someone said solemnly. The law of karma. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The law of karma was also one of the top 10 laws. Without a doubt, it was an extremely terrifying and mysterious law. Everything in the world had cause and effect, and the cycle of cause and effect formed the world. To be able to control the law of karma and to be able to control karma, this was definitely terrifying. He'd kill people without them noticing. For now it was the 4th child of God. Many people were looking forward to seeing if these children of heaven would start a war. At this moment 2 streaks of light flew over from the distance. These 2 rainbow lights were also 2 young men. They did not slow down and landed on the Wangdi pillar. It's him. Lu Ming recognized one of them. He was the son of the void, the top genius of the immortal demon kingdom in the land of infinite demons. Some people recognized the other person. He was a peerless genius of the divine fated land. 6 sons of God. Someone exclaimed. This time it's a golden age that's rarely seen since ancient times. Many sons of God have been born in various places. My land of 10,000 demons has 40,000 sons of heaven. As the crowd discussed, some of the geniuses from the land of infinite demons proudly said. It was already very shocking that there were 4 children of God in one place. How many sons of God are there in your Yuan mountain? Someone asked the heaven's favorites from Mount Yuan. 6 of you. A heaven's favorite from Mount Yuan replied. 6. You're just bragging. How can there be 6 of you in your Yuan mountain? The paragons of the land of myriad demons immediately became suspicious. Among the 10 lands of the primordial realm apart from the Forsaken Land, the strength of Yuan Mountain was considered weak. Now the heaven's favorite of Yuan Mountain actually said that there were 6 sons of heaven in Yuan Mountain, which immediately aroused suspicion. Many people cast contemptuous looks at the Yuan Mountain. Being looked down upon by others, the heaven's favorites of Yuan Mountain were unhappy. Of course. Wei Tiandao said, "There are indeed 6 sons of heaven in our Mount Yuan. They are the son of chaos, the son of eternity, the son of death, the son of spacetime, the son of life, and the son of samsara." What? There's a son of chaos in Yuan Mountain? It's getting more and more outrageous. It's possible to say that there are other sons of heaven, but it's most likely a lie to say that there's a son of chaos. Some people looked at him with disdain. Although the 10 ultimate maxims were equally famous and ranked side by side, there were actually 2 maxims that were the rarest and had the lowest probability of appearing in history. The laws of chaos and the laws of fate. Chapter 2081. Chapter 2080, Crushing Those of the Same Level. Chapter 2081. Chapter 2080, Crushing Those of the Same Level, the laws of chaos and the laws of fate. These 2 laws were stronger and more profound than the other ultimate laws. The law of fate, as its name suggested, could control fate. All things in the world had fate. This law was extremely terrifying. The laws of chaos existed even before the heavens and earth were created. Everything in the world was born from chaos. The laws of chaos were known as the Emperor of Laws. It was not just for show. Therefore, when many people heard that there was a son of chaos in Yuan Mountain, they found it hard to believe. "We're telling the truth," Wei Tiandao and the rest said. Although Wei Tiandao had a grudge against Lu Ming, he had to mention Lu Ming at this time or he would be looked down upon. The others were bewildered. Could it be that the son of chaos had really been born in Yuan Mountain? Then the battle of the 10 lands this time would probably be even more intense. That was because there was also a son of chaos in the divine land. He was unimaginably powerful and had almost defeated all the enemies in the divine land. There were so many paragons in the divine land, but only a few were a match for the son of chaos. Even some of the other sons of heaven had lost to him. If there really was a son of chaos in Yuan Mountain, who would be stronger if the 2 of them were to fight? As everyone discussed, Lu Ming smiled and was not too bothered. "Brother Lu, aren't you going up to occupy one of the emperor-gazing pillars?" He opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming. He was very clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. It was terrifying and shocking. He was definitely a son of God, an extremely terrifying one. Lu Ming's eyes also revealed his desire. Didn't he come to the divine land to fight against these top heaven's favorites and improve himself? In the Yuan Mountain he had almost no opponents. Ever since the battle at the Lotus Flower World in the Star River, he had not appeared. Now that so many children of heaven had appeared, Lu Ming's body also exuded a trace of fighting spirit. "Qiu, wait for me here," Lu Ming said to Qiu Yue. "Young master, go. All the best." Qiu Yue waved her little fist. Lu Ming smiled and his figure soared into the sky. Then he flew towards one of the gazing emperor pillars and landed on one of them. Many people could not help but look at Lu Ming. "It's him." The paragons of Yuan Mountain were shocked when they saw Lu Ming. In the Yuan Mountain, Lu Ming's reputation had already reached its peak. Not only had he defeated the Star River, but he had also controlled the heavenly emperor's body and killed several martial sovereigns in succession. In the end, he had even abused the great emperor of the He clan. Such a battle record was truly like a magnitude 12 earthquake. "He is the son of chaos in my Yuan Mountain." A heavens chosen from the Yuan Mountain spoke. "What?" Many people were shocked and looked at Lu Ming. This was the son of chaos in Yuan Mountain? Was he the real son of chaos? Even the sons of God on the gazing emperor pillar looked at Lu Ming. Some of them were filled with fighting spirit. "Son of chaos? I'd like to see how strong your combat power is." Sure enough, someone moved. It was a gray-robed young man with a burly figure. Previously, someone had recognized that this person came from the land of Heavenly Barbarian, one of the 10 lands of the Yuan continent. He was a son of primordial chaos who controlled the primordial chaos laws. Primordial chaos laws and chaos laws were the most similar among the 10 ultimate laws. The chaos had yet to open and the primordial chaos had yet to be judged. However, the world had always placed chaos laws above primordial chaos laws. Now that the son of primordial chaos saw Lu Ming, he naturally revealed his fighting spirit. Boom. This person was called Huang Meng. At this moment, a powerful aura burst out from him as he stepped on the air and flew towards Lu Ming. Absolute Saint in the Great Circle. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Huang Meng's cultivation was at the peak of the perfected Absolute Saint realm. He was only one step away from the Emperor-to-be realm. Boom. Huang Meng took action very directly. He was like a primordial beast, his entire body suffused with primordial chaos laws. Primordial chaos laws were like chaos laws as heavy as mountains. Huang Meng threw a punch and a terrifying fist force headed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming activated the Chaos Divine Palm. His palm was like a chaos stone and he slapped it at Huang Meng. Thump. The sky shook like a huge drum and a shocking boom erupted. Then a figure retreated continuously, the void trembled under his feet. It was Huang Meng. The one who retreated was Huang Meng. As for Lu Ming, he was standing on the gazing emperor pillar, motionless. It's the law of chaos. It's really the law of chaos. Someone exclaimed. Before he made a move, some people still did not believe it. Now that he made a move, they finally saw that Lu Ming was really using the laws of chaos. A son of chaos had really appeared in Yuan Mountain. Again, die. Huang Meng shouted. A layer of nomological light emanated from his body as he charged at Lu Ming again. He punched out continuously. Each punch was as heavy as a mountain and each punch could blow up a mountain. Lu Ming still activated the Chaos Divine Palm and met the attack. Boom. Boom. In the sky there were constant explosions. The force from the two's fight turned into a gale that swept in all directions, causing those who were close to it to retreat. After more than 10 consecutive explosions, Huang Meng's body was forced back. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with intense shock. This was because Lu Ming's chaos laws did not form a river. This meant that Lu Ming was not in the Emperor-to-be realm but in the perfected Absolute Saint realm. In a battle at the same level he was actually suppressed. This made him a little discouraged. Thanks for letting me win, Lu Ming said. Just now he had not used any other laws, only the laws of chaos. Although his chaos laws were only at 99% maturity, comparable to the other party's primordial chaos laws, he was still in a state of shock. However, Lu Ming's physical body was already stronger than the average child of God. Furthermore, Lu Ming's array Dao laws had already formed a river. After tempering his physical body once, his physical body had become even stronger. Moreover, Lu Ming's saint energy was stronger than the average person's. Therefore, even if Lu Ming only used the law of chaos, no one would be his match in a battle of the same level. Naturally, he could crush Huang Meng. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He was only at the same level as Huang Meng, but he could crush Huang Meng. They were both children of God, so how could this be? Could the laws of chaos really be that powerful? However, there were also sons of chaos in the land of divine destiny. Although their combat strength was strong, they could not crush the sons of heaven of the same level. Many people looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. You're very strong. I'm not your match. Huang Meng shook his head and returned to the emperor gazing pillar. I'll try. After Huang Meng retreated, another person stepped forward, and a powerful aura pressed toward Lu Ming. Imperial River, the child of Samsara. Many people revealed excited expressions. Yuha was about to make his move. Yuha had already entered the Emperor-to-be realm. The combat strength of a son of heaven at the Emperor-to-be realm was absolutely shocking. He was going to fight Lu Ming. Would Lu Ming be a match for him? A battle in the air. Lu Ming was very straightforward. With that he soared into the sky. Chapter 2082. Chapter 2082 Cross. Level Battle. Chapter 2082. Chapter 2082 Cross Level Battle. Imperial River took a step forward, and his body also shot into the sky. Lu Ming and Yuhi stood opposite each other in the sky. Before they even made a move, their powerful auras were constantly colliding. Yuha was dressed in a black robe, and his entire body was suffused with the light of the laws of reincarnation. Behind him there were 6 vortexes that were spinning non-stop. He wanted to let everything in the world enter reincarnation. Bang! Yuhi took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming. A long sword appeared in his hand. He slashed out and the long sword enlarged rapidly, turning into a huge sword. The most shocking thing was that there were 6 reincarnation vortexes on the giant sword that slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body was filled with the light of the chaotic laws. He was fearless as he rushed towards Yi's giant sword. At the same time he used the chaotic divine palm and struck out. Lu Ming did not use any other laws. He simply used the laws of chaos. He wanted to see how strong he was without using any other laws. Plang. Lu Ming's palm struck Yu He's huge sword. It was as if two divine weapons had collided and a terrifying vibration was produced. A powerful force shot out and Yu He's sword was sent flying by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body also took a few steps back. This move was evenly matched. So powerful. How can the Son of Chaos be so powerful? Many people were shocked beyond words. Lu Ming was only in the perfection of an absolute saint, but he could actually fight against Yu He. Yu He had already broken through to the Emperor-to-be realm. Once one reached the level of Emperor-to-be, the laws would be perfect and would form a river. Moreover, when he broke through to the Emperor-to-be realm, both his body and saint power would be tempered by the laws and would be greatly improved. The great circle of the absolute saint realm seemed to be only one step away from an Emperor-to-be, but the difference in strength was huge. And now both of them were the sons of God. However, Lu Ming's ability to resist the Imperial River despite his cultivation being behind. It was truly shocking. Kill. Yu He let out a long howl. His eyes were like two vortexes as dark as ink. He strode forward and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was fearless. He waved his palm and the two of them engaged in an intense confrontation. The crowd could only see two figures clashing and fighting in the air. The scene was terrifying. Is this still the battle strength of an Emperor-to-be? This is comparable to a martial supreme. The Son of God, once he breaks through to the Emperor-to-be realm, his combat strength is really comparable to a martial emperor. One heard that Yu He just broke through to the Emperor-to-be realm not long ago, but he's still a genuine Emperor-to-be. Lu Ming, who's only a perfected absolute saint, can actually fight with Yu He. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Yu He had exchanged dozens of moves. Many people could not calm down and were discussing excitedly. Of course, they did not know that Lu Ming had already perfected one of his laws. His body and saint energy had been tempered once. Although it was only the tempering of the King Path law, it had improved greatly. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Lu Ming to fight against Yu He with his cultivation base of a perfected ultimate saint with only one chaos law. But now Lu Ming could definitely block the other party. Imperial River was equally shocked, but he was already really angry. He was originally very ambitious and wanted to stand out in the Battle of the Ten Lands. He wanted to be famous and obtain great opportunities. But now, before the Battle of the Ten Lands had even started, he had encountered an unprecedented setback. With his Emperor-to-be cultivation, he couldn't even take down a person in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. He was the scion of Samsara, known to be invincible among his peers. But now he couldn't take down someone whose cultivation was lower than his. This was a huge blow to his self-confidence. Therefore he had to defeat Lu Ming. Yu He let out a long roar and used his strength to the maximum. The sword whistled unceasingly. The 6 vortexes of the reincarnation vortex merged together and turned into a huge vortex. He wanted to pull Lu Ming into the vortex and reincarnate. However, Lu Ming was like a rock in the sea, unmoving. Whoosh. This time Lu Ming used the chaos finger of tribulation. With a point of his finger, a huge chaos finger of tribulation was formed and pointed at the huge reincarnation vortex. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them collided, creating a terrifying explosion. In the end, the two of them disappeared. Lu Ming and Yu He retreated 1,000 meters respectively and stood in the air. Imperial River's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not take down Lu Ming and could only fight to a draw with him. The other sons of God on the pillar were also shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. Once he broke into the Emperor-to-be realm, who could defeat him? Seems that the world is full of geniuses. I have underestimated them in the past. Yu He slowly spoke. At this moment he had already regained his calm. You're also very strong. Lu Ming said. Let's fight again in the Ten Lands battle. After saying this, Yu He stepped out and returned to the gazing Emperor pillar. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the gazing Emperor pillar. This Lu Ming is really getting more and more terrifying. Wei Tiandao muttered. The paragons of the Yuan Mountain felt it the most. They knew that Lu Ming still had a secret skill that he had not used. Back then, when he was fighting against the Star River, Lu Ming had used that secret skill to defeat the Star River. If he used that secret technique, even Yu He wouldn't be his match. I heard that the people in the Stellar River have long broken through to the Emperor-to-be realm. But now it seems that even if the stellar river has broken through to the Emperor-to-be realm, they are not Lu Ming's match. Some of the heaven's favorites from Mount Yuan discussed in low voices. Brother Lu, I didn't even use my full strength. Qi Kai pursed his lips. He had seen Lu Ming's moves before. He could easily kill a one-star illusionary emperor. That kind of combat strength was far beyond what he had just displayed. However, since Lu Ming did not reveal it, he would not tell anyone. By now there were more and more people here. They're here. Suddenly someone spoke and looked to the east. A figure was flying over at an astonishing speed. In the next moment the light receded and a young man appeared in the air. It's him, Death Blade. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This young man was indeed the Death Blade. In the next moment, another streak of light flew over from the west and a young man appeared. It's him. Lu Ming recognized this young man. He was the son of death of the eternal devil nation in the land of infinite devils, Dulong. It was obvious that they were the two people who were fighting. Come on stage and let's decide the winner. Dulong looked at the Death Blade. Just what I wanted. The Death Blade said indifferently. The two of them moved at the same time, stepping onto the ancient emperor stage. Boom. Boom. The two of them stood opposite each other, and a terrifying aura of death emanated from their bodies at the same time. The auras of death clashed as though they wanted to turn the ancient emperor stage into a kingdom of death. It was extremely rare for the children of God of the same law to fight, and everyone watched without blinking. Lu Ming looked at it more seriously. After all, he had also comprehended the death law. Suddenly the two of them moved. They turned into two shadows and charged at each other, fighting fiercely. The entire ancient emperor stage had turned into a land of death, and it was covered by the laws of death. Many people revealed a look of fear. Now, if an ordinary person stepped into that area, they would probably be instantly deprived of their vitality by the law of death and die on the spot. Chapter 2083. Revival of the Celestial Emperor's Statue. Chapter 2083. Revival of the Celestial Emperor's Statue. I ran later. 54 Yue, J33 Y 2.5 years ago, both Rhe Death Blade and Ji Long had been in the perfected Absolute Saint realm. But now both of them had reached the Emperor-to-be realm. With more than 2 years of accumulation, plus the fact that the two of them must have been cultivating in some secret place, their progress must have been very fast. Just like the Death Blade, Lu Xiangxiang and the others, they had been sent to a secret place by the Emperor to cultivate and had only come out not long ago. Boom. Boom. The two sons of death kept clashing, and the air of death filled the air, turning into a terrifying lulling force that swept in all directions. In a short period of time, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of moves, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Death's Abyss. Ji Long performed his ultimate move and condensed an abyss of death, covering the sky and the Death Blade. He wanted to pull the Death Blade into the abyss of death and bury him. The Death Blade moved extremely fast trying to dodge, but the abyss of death was too big, covering the sky. The Death Blade was instantly drawn into the abyss of death. Was the Death Blade going to lose? Many people were moved. It's not that easy. They're all children of death and their cultivation levels are similar. It's not that easy to determine the winner. Someone shook his head. As expected, the abyss of death trembled and a terrifying blade light broke out from the abyss of death. Heavenly blade of death, kill. A cold voice came from the abyss of death, and a huge blade light slashed out from the abyss of death. Boom. The abyss of death trembled and exploded. A figure with a terrifying blade light rushed out of the abyss of death. Slash. The Death Blade rushed out and its blade light soared into the sky. Each blade carried a terrifying aura of death. As the blade light passed, even space seemed to fall into a dead silence. Ji Long shouted and continued to fight with the Death Blade. The usage of each nomological law is different. Different people can use the same nomological law differently even if they master it. Lu Ming looked at it seriously and pondered. Looking at the battle between the Death Blade and Ji Long, Lu Ming seemed to have come to a realization. His comprehension of the law of death had deepened. Death Blade and Ji Long had been fighting for hundreds of moves. At this time both of them were exhausted. It was a competition of individual will and combat experience. I will definitely win. The Death Blade howled, his hair flying in the air. His eyes were filled with unyielding battle intent. It was as if he wanted to defeat anything that was placed in front of him. His blade of death became even sharper and more dazzling as it continuously slashed towards Jilong. Jilong was gradually at a disadvantage. The death blade is going to win. The death blade's willpower is even stronger. It's even stronger than Jilong's. We're both children of death, but the victor will be decided today. Many people were discussing. After another dozen or so moves, Jilong was no match for the blade of death. A deep wound appeared on his body and it was constantly corroding him. Even though he had mastered the law of death, it was difficult to erase it in a short time. Jilong spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body trembled as if he couldn't believe that he had lost to the death blade. Before the Battle of the 10 Lands had even started, he had been defeated at the hands of another son of death. This was a huge blow to him. The others also sighed. After this battle, the death blade had revealed his abilities and defeated another son of God. He had strengthened his belief in his belief that he would not lose. After this battle, the death blade would definitely transform and reach a higher level. On the contrary, Jilong's will would probably be affected, and he would be even more vulnerable when facing the death blade in the future. This was also why when the same kind of children of God met, they would definitely fight. Because only by defeating the same kind of child of God and stepping on the other could one make themselves stronger and forge an undefeatable belief and step onto the peak. This time in the Golden Age there might be more than 2 children of death, but at least the death blade had already defeated one and could continue to compete for the throne. As for Jilong, he had already lost the qualification to become the strongest son of death. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter later on, it would be very difficult for him to turn the tables. You've lost. The death blade said indifferently. I will defeat you in the Battle of the 10 Lands. Jilong said. He couldn't admit defeat just like that. Otherwise he would never be a match for the death blade. After today's defeat, you will be even less of a match for me in the future. The death blade spoke with an undefeatable belief. He then rose into the air and left. After the death blade left, Jilong also left and the battle ended. Haha, let me tell you, the death blade also came from my Yuan mountain. The Heaven's Pride expert of Mount Yuan laughed. This surprised some people. Ming was also from Mount Yuan. He had just defeated a scion of Samsara, and it was a shocking fear for Weak to defeat Strong. And this rhyme, the death blade had defeated another child of death, and this child of death was also from Mount Yuan. The Yuan mountain was incredible. A few terrifying heaven's favorites had appeared one after another. Were there really 6 sons of God in Yuan mountain? Some of the geniuses had serious expressions. On the gazing the emperor pillar, the children of heaven glanced at Ming before they rose into the air and left. Ming. Brother Lu. 11 Some of the geniuses came over to greet Ming. They were all from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Some of them were even enemies with Ming back then. Because at that time, there were 4 alliances in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, such as the Divine Fire Alliance and the Knights Alliance. Now the leader of the Knights Association was smiling and greeting Ming. Brother Luo. Ming nodded. The leader of the Knights Association was called Luo Zhan. Brother Lu, you're getting stronger and stronger. I'm already far behind you now. Luo Zhan sighed. He had a king body and was now an emperor to be, but Ming could even defeat the Son of Heaven, an emperor to be. He was even worse. Brother Luo, you're too polite. Alright, you guys came here a few days earlier. Have you seen Long Qin, Huang Li and the others? Ming asked. From what he knew, Long Qin, Desolate Power and a few others had already arrived at the Divine Fate Land. Logically speaking, if they were nearby, they should have come to watch such a big show. However, Ming did not see a single one of them. Half a month ago I did see Long Qin and Huang Li. The 2 of them were adventuring together. However, one haven't seen them recently. They must have left this region and headed towards Destiny City. Luo Zhan said. Ming nodded. The Battle of the 10 Lands was getting closer and closer. It was possible that they had already reached Destiny City. Brother Lu, are you guys going to Aeon City? It's said that after entering Aeon City, the Celestial Emperor's statue will awaken and emit the aura of Heavenly Tao. It's extremely mysterious and can help one comprehend the Tao. Many people have headed to Aeon City. Luo Zhan said. The Celestial Emperor's statue has been revived? Ming, the sword split open and Qiu Yue were all shocked. The Celestial Emperor's statue was no small matter. Don't you know? We can go together. Luo Zhan said. Alright, let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. Those who could reach the Heavenly Emperor realm were all extremely powerful, as could be seen from the Hengyu Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 2084. Chapter 2084, Muyang. Chapter 2084. Chapter 2084 Muyang City could be said to be the largest city in the south of the Divine Fate Land. It was called Aeon City and had existed for countless years. This ancient city was occupied by several large forces. In history, it had produced more than one heavenly emperor and was extremely powerful. Recently, in Aeon City, there was a famous statue of the celestial emperor that had actually revived. It revealed the aura of the heavenly path and could help people comprehend the path, attracting countless people. Furthermore, the Battle of the Ten Lands was just around the corner. Countless people from all over the land had rushed over, so there were naturally more people. Lu Ming and the few of them walked on the street, their eyes sweeping around, and they were amazed. Yuan City was no smaller than Heavenly Emperor City in Yuan Mountain. In fact, it was even more majestic. Soon they arrived at their destination, the Celestial Emperor's statue. A huge statue, carved from jade, stood at the center of Aeon City. It was 1,000 meters tall. This was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. Fai stood with his hands behind his back, but he had a kind of aura that could swallow the world and sweep away the world. This was the Celestial Emperor's statue. Originally it was just a statue. But now rays of divine light appeared on the statue, illuminating the entire area. A mysterious aura filled the air. Yan City, is there a heavenly emperor now? Lu Ming said. He was not calm either. The legend has it that there are almost no celestial emperors in the primordial realm. Richard said. No heavenly emperor? Lu Ming, Qiu Yue and the rest were puzzled. Yes, I've also heard that most of the celestial emperors have gone to the heaven realm to participate in the war. Perhaps a few of them are still in the primordial realm, but it has been a long time since a celestial emperor has appeared. Richard said. Lu Ming nodded. Since the primordial realm's ancient times, there must have been some celestial emperors. Celestial emperors no longer faced any major tribulations and had endless lifespans. Their combat strength was unparalleled. If they did not encounter a great enemy, they would almost not die. But now it was almost impossible to see the celestial emperor in the primordial realm, so it was very likely that he had really gone to the heaven realm to participate in the war. For example, it was impossible for the Yuan Mountain to have only given birth to the Hengyu heavenly emperor over the years. There must have been other heavenly emperors. How intense is the war in the heaven realm? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. The celestial arch had gone to the heaven realm to participate in the war, so one could imagine how terrifying the war was. Many people were sitting cross-legged under the huge statue of the celestial emperor, and most of them were young people. According to the introduction of an elder at the side, although the resurrection of the heavenly emperor's statue was wonderful, it was mainly useful for martial artists below the martial supreme realm or low-level void sovereigns. It would not be as useful for those with higher cultivation. Let's go over too, Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming, Qiu Yue by Kai Luozhan, and the others walked to the statue of the celestial emperor and sat cross-legged in an empty space. Along the way they saw quite a few chosen. Most of the children of heaven who had appeared on the gazing emperor pillar were here. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His mind was empty. Suddenly he felt a force enveloping him. The force seemed to make his mind pass through layers of space and become one with the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao contained everything. All the laws of the world were contained in the heavenly Tao. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he began to comprehend the death law. He felt that at this moment he had a very clear understanding of the death law. It was even clearer and faster than when he was under the path understanding ancient tree. This is a good place. Lu Ming smiled and started to comprehend quietly. His main focus was on the law of death and the law of devouring. Time passed day by day and the two laws progressed at lightning speed. Every day he would spend half of his time comprehending the death law and the other half comprehending the devour law. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Ming had already reached 85% of the death rule and 92% of the devour rule. The comprehension of nomological laws became more and more difficult as one progressed. It was already amazing to have such a great harvest in a month. One day, Lu Ming was in the midst of comprehending when he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He sensed a murderous intent enveloping him. Although he was cultivating, he had to pay some attention to the outside world. If someone was hostile to him, he would be immediately alerted. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and looked behind him. Behind him, a young man was walking over, looking at Lu Ming coldly. Bang! The young man stopped not far from Lu Ming. "You are Lu Ming?" The young man spoke indifferently, his voice filled with cold arrogance. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He did not know this person, but he could sense that this person had ill intentions. "Not bad," Lu Ming answered. At this moment, many people around the statue were not cultivating. They noticed Lu Ming and the young man. "It's Muyang of the Mu clan. He's an extremely terrifying heaven's favorite. It's said that he's the child of the void who controls the void's laws. He's reached the emperor-to-be realm a long time ago." "Who is that young man?" "Muyang seems to be hostile to him." "I know. That young man is from Mount Yuan. He's the son of chaos and is in the great circle of the ultimate saint realm. He defeated Yuha, the son of Samsara, who is in the emperor-to-be realm." "What? He was the son of chaos?" "He defeated the son of Samsara, who was in the emperor-to-be realm, with his cultivation at the peak of the ultimate saint realm?" Many people were shocked after hearing the truth. The son of chaos was already shocking enough. Moreover, he was in the great circle of the ultimate saint realm and defeated the son of Samsara, who was at the emperor-to-be level. This was even more shocking. "My name is Muyang, and Yuanxin is my good friend." At this moment the young man spoke. Yuanxin. Lu Ming was puzzled. He had never heard of this name before. What did Muyang looking for him have to do with this Yuan Xen? "My good friend Yuan Xian is also a son of chaos. You've met him before," Muyang said indifferently. "Son of chaos? Could it be him?" Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought of the son of chaos he had met during the Hunyuan sect's assessment. "Yuan Xian once mentioned you. He said that you've mastered the chaos scripture of the chaos Tharch. He's now in seclusion to break through to a higher realm. As his good friend, I naturally have to share his burden." "Hand over your chaos scripture," Muyang said indifferently. Although his voice wasn't heavy, it had a commanding tone. "It really is that person." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The only person who knew that Lu Ming had the chaos scripture was the son of chaos, who had also been to the chaos hall. The son of chaos was extremely rare. It was even more difficult to produce than the other sons of God. For the time being, Lu Ming had not heard of any other son of chaos who could control the laws of chaos. "Let's see if you have the ability to get the chaos scripture," Lu Ming said, his voice cold. "Oh, so you're going to fight me? Don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated Yuha. There are many people stronger than Yuha in the divine land," Muyang said coldly. "Try it and you'll know." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Boom. A terrifying aura burst out from Muyang's body. Waves of energy rushed towards Lu Ming like shockwaves. Lu Ming also released his aura to resist. Chapter 2085. Chapter 2084, Battle. Chapter 2085. Chapter 2084 Battle. Lu Ming and Muyang stood in a confrontation. The cold aura spread in all directions, startling many people who were cultivating. "What's going on?" "It's Muyang and Lu Ming." Many people were shocked and angry at first, but when they saw that it was Muyang and Lu Ming, they kept quiet. They could tell that there was a conflict between the two peerless geniuses and they were probably going to fight. Boom. Muyang made his move. His palm was covered with a layer of light. It was so terrifying that it seemed like the space around him had turned into nothingness. It made the area around his palm look like a black hole. Boom. Lu Ming went up to him and cast the Chaos Divine Palm. His palm turned gray like a chaos stone. The two palms collided heavily and the sound was like a loud bell. The terrifying force formed circles of shockwaves that swept in all directions. Many of them emitted light to resist the shockwave. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming and Muyang's bodies trembled and they exchanged a few more moves. However, there was no clear winner. What powerful strength! Lu Ming felt that Muyang's power was like a storm pressing down on him. Coupled with the void law, it almost broke through his chaos law and turned him into nothingness. This Muyang was definitely stronger than Otaku Mihi. You do have some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. But this bit of strength is not enough. In Muyang's eyes a strange light bloomed. It was the light of nothingness. The aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura exploded in the sky. The terrifying pressure was like an ancient divine mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming and Muyang, causing their bodies to freeze. A white-haired old man had appeared in the sky. The old man looked down at Lu Ming and Muyang and said coldly, "Don't be impudent in front of the Celestial Emperor's statue. Don't fight. Anyone who violates this will be killed. Since this is your first offense, I'll spare you this time. If you want to fight, fight somewhere else." Lu Ming and Muyang retracted their auras, but their cold gazes were still fixed on each other. "Do you dare to fight me on the battle platform?" Muyang said coldly. He was very confident in himself. Although the combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed earlier was very shocking, he was confident that he could defeat Lu Ming because he had not used his full strength. "Why wouldn't I?" Lu Ming replied indifferently. "Senior, let us leave," Muyang said to the old man in the sky. The old man retracted his aura and the pressure on Lu Ming and the rest disappeared. "If you have the guts, come." Muyang left these words before stepping into the air and leaving. Lu Ming smiled and followed him. Qiu Yue, Bai Kai and the rest quickly followed. "The Son of Chaos is going to fight against Muyang. Let's go and see." One heard that Muyang has already reached the Emperor-to-be realm and is about to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. He's extremely powerful. Lu Ming hasn't even reached the Emperor-to-be realm, but he's brave enough to accept the challenge? The sons of God are all proud and arrogant. How can they not fight when others challenge them? However, I think Lu Ming will most likely lose this time. After all, he only has a cultivation base of a perfected absolute saint. One thinks so too. No matter how strong a perfected absolute saint is, there's still a limit. Lu Ming could hear the voices around him. He speculated that Muyang had already started to develop a small world. A person like him could already attempt to become a martial supreme. Not long after, they came to a vast area. There was a huge battle platform here. At this moment, there were two people still fighting on the fighting ring. They were two young men, both with king physique and strong battle strength. However, Muyang was extremely domineering. He flew up into the air and stomped down, "Get off the stage," he shouted. The terrifying void light made the two young men's expressions change drastically. They kept stepping back and landed on the edge of the fighting stage, looking at Muyang with an ugly expression. They were in the middle of a battle and Muyang had come to tell them to get out. This was an insult to them. "What's wrong? Still not scramming? Do you want to fight me?" Muyang looked at the two king physiques, his voice filled with dissatisfaction. The two king physiques didn't dare to fight with Muyang. In the end, they could only swallow their anger and jump off the fighting stage. Around them, many people were dissatisfied. Muyang was too overbearing. However, no one stood out to criticize him. Not only was Muyang powerful, but the force behind him was also extremely terrifying. No one would be willing to offend him. "Lu Ming, get down here and fight." Muyang's voice spread in all directions. "You don't have to shout so loudly, I won't run. Let's go," Lu Ming said indifferently. He stepped into the air and landed on the fighting ring. "Lu Ming, I advise you to hand over the chaos scripture obediently. I can let you off this time and let you participate in the Battle of the 10 Lands. Otherwise, you won't even be able to participate in the Battle of the 10 Lands." Muyang said coldly. Of course, he was only sending a voice transmission to Lu Ming. "I said if you want it, let's see if you have the ability." Lu Ming sneered. "You're so stubborn. Then I'll let you see what it means to be stronger than you." Muyang's eyes were cold and his body was filled with killing intent. Boom. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming. His entire body was shrouded in the light of nothingness as he charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming activated the chaos laws and went up to them. This time it was not under the statue of the Celestial Emperor, but on the battle stage. There was no need to restrain themselves and the two of them fought with all their might. Boom. Boom. The two of them collided continuously, causing the fighting ring to rumble and explode. The two of them fought with speed and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. The fighting ring was surrounded by people. Many of them were terrifying geniuses and many of them were children of the heavens. Lu Ming is no match for Muyang. Imperial River said. Previously he had a huge battle with Lu Ming and he was clear of Lu Ming's abilities. Ba. That might not be the case. I think that benefactor Lu Ming can win. Wuxian monk of Boundless Temple chanted the name of Buddha and smiled. These words moved everyone. Monk Wuxian had mastered the law of karma. Everything in the world had a cause and effect. Perhaps he could see something through the cause and effect. You're saying that Lu Ming hid his strength when he fought me? Yi's eyes lit up in disbelief. I can't say. Well, no, when we continue watching. Elder monk Wuxian said with a mysterious smile. At this time, Lu Ming had already exchanged dozens of moves with Muyang. At this point, Lu Ming was actually at a disadvantage. As expected, it has already started to evolve into a small world. Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. Muyang had already started to break through to the martial emperor realm. He had started to use the laws as a foundation to develop a small world. There was a trace of the power of a small world in his saint energy, which was extremely powerful. Now Lu Ming had only cast one type of chaos law and was already at a disadvantage. Lu Ming, I've said it before. You're not my match. Muyang launched a storm of attacks. At the same time, his cold and arrogant voice entered Lu Ming's ears. It's too early for you to be happy. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Since one law didn't work, then he would use two. Chapter 2086. Lu Ming is furious. Chapter 2086. Lu Ming is furious. If one law didn't work, then he would use two. Lu Ming's muscles bulged and his holy power surged. Silently, he merged the array Dao laws into the chaos laws. Boom. The power of Lu Ming's palm suddenly increased dramatically. With a single palm, it directly broke through Muyang's void law. Muyang's face changed dramatically. His body trembled and he couldn't help but retreat. Your strength? How is that possible? Muyang asked in shock. How did Lu Ming's strength increase so much all of a sudden? He was much stronger than before. He could not tell that Lu Ming had fused two types of laws. In the land of infinite demons, Lu Ming had stayed in the canyon in the demonic sea for more than 2 years. He challenged the levels and fought every day. He was already extremely familiar with the use of the laws. And NBSP, when he used several laws, he could use chaos laws to cover up the other laws. Of course, if he used two ultimate maxims at the same time, he could not hide it because the ultimate maxims were too powerful. However, when he used the strongest law and the King Path law, he could cover it up very well and others could not see it. Therefore, Muyang could not figure out how Lu Ming's strength had increased so much. The others around the fighting ring were also shocked. Lu Ming had suddenly exploded and forced Muyang to retreat. Lu Ming really hid his abilities when he fought with me previously. He sighed, his eyes filled with dejection. He had wanted to defeat Lu Ming in the Battle of the 10 Lands. Now it seemed that it would be very difficult. Amit Ba. Monk Wuxian chanted the name of Buddha. The other children of God looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong and it was beyond common sense. Kill. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming let out a long roar and charged towards Muyang. Every move of his contained the fusion of chaos laws and array Dao laws. His power was extremely shocking. Furthermore, the array Dao laws were already perfect, so the power was even greater. The fusion of nomological laws didn't just increase the power of the fusion by 1 + 1 = 2, but by several times. The more nomological laws were fused, the stronger the power. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming and Muyang clashed again, but this time Muyang was completely suppressed and was at a disadvantage. He was no match for Lu Ming. Every time they clashed, his body trembled violently, as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. His powerful saint energy was useless. Impossible, how is that possible? Muyang simply couldn't accept it. He had already started to develop a small world. Once the time was right, he would be able to break through to the martial supreme realm. He was already infinitely close to the martial emperor realm and was also the son of God. He was much stronger than those who had just stepped into the emperor-to-be realm. On the other hand, Lu Ming was only in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. He had yet to form a river with the laws of chaos. How could he be so powerful? He could not believe it. He roared angrily and tried his best, but he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. The ocean of nothingness. In the end, Muyang used his strongest move. This was a terrifying sacred art with boundless might. It exploded the might of the void law to the extreme, forming an ocean of the void law that enveloped everything and wanted to turn everything into nothingness. In fact, many people would master more than one divine power after they became emperor-to-be. After becoming an emperor-to-be, one's nomological laws would reach perfection. When cultivating other divine powers, one could easily grasp them and raise their mastery to the extreme. It was just like how Lu Ming cultivated the chaos divine palm. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to have the corresponding sacred art. The Void Sea was one of Muyang's most powerful magical techniques. Oh. There seemed to be the sound of waves crashing. Lu Ming was enveloped in the sea of nothingness. Turn into nothingness. Muyang roared, filled with endless killing intent. At that moment he no longer wanted to take the chaos scripture from Lu Ming. Instead he wanted to kill Lu Ming. The Battle of the Ten Lands had not started and he could not lose. If he lost he would be even more defeated in the Battle of the Ten Lands. What a terrifying divine power. Lu Ming is in danger. Someone exclaimed. The void could not be controlled and it turned into a vast ocean that enveloped an area. It was too terrifying. Many people could not help but worry for Lu Ming. Muyang can be said to be the strongest seed in this Battle of the Ten Lands. He is very likely to enter the top 10. When he explodes his combat power is really amazing. That's right. In the past, Muyang was almost invincible in the Divine Land. There were only a few people in the younger generation who could defeat him. Some people spoke. However, Qiu Yue's eyes were calm and she didn't look worried at all. Qiu Yue knew very well how powerful Lu Ming was when he went all out. As for Split, he had seen Lu Ming in action before. He knew that Lu Ming had not used his full strength yet. Boom, boom, boom. Muyang stood above the Void Sea, his eyes cold. He kept activating the Void Law to make sure that Lu Ming was turned into nothingness. But the next moment Muyang's expression changed. The Void Sea began to shake as if a giant beast was stirring the wind and clouds. Boom. In the end, a huge finger like the finger of a god rushed out of the sea of nothingness. Boom. Boom. Then from every corner of the void ocean, the chaotic fingers of tribulation shot out continuously. The void ocean turned into a honeycomb and then with a violent boom, it completely exploded. Impossible. Muyang roared in disbelief. His body trembled and he was forced to retreat, blood flowing out of his mouth. Nothing is impossible. Kill. The sea of nothingness disappeared and Lu Ming's figure reappeared. He was unharmed. He shouted and charged at Muyang. Boom. Lu Ming's huge hand pressed down and Muyang was already injured. He was no match for Lu Ming and was sent flying dozens of meters away. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Lu Ming followed closely behind, not giving Muyang any chance to catch his breath. He launched a storm of attacks at Muyang. Muyang was already injured and was no match for Lu Ming. After exchanging a few moves with Lu Ming, he felt that his arm was about to be broken and he spat out blood continuously. Bang. In the end he could not block it and was struck in the chest by Lu Ming's palm. His chest caved in and almost exploded into a big hole. If not for his powerful nomological law light and shocking defense, his body would have exploded from this move. But even so he was still lying on the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He had suffered heavy injuries. You want to take the chaos scripture from me with your strength? Let Yuan Exen do it herself. Lu Ming looked down at Muyang and spoke coldly, his voice filled with disdain. Muyang was so furious that he wanted to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Lu Ming, I'm telling you, I've been investigating you for a long time. You have many friends in Mount Yuan. Right now a few of them are guests in my Mu family. You'd better hand over the chaos scripture and come with me to the Mu family. Otherwise all your friends will die. Muyang suddenly spoke in a cold voice. Of course it was a voice transmission. What? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. Could it be that someone had fallen into the hands of the Mu family? It was possible. After he had arrived at the Divine Fate Land he had not seen Long Qin, Huang Li and the others. Chapter 2087. Horse Threatening Who? Chapter 2087. Horse Threatening Who? Seeing Lu Ming's shock, Muyang sneered. Ever since he found out that there was a son of chaos in Yuan Mountain who was Yuan Xin's sworn enemy, he had been paying attention to Yuan Mountain. When the prodigies of Yuan Mountain arrived at the Divine Destiny Land he began to investigate. He wanted to know Lu Ming's whereabouts so that he could deal with him. However, Lu Ming did not arrive. Instead he found out that Lu Ming had a few friends and he immediately sent people to arrest them. It was just a precaution but he didn't expect it to be useful. There are 2 people who can control RHE laws of extremity. One is called Long Qin and the other is called Desolate Power. They are both in the Mu family. Lu Ming, come with me to the Mu family and hand over the chaos scripture. 11 Muyang laughed and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. The killing intent in his heart was extremely cold. Today Lu Ming had defeated him in public. To him it was a great humiliation. As long as Lu Ming set foot in the Mu family, he would make Lu Ming regret it. You should die, Lu Ming said coldly. His eyes were icy cold as he stared at Muyang. At this moment his killing intent was extremely dense. It seemed that Long Qin and the desolate power had indeed fallen into Muyang's hands. You still dare to threaten me at this point? Muyang's face darkened. I said you're stupid and you're really stupid. You shouldn't have said it here and now, Lu Ming said coldly. What do you want? Muyang's face changed dramatically. At the same time he tried to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Ming's body was like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards Muyang. Boom. This time Lu Ming had integrated the law of devouring into it, and his combat strength was even stronger. With one move Muyang's arms exploded, turning into flesh and blood that splattered everywhere. The terrifying power directly pierced through Muyang's protective light of law and his body, revealing a bright hole in the front and back. Muyang fell to the ground and screamed. The next moment, Lu Ming rushed over and stepped on Muyang's legs, breaking them. Muyang screamed hysterically. Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you. Muyang roared. Bang. The next moment Lu Ming stepped on Muyang's face, almost crushing his head. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost lost all his teeth. Tell your people to bring my friend here in exchange for you. If my friend loses even a single hair, I'll kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. You dare? Muyang roared. Bang. Lu Ming stomped on his face again, causing Muyang to scream in pain. At this moment, Muyang was filled with regret. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He should not have said that he had captured Long Qin and desolate power in the fighting ring. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so decisive. The main thing was that the force behind him was too powerful. Therefore he subconsciously thought that Lu Ming would not dare to do anything to him. Moreover, Lu Ming's friend was in his hands. He thought that he had everything under control, but he did not expect that Lu Ming could take him down directly. The main thing was that Lu Ming was too decisive. He had thought of a way to save people in an instant. Ordinary people would definitely not think of it and would not be so decisive. Many people around the fighting ring looked at each other. Because some of Muyang's words had been transmitted to them, they did not know the whole story and were very confused. He did not understand why Lu Ming suddenly went crazy and tortured Muyang so badly. How dare you? Release young Master Muyang. Kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're the son of chaos. If you offend the Mu family, you'll die without a burial place. A few of the Mu clan's powerhouses roared as a terrifying aura erupted from their bodies. They were all martial emperors. If you guys continue to talk nonsense, I'll cut him down. Lu Ming's eyes swept coldly across the martial supremes as he spoke. His voice was filled with cold killing intent. The Mu clan martial sovereigns all shut up. Muyang was the #1 genius of the Mu family. He had unparalleled talent. Nothing could happen to him. Hurry up and bring my friend over. Lu Ming lowered his head and looked down at Muyang. At this moment, Muyang was being stepped on by Lu Ming. He was humiliated. If there was a crack in the fighting ring, he would have found one and crawled in. He was Ari, son of the Void, a proud son of heaven who was about to break through to the martial supreme realm. He was known as one of the strongest seeds in this 10 lands battle. However, at this moment he was being stepped on mercilessly by Lu Ming. He really could not bear it. However, the cold killing intent on Lu Ming's body told him that Lu Ming would really kill him. Go and bring the people. Finally, Muyang shouted and asked the Mu family's experts to bring the people back. A few of the Mu clan experts had ugly expressions, but they still left in the end and flew toward the Mu clan. The Mu family's headquarters was in Aeon City. It seems that Muyang has captured Lu Ming's friend. From the conversation between Lu Ming and Muyang, many people could tell what was going on. No wonder Lu Ming was suddenly furious. At the same time, everyone was even more shocked. Lu Ming's ability was too powerful. It had reached a shocking level. Is his cultivation really still in the great circle of the absolute saint stage? He didn't break through to the emperor to be realm? Some people said in disbelief. The laws haven't formed a river yet. He's indeed in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. An expert spoke up and confirmed Lu Ming's cultivation. This made people gasp. Lu Ming's physical body is extremely strong, far stronger than the average child of God. I'm guessing that he must have had a heaven-defying encounter that caused his physical body to be so strong that it's shocking. His combat strength has also been greatly improved. An elder spoke. They could tell what was going on. Although his physical body is strong, his nomological laws are even more terrifying. He's strong in all aspects and has almost no weaknesses. Another elder spoke. What a monster. Many people sighed. It is fortunate that his cultivation is low. If his cultivation was high, who would be his match in this battle of the 10 lands? It's hard to say. Don't forget that the child of destiny has been born in this generation. These words shocked many people. Yes, Destiny's child. This was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying figure, a truly invincible figure. Also, the ancient cultivation system has appeared. Someone has cultivated it to a terrifying level. Also, Yuan Xen, the son of chaos, is said to be in seclusion to break through to the martial emperor realm. Following that, someone else spoke up, causing everyone's heart to tremble once again. Some of the sons of God had extremely serious expressions. The battle of the 10 lands this time would probably be extremely intense and would become a shocking event. Lu Ming did not wait for long. In less than half an hour, a group of people flew over. They were the experts of the Mu family. They were flying over with 2 young men. Longqin, desolate power. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. The 2 young men were Longqin and Desolate. Lu Ming. Longqin and Desolate Li were shocked when they saw Lu Ming. They knew what had happened when they saw Lu Ming stepping on Muyang. Lu Ming, what you're doing is too dangerous. Longqin sighed, his eyes solemn. We're friends. Longqin and Desolate Power shut up after hearing Lu Ming's words. Chapter 2088. Chapter 2087, Escape. Chapter 2088. Chapter 2087 Escape is, they were friends. He was a friend, so how could he leave him in the lurch? If the situation was reversed and Lu Ming was in danger, they would definitely save him. Longqin, Desolate, is it just the 2 of you? Is there anyone else? Lu Ming asked. If there are other people caught by Muyang, we must save them all. There's no one else. It's just the 2 of us. We'll kill this bastard one day. Desolately said, looking at Muyang unhappily. Switch. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the Mu family powerhouse. Hand over young Master Muyang first and let him go. One of the Mu clan experts said slyly. Nonsense, hand him over or I'll cripple him right now. Lu Ming said coldly. A long spear appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Muyang's dantian. The Mu clan's people's expressions changed. Muyang's identity was too important. They didn't dare to take the risk. In their eyes, Longqin, Huangli and the others only had king physiques. How could their worth be compared to Muyang? All right, let them go. One of the Mu family experts shouted. He released Longqin and Desolate Force and the 2 of them quickly flew to Lu Ming's side. Now can you release young Master Muyang? An expert of the Mu clan said. Let him go now. Do you think I'm stupid? This is Aeon City, the Mu family's territory. If I let him go now, your Mu family's experts will kill me with one slap. Lu Ming sneered. Brat, don't go too far. An expert of the Mu clan roared. The other experts of the Mu clan also had ugly expressions. They had indeed hidden an expert in the dark. As long as Lu Ming released Muyang, the expert of the Mu family would make a move and kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Only death awaited those who dared to threaten the Mu family. However, Lu Ming was not fooled at all, which made them furious. The others were also secretly amazed at Lu Ming's courage and his meticulous mind. What do you mean I'm insatiable? I'm doing this to save my life. Your young Master Muyang's life is so precious. To be honest, it's not worth it to die because of us. Lu Ming reached out and clasped Muyang's neck. Muyang's eyes were about to spew fire. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. What do you want to do? In the end, the Mu clan gave in and an expert spoke. Let us leave the city. The people of your Mu family can't follow us. I have a secret technique that can sense the presence of experts. Once we leave the city and sense the people of your Mu family following us, it'll kill Muyang immediately. It's a life and death struggle. Lu Ming said. As for what secret technique he had that could sense the aura of experts, it was pure nonsense to deceive the Mu family. He had no choice. He was facing a behemoth like the Mu family, and he couldn't use the Celestial Emperor corporeal body now, so he could only use some tricks. How can we trust you? What if you harm young Master Muyang after you leave the city? One of the Mu clan experts said, not willing to back down. You can only take a gamble. You have no other choice. Lu Ming's voice caused the Mu family experts to narrow their eyes and reveal killing intent. Moreover, your Mu family is so powerful and I don't have any grudges with you. I don't have to offend the Mu family, so why would I kill Muyang? I'm not crazy. Lu Ming continued. The expert from the Mu family muttered to himself. Lu Ming was right. If Lu Ming really killed Muyang, he would have to face the Mu family's crazy revenge. It would not benefit Lu Ming at all. Alright, we promise you. Kid, you'd better not play any tricks. An expert of the Mu clan said. Of course not. Longqin, desolate power, let's go. Lu Ming carried Muyang and flew out, with Longqin and desolate power following closely behind. It's best if your Mu clan doesn't let anyone else follow us. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the others. Some of them wanted to join in the fun, but Lu Ming would not allow that. What if the people from the Mu family were mixed in? Everyone, please wait. The people from the Mu family were helpless. They knew that Lu Ming was meticulous and had no loopholes. He could only block the others. The Mu family's power was unparalleled, so the others naturally wouldn't go against them. Lu Ming and the other two, along with Muyang, headed out of Aeon City at top speed. Of course, Qiu Yue followed them. As for Di Kai, Lu Ming had sent him a voice transmission telling him to stay in Aeon City. As Di Kai did not have much of a relationship with Lu Ming and they had just met, the Mu family would not make things difficult for him. Not long after, Lu Ming and the rest left Aeon City. Lu Ming did not put down Muyang immediately. He was afraid that there would be trouble if the Mu family had an expert in the sky. Lu Ming used the Array Dao Law to completely seal Muyang. Soon they arrived at a huge mountain. Lu Ming and the group rushed into a cave and avoided all the gazes. This kid is too meticulous at such a young age. There were indeed two figures in the sky. They were experts from the Mu family. They were both at the peak of the true Emperor realm and were extremely terrifying. They concealed their aura and hid in the sky. As long as Lu Ming released Muyang, they would attack and kill Lu Ming and the others. However, Lu Ming was very careful and hid in the cave. They could not see him and did not dare to scan him with their spiritual senses. If Lu Ming noticed them, he might really kill Muyang. They could only wait. Qiu Yue, Longqin, desolate, use your divine breath technique and hide in my mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming said to Qiu Yue and the other two in the cave. The mountain and river diagram alone wasn't enough. A true Emperor Realm expert was too powerful. They could sense the aura within the treasure. Only by using the divine breath technique and the mountain and river diagram could he isolate the other party's aura. Qiu Yue and the other two had all cultivated the divine breath technique. The three of them nodded. After using the divine breath technique, they entered the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming threw Muyang into the cave and looked at him coldly. Tell Yuanxin that I'll behead him sooner or later, he said. With that, Lu Ming's body sank into the ground and disappeared. Lu Ming transformed the law of chaos into the law of the earth and sank into the ground for hundreds of miles. At the same time, he cast the divine breath spell to restrain his aura to the extreme. Then he went deep into the divine land. Lu Ming did not kill Muyang. He knew that Muyang would definitely seek revenge later on. However, if he killed Muyang, he would have to face the crazy revenge of the entire Mu family. There might even be a great emperor. That would be even more dangerous for them. In the sky, the two true emperors had been waiting for half a day. They had already lost their patience. It's been so long, let's go down and take a look. One of them said, and the other nodded. The two of them rushed down and arrived at the cave. They saw that Muyang was covered in dense runes. One of the true emperors waved his hand and broke the seal on Muyang. As soon as he regained his freedom, Muyang started to roar madly. This time he had lost a lot of face. He would become the laughingstock of everyone. His hatred for Lu Ming could not be washed away no matter what. Send someone and find that brat for me. Muyang roared. Chapter 2089. Chapter 2088. City of Destiny. Chapter 2089. Chapter 2088. City of Destiny. Lu Ming traveled deep underground for more than a day. He had no idea how far he had traveled before he emerged from the ground. After he emerged from the ground, Lu Ming transformed into a dark-skinned young man. He cast the divine breath spell again and took out a goshawk puppet. This goshawk puppet had been split open for him. Its wingspan was a full 100 meters, and its speed was 100 times faster than the space-breaking shuttle. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on it and flew toward the City of Destiny. For the time being, Lu Ming did not let Qiu Yue and the other two out. He let them cultivate in the mountain and river diagram. This place was still very far away from Destiny City. 2 days later, Lu Ming came to a teleportation zone. Through the teleportation array, he finally arrived near Destiny City. At this moment, Lu Ming had Qiu Yue, Long Qin, and Huang Li come out of the mountain and river diagram and head towards Destiny City together. Destiny City was majestic and had been standing on this land for countless years. Legend had it that Destiny City was the first ancient city of the primordial realm. No one knew how long it had been there. After countless years of expansion, it occupied a vast area. There were naturally terrifying forces occupying Destiny City. Some even said that there was a heavenly emperor in Heaven's Will City. No one had confirmed this, but it was definitely shocking. Legend had it that most of the heavenly emperors had gone to the Heaven Realm to participate in the war. It had been many years since a heavenly emperor had appeared in the Yuan continent. That was why there was a saying that if the heavenly emperor did not appear, the great emperor would be at the peak. Moreover, as the Battle of the Ten Lands was about to arrive, countless young geniuses from all over the Yuan continent would gather in Destiny City. Thus, the strongest forces in Destiny City had announced that during this period of time, no killing was allowed in Destiny City. If anyone wanted to fight, they could fight on a fixed fighting platform. This was a form of protection for the young geniuses. Because other than the young geniuses, there were more martial emperors coming. During this period of time, powerhouses had gathered in Heaven's Will City. If they did not control it, it would be chaotic. This was also the reason why Lu Ming and the rest had rushed to the City of Destiny as soon as possible. The Mu family wouldn't give up. Only Destiny City was safe now. Not long after, Lu Ming and the rest finally entered the vast Destiny City. Even though they had seen Heavenly Emperor City, Aeon City, and the City of Destiny, they were still shocked. It was because it was too ancient, too weathered, and too vast. Destiny City was like another world. It contained all kinds of things, mountains, rivers, and even all kinds of forbidden places. Over the years, countless experts had been born, and of course, it also contained countless opportunities. The origin chi of this land was extremely rich. The four of them strolled around Destiny City and then stayed in an inn. Although it was called an inn, it was actually a huge courtyard with 8 rooms. The area was very large, and of course the price was also shocking. In the blink of an eye, it had been 7 days since Lu Ming and the rest arrived at Destiny's City. Nothing unusual had happened. The Mu family had not come to look for them. Destiny City is so vast. It can be said to be the most prosperous place in the Yuan continent. I wonder if I can buy the magical ability of the Law of Death. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and pondered in his heart. The more he cultivated the death precept, the more difficult it would be to comprehend it. Lu Ming felt that he needed a death precept divine ability. This way they could mutually enhance each other and improve faster. At the thought of this, Lu Ming walked out of the inn and asked around. He then came to the largest trading center in the City of Destiny. The biggest trading center in Destiny City was also almost the biggest trading center in the Yuan continent. There was really everything. Lu Ming was dazzled when he walked in. There were all kinds of treasures. Lu Ming even saw a few rare treasures that made him envious. Of course, the price was astonishingly high. However, no one dared to rob it here because this place was established by the most powerful forces in the City of Destiny. It was said that there were terrifying experts guarding it. Even great emperors had to behave themselves here. Lu Ming walked around and bought some spiritual liquid, planning to water the path understanding ancient tree. After that he came to a shop. This shop was specialized in selling secret manuals. "Young master, what do you need?" As soon as Lu Ming walked into the shop, a young and beautiful lady came forward to ask him about it with a gentle smile on her face. Lu Ming was not in disguise. He had returned to his original appearance after he arrived at the City of Destiny. Imbibing a magical power technique. Lu Ming said with a smile. "May I ask what law is the foundation of the magical power technique? Our shop has a rich variety of magical power techniques, and we have at least 90% of the magical power techniques of tens of thousands of laws." The young woman said with a smile. 90%. Lu Ming was shocked. This shop was definitely not simple. There were tens of thousands of laws in the world and they were of all kinds. It was really difficult to count them. However, this shop actually said that it contained as many as 90% of the various law's divine power techniques. This was shocking. I want the law of death's mystical power technique, Lu Ming said directly. The young woman's beautiful eyes lit up and she sized Lu Ming up curiously. Could it be that Lu Ming was a child of death? Other than the child of death who controlled the law of death, it was useless for anyone else to buy death god art. Young master, please follow me. The young woman's smile grew wider. She brought Lu Ming to a room. Young master, please sit. There was an old man in the room. He was the manager and he smiled at Lu Ming. Young master, do you need the law of death's magical power technique? The old man asked. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. So, young master is the son of death? The old man asked again. Lu Ming nodded. It just so happens that our shop has a magical power of the law of death called the Eye of Death. However, it's not cheap. The old man smiled. I'm buying it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect that there was really a death law divine ability here. It was indeed worthy of being the city of destiny. However, the divine ability of the law of death was shockingly expensive. In the end, Lu Ming used 80% of his assets to buy the death's eye. His heart ached so much that it was almost bleeding. One must know that Lu Ming had killed quite a number of experts during this period of time, including the Azure Demon King from the Eternal Devil Nation. He was a peak true emperor expert and Lu Ming's family was considered to be rich. But all of a sudden it was almost empty. The 10 Ultimate Maxims divine power technique was too expensive. However, it was all worth it. Death's Eye could unleash the powerful might of the death law through the eyes, instantly placing the enemy in death and robbing them of their vitality. It was extremely overbearing. As long as the cultivation was successful, Lu Ming would have another powerful technique. Furthermore, it would also promote the cultivation of the death law. Back at the inn, Lu Ming immediately tried to comprehend Death's Eye. Indeed, with the combination of the divine power technique, Lu Ming's understanding of the death rule was faster and easier. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the City of Destiny for half a month. Chapter 2090. Chapter 2091. Death God Nation. Chapter 2090. Chapter 2091. Death God Nation. On City, Mu family in a great hall. Muyang sat at the head of the table with a dark expression. After half a month, his injuries had completely recovered. However, his anger and killing intent had not subsided at all. In the past half a month, the news that Lu Ming had brutally abused Muyang had spread throughout Aeon City and the entire divine land at the speed of a hurricane. Muyang was known as a seed expert, but he had been beaten so badly by someone. That person was a son of chaos and was only in the absolute saint perfection. It was hard not to be noticed. Now many people were secretly discussing that Lu Ming had stepped on Muyang's face in public and he was being held hostage. He had become a laughingstock. Damn it, damn it. Muyang's face was twisted, filled with killing intent. Have you found out where that bastard is? Muyang coldly asked the person who had come to report. Young master, I found out that Lu Ming and the others have entered Destiny City. A burly man reported. If you want to hide in the City of Destiny, don't even think about it. Kill him. Send someone into the City of Destiny and kill that bastard. Muyang roared. Young master, this is not appropriate. A white-haired elder spoke. He was a powerful true emperor from the Mu family. Why is it inappropriate? Muyang said coldly. Now, several powerful forces in Destiny City have already given orders that no one is allowed to make a move in Destiny City. Otherwise, we'll be their enemies. If we send people to make a move in Destiny City, I'm afraid we'll offend these powerful forces. The old man said. Although the Mu family was the overlord force of Aeon City and had great strength, there was still a gap between them and the other overlords in the City of Destiny. Even the Mu family didn't dare to offend the overlords of Destiny City. Muyang's face darkened. After a while, Muyang said coldly, we don't need to do it ourselves. Go find the people of the Death God Nation. These lunatics will do anything as long as you pay them. In the main hall, the expressions of the others all changed and a trace of fear flashed through their faces. They seemed to be very afraid of this force called the Death God Nation. The Death God Nation was indeed terrifying in the Divine Land. This was because this was a terrifying assassin organization with all kinds of terrifying assassins. As long as they were paid, they could kill any strong person. Furthermore, the Death God Nation loved to hunt and kill geniuses and experts. Their most glorious record was that a great emperor was killed by the death god nation, shocking the entire divine land. Some people even suspected that this death god nation was created by a foreign race. There were also powerful forces that wanted to destroy this organization, but this organization was too mysterious. No one knew where their headquarters were. At most they could only destroy some branches, but they could always rise again. Now Muyang was going to hire the assassins of the death god nation to kill Lu Ming. Other people didn't dare to make a move in Destiny City, but the death god nation did. Lu Ming, you'll only die if you offend me, Muyang said coldly. Lu Ming had been in Destiny City for a month. Cultivating like this is still a little slow. One day Lu Ming ended his cultivation and sighed. Now the chaos laws had reached a bottleneck. They were only one step away from perfection. Seemed like they could cross it at any time, but this time could be a few months or a year or two. It was hard to say. There were some people who were stuck for thousands of years. Therefore Lu Ming's main focus was on the death rule and the devour rule. With the improvement of these two laws, his combat strength would also become stronger. However, even with the Eye of Death, the improvement of the death rule was still too slow. Lu Ming was not satisfied. I've heard that there's an ancient battlefield in Destiny City, which contains powerful death qi and evil qi. Many people who cultivate the evil law practice there, and it's the most suitable place for cultivating the death law. Lu Ming pondered. He planned to head to the ancient battlefield to cultivate. Now there were still about 2 months before the Battle of the 10 Lands. Everyone was trying to improve their cultivation. That was because he heard that there would be great opportunities in the Battle of the 10 Lands. Only the strong could get them. Although Lu Ming was very powerful now, there would always be someone stronger. Who knew what other terrifying geniuses there were? Now, had anyone broken through to the Emperor realm? If there were powerful geniuses who had already entered the martial Emperor realm, their abilities would definitely be terrifying. Lu Ming had a sense of urgency to improve his abilities as soon as possible. He bade Qiu Yue, Longchen and Huang Li goodbye before leaving the inn and heading towards the ancient battlefield. That ancient battlefield was located in the northern part of Heaven's Will City. It was a battlefield left behind from ancient times. There was a deathly silence there, filled with the qi of death and evil. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning. He was very fast, but it still took him half a day to reach the ancient battlefield. This was a vast mountain range and it was deathly silent. At a glance, it was completely bare without any living beings. Lu Ming stepped into it. The aura of death is indeed dense. As soon as he entered the mountains, Lu Ming felt that the death energy here was very dense and very suitable for cultivating the death law. Moreover, the deeper he went, the denser the death qi became. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to venture deeper. He also discovered other people on this battlefield. They were all people who cultivated evil cultivation techniques or evil laws. Lu Ming ventured deeper and finally came to a low peak. He sat cross-legged and quietly comprehended the death law. As expected, the speed of comprehending the death law here was several times faster than outside. Lu Ming had great gains every day. 3 days later, Lu Ming's mastery of the death rule had reached about 88%. Lu Ming did not know that there was a group of people on a tall mountain peak outside the ancient battlefield. This group of people were all covered in black robes and their faces could not be seen clearly. That kid is cultivating in that ancient battlefield. One of them reported to a man wearing a Grim Reaper's mask. Good. I heard that the kid is the son of chaos. If we kill him this time, we'll definitely shake the divine fate land. The expert wearing the Grim Reaper's mask sneered and ordered, "Wait a minute, let's end this quickly. Let's quickly kill that brat and leave this place." After a while, I'm afraid that the experts from those forces will arrive. Yes. Some of the black-robed men bowed and accepted the order. Go, stand guard here. If the people from those forces come, I'll inform you to evacuate in time. The man wearing the Grim Reaper's mask said. After that, the black-robed men's figures flashed and they left the place one after another. Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He had a sense of terror. Not good. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Without thinking, he burst out with energy and his body was like a spring bouncing from the spot. Chapter 2091. Chapter 2091, Bloody Battle. Chapter 2091. Chapter 2091 Bloody Battle. The moment Lu Ming's body bounced out, a terrifying sword light slashed from the sky towards the place where Lu Ming had been sitting. It left a deep sword mark on the ground and the short peak was cut in half. Martial Emperor. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. The person who had attacked just now was definitely a martial emperor. However, he should only have the cultivation of a 1-star martial emperor. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, sword radiances flashed above and below Lu Ming. The 2 sword radiances, one above and one below, shot toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Boom. The saint energy in Lu Ming's body circulated crazily as he retreated rapidly, avoiding the 2 sword gleams. Martial Emperor. They were all martial emperors. A few people appeared behind him. They were also martial supreme powerhouses. Your reaction is quite fast. A cold voice was heard. A few black-robed men appeared in the sky and surrounded Lu Ming. Who are you people? Lu Ming asked coldly. The Grim Reaper wants you to die today. He won't let you live until tomorrow. One of the black-robed men said coldly. It's the Death God Nation. Let's go. There were also people cultivating in this area. When they heard this, they were so frightened that they screamed and ran for their lives. The Death God Nation. Lu Ming frowned. He had just arrived at the Divine Land and had not heard of it. Don't talk nonsense. End the battle quickly. A black-robed man coldly spoke. Buzz. The black-robed men moved at an astonishing speed. A few sword gleams shot toward Lu Ming at a terrifying speed. You're the ones who will die. Lu Ming no longer hid his strength. He unleashed his full power and charged at one of the black-robed men. Boom. He struck out with his palm. His palm was gray and misty, like an ancient divine mountain pressing down, and it directly shattered the sword light of the black sect's man. The terrifying palm force bombarded the black-robed man's body, and directly shattered him into pieces. A 1-star martial emperor was instantly killed by Lu Ming. The scene shocked the other black-robed men to their cores. No, his combat strength is wrong. It's not consistent with the information we got. One of the black-robed men shouted. They had received news that Lu Ming's combat strength was only slightly stronger than Muyang's. As the Son of Void, Muyang had already begun to evolve his world. His combat strength was enough to compete with or even suppress a 1-star martial emperor. He was slightly stronger than Muyang, but his combat strength should not be that much stronger. It was absolutely impossible for him to kill a 1-star martial emperor with one move. Attack together. One of the black sect members shouted. Buzz. Buzz. At this time in the sky there were 7 to 8 figures. In addition to the few from before, there were more than a dozen. Terrifying auras filled the air. They were all experts above the martial emperor realm. No matter how strong he is, he must die today. Kill. One of the men in black robes shouted and slammed his palm down. A palm print as black as ink shot toward Lu Ming with terrifying power. A 3-star martial emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A 3-star martial emperor was too powerful. Lu Ming did not dare to take the attack head-on, so he rushed out directly. You want to leave? Go back. A black-robed man appeared in front of him. He held a pitch-black saber and slashed at Lu Ming. A vast saber radiance was slashed at him. He was also a 3-star martial emperor. At such a close distance it was impossible to dodge. He could only take it head-on. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and the 4 types of laws burst out at the same time. Boom. Lu Ming threw a palm at the saber radiance, causing a deafening boom. Lu Ming's body trembled violently as he was sent flying. The terrifying force caused Lu Ming to spit out a mouthful of blood. A 3-star martial emperor was too powerful. Lu Ming was still not a match for him. Whoosh, whoosh. After Lu Ming was sent flying, the other black-robed men charged at him again. Kill, die. Lu Ming roared. Death chi burst out from his eyes. One of the black-robed men was enveloped by the death chi and was shocked. Bang. Lu Ming charged forward and directly sent the person flying. In the process of retreating, the person's body cracked and split into pieces. Lu Ming's combat strength was fully unleashed. It was difficult for a 1-star illusionary emperor to block a single move from Lu Ming. The law of death and the law of chaos. My God, how is this possible? 2 ultimate maxims. Monster. Kill him. We must kill him. Lu Ming burst out with all his might. 2 ultimate maxims were operating at the same time. Could not be hidden at all and would be revealed. When the black-robed men saw that Lu Ming had mastered 2 ultimate maxims, they were shocked beyond words. Some of them shouted in shock. A person who was below the rank of a martial supreme could actually control two ultimate maxims. This was simply unheard of and unbelievable. Kill. Lu Ming continued to attack, aiming at a one-star martial emperor. He threw out a palm and the person exploded in the air. Boom. The other black-robed men also attacked. There were 2 3-star martial emperors, 4 2-star martial emperors, and 3 1-star martial emperors in total. There were 9 people left. 9 people attacking at the same time. Their battle prowess was too terrifying. Lu Ming's acupuncture points glowed. Dozens of holy weapons and a few sovereign weapons floated around him, forming the first layer of defense. At the same time, the light of laws covered his body. The 4 laws circulated around his body, forming a second layer of defense. Buzz. Lu Ming changed his direction and rushed toward the depths of the ancient battlefield. Lu Ming tried his best to avoid the attacks of the 2 3-star martial emperors. As for the other martial emperors, he could not avoid so many of them and could only take them head-on. Boom. Boom. In an instant, at least 5 attacks hit Lu Ming. 3 2-star martial emperors and 2 1-star martial emperors. The combat weapons that were floating around Lu Ming exploded like fireworks. An absolute saint weapon couldn't block a martial sovereign's attack at all. In the end, only a few monarch weapons were still intact. Lu Ming coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Although the attacks were blocked by the combat weapon, there was still a strong force that bombarded his body. However, Lu Ming took the opportunity to rush in front of a 1-star martial emperor. The 1-star martial emperor turned pale with fright. He wanted to escape but was killed in the air by Lu Ming's palm. Then Lu Ming pointed his finger out. A huge chaos finger of tribulation was formed and blasted toward a 2-star martial emperor. This finger contained 4 types of nomological laws and its power was astonishing. The 2-star martial emperor tried his best to resist, but his body was still sent flying, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The others were shocked and their attacks became even more violent. A fearsome palm print and a blade of light were heading toward Lu Ming. The 2 3-star martial sovereigns attacked again. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge but he could not avoid it completely. He was hit by the palm print. The terrifying power almost cracked Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was in great pain. His bones seemed to be about to break and he kept coughing up blood. However, his body rushed to the injured 2-star martial sovereign in an instant with the help of the palm force. The 2-star martial emperor was shocked. He had received Lu Ming's attack head-on and was almost blown up. He was severely injured. He was almost scared to death when he saw Lu Ming coming for him. Chapter 2092. Chapter 2091. Slaying Powerful Enemies. Chapter 2092. Chapter 2091. Slaying Powerful Enemies. Boom. Lu Ming's palm trembled and he struck out a few times in succession. The terrifying palm force directly tore apart the other party's defense. The 2-star martial emperor screamed as he was torn apart by Lu Ming and died on the spot. The others gasped. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. It was far beyond what they had heard. He could even kill a 2-star martial emperor. It was truly terrifying. Kill. This kind of person must be killed. The eyes of the assassins of the Death God Nation were filled with madness. Now they no longer cared about how many raw gemstones Muyang would give them. They wanted to kill Lu Ming more. The remaining assassins attacked Lu Ming with all their might. Lu Ming let out a long howl and circulated the death law with all his might. The death chi from all directions continued to gather, strengthening Lu Ming's attack and defense. In this ancient battlefield, the law of death could exert its greatest power far beyond normal. Therefore, on this ancient battlefield, Lu Ming's combat strength was stronger than in other places. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming charged forward and fought with the experts of the Death God Nation. The 2 3-star martial sovereigns were the biggest threats to him. Although Lu Ming's current strength was strong and he could kill a 2-star martial emperor, he was still not a match for a 3-star martial emperor. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming successfully killed another 1-star martial emperor. However, he was also hit by a 3-star martial emperor and 2 2-star illusionary emperors. A few terrifying wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body. Blood flowed out and many of his bones were broken. Fortunately, the air of death here was too thick. It greatly increased Lu Ming's defense and he managed to survive. Kill. Lu Ming was in a killing frenzy. His black hair danced wildly and his body was bathed in blood. He looked like a demonic god. Bang. A 2-star illusionary emperor was sent flying by Lu Ming and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Lu Ming took the opportunity to break out of the encirclement and rushed into the depths of the ancient battlefield. In the depths of the ancient battlefield, the Qi of death was even denser, which was more beneficial to him. Send out the news and ask my lord to personally take action. A 3-star martial emperor roared angrily and chased after Lu Ming. This time their losses were too heavy. Previously they had thought that Lu Ming's combat strength was only slightly stronger than an ordinary 1-star illusionary emperor and not as strong as a 2-star illusionary emperor. However, they had mobilized 4 2-star illusionary emperors and 2 3-star illusionary emperors, so it could be said that they were absolutely safe. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Lu Ming had killed 4 to 5 people in a row, but he had not been killed. If this went on, Lu Ming might be able to escape into the depths of the ancient battlefield. This was something they could not tolerate. Very few of the people the Death God Nation wanted to kill could escape. The rest of the people were pursuing Lu Ming with all their might. One of them had already spread the news. Bang! Lu Ming, who was running at top speed, was hit by a palm force. This was the palm force of a 3-star illusionary emperor. He was exceptionally powerful. Lu Ming was sent flying and his body was in severe pain. However, Lu Ming's eyes were determined and he moved forward at high speed. From the other party's roar, it was obvious that there were more powerful people nearby. Lu Ming had to escape into the depths of the ancient battlefield to have a chance of survival. Who is it that wants to kill me? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. He didn't know anyone from the Death God Nation, and from the way these people attacked, they were obviously more like assassins. Who was it that hired an assassin to kill him? Muyang. Lu Ming thought of Muyang. The most likely candidate was Muyang. Muyang, I will kill you. Lu Ming's heart was filled with murderous intent. At the same time he ran forward with all his might. During this process, Lu Ming's body squirmed and his injuries were healing rapidly. Now his spirit body was too strong and his life force was extremely vigorous. Although he was severely injured, his recovery speed was also very shocking. The rest of the assassins continued to pursue and attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, but he would be hit by the attacks occasionally. Fortunately, the aura of death here was getting thicker and thicker. To Lu Ming it was very beneficial. His entire body was covered in death qi, forming a suit of armor that covered his entire body. He was in control of the law of death. The qi of death was beneficial to him, but to others, it was like poison. When an ordinary person faced the aura of death would constantly corrode them. Qi. The remaining assassins had to use a portion of their power to resist the attack of the death qi. If you want to kill me, it'll make you pay a price. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes were shining with madness. His running body suddenly stopped, and then with an extremely fast speed he pounced back. The assassins thought that Lu Ming was trying his best to escape. They did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly turn around and kill them. They were stunned for a moment. Although it was only for a moment, for experts like them, a moment could determine their life and death. Bang! Lu Ming struck out with his palm and killed the last 1-star illusionary emperor. Then he moved his body and attacked the other 2-star illusionary emperor. At this moment, the 2-star illusionary emperor finally reacted. He activated the power of the world and slashed out a terrifying sword light. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his palm and directly dispersed the sword light. The terrifying palm force bombarded the body of the 2-star illusionary emperor. The man screamed in pain as his chest was pierced through. A large hole appeared in his chest and he retreated rapidly. How could Lu Ming let him escape? He moved and gave chase. You're looking for death. Kill. The other assassins roared and charged at Lu Ming. Block it, die. Lu Ming growled as he controlled the remaining sovereign weapons to block behind him. At the same time, endless death qi gathered to form a thick wall of death behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not care about the attacks behind him and charged at the 2-star illusionary emperor with all his might. Bang! Bang! The 2-star illusionary emperor had already been severely injured. At this time, although he tried his best to resist, he still could not withstand it. After a few moves, Lu Ming's palm struck his head. His head exploded like a watermelon and his body and soul were destroyed. The other assassins' attacks fell behind Lu Ming. A few sovereign weapons trembled and almost exploded. Cracks appeared on them and the thick wall of death was destroyed. All kinds of attacks landed on Lu Ming, sending him flying like a cannonball and crashing into a mountain. But in the next moment the mountain roared and Lu Ming rushed out of the mountain, continuing to rush into the depths of the ancient battlefield. Lu Ming coughed up blood. Fortunately, the few sovereign weapons in the Wall of Death had blocked most of the power. Otherwise he would have been in danger after being hit by so many attacks. Even so, he was severely injured. Damn it! The remaining assassins were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Lu Ming had killed 2 more of them. It was a great loss. They had suffered a huge loss in this deal. However, as long as they could kill Lu Ming, it was worth it. They did not let go of Lu Ming and continued to pursue him. All of a sudden, a terrifying sword radiance burst forth in the sky and slashed at Lu Ming. It was extremely terrifying, as if it wanted to split the heavens and earth. "They're here." Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. His figure kept changing to avoid the sword light. Chapter 2093. The Golden Cicada leaves its shell. Chapter 2093. The Golden Cicada leaves its shell. The sword light made Lu Ming's hair stand on end. It was definitely a terrifying expert, not an ordinary Void Emperor. Peak Void Emperor. Buzz. Lu Ming displayed extreme speed. His figure kept changing like a bolt of lightning. He was extremely fast as he dodged the sword light with all his might. In the end, Lu Ming dodged the sword gleam. However, the aftershock still hit Lu Ming. He grunted and his body flew far away. In the air, Lu Ming coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Just as he was about to land, Lu Ming struck out with his palm and the force of his palm hit the ground. Lu Ming borrowed the force and his figure drifted forward at an even faster speed. A peak illusionary emperor was undefeatable. He was too powerful and could kill Lu Ming in one move. Lu Ming could only escape. It was a terrifying crisis. Now no one could help him. He could only rely on himself. In the sky, a black-robed man wearing a Grim Reaper's mask appeared. His body was filled with an extremely cold killing intent. If one could see through the mask, one would definitely be able to see that this person's face was cold and gloomy. He looked around and saw the remaining assassins. His eyes were about to spit fire. He had sent so many experts, all of whom were in the Martial Emperor realm, to assassinate a junior who was still in the Saint realm. Yet he could not kill him and so many people had died. If word of this got out, it would be a huge blow to the reputation of the Death God Nation. Therefore Lu Ming had to die. Whoosh. He swung his sword again and a ray of sword light headed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, but it was even worse this time. He was grazed by the blade and his body was almost cut in half. There was a 1-meter-long sword wound on his body. It was so deep that his bones could be seen and his internal organs could even be seen squirming. However, Lu Ming's speed did not slow down and he continued to rush forward. In front of him there was a large pit filled with white bones. This is the place. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Kill. In the sky, the masked expert saw that Lu Ming had not been killed after 2 consecutive moves, and his killing intent grew even colder. In his hand, endless sword light bloomed and hundreds of sword lights appeared in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of sword gleams shot toward Lu Ming from all directions. Hundreds of sword lights had completely sealed off Lu Ming's escape route. This was a sure kill move, cast by a peak illusionary emperor. Lu Ming had no way of escaping. In an instant, hundreds of sword gleams hit Lu Ming and drowned him. A violent boom rang out in the area, bones flew everywhere and dust flew up. After that, Lu Ming let out an indignant roar and there was no more movement. When the dust settled, there was nothing left. With a flash, a few black-robed men arrived and landed in this area. Above them, the expert wearing the Grim Reaper's mask also stepped through the air and descended. Lu Ming, is he dead? He must be dead. Under Darren's attack, not even his bones were left. The black-robed men spoke one after another. The expert wearing the Grim Reaper's mask scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and even penetrated deep into the ground. But he didn't find anything unusual. Then he stretched out his hand and a storage ring flew out from the skeleton and landed in his hand. There were bloodstains on the storage ring. He sensed it and knew that it was Lu Ming's aura. Lu Ming should be dead. His bones have fused with the other bones here, leaving only a storage ring. The expert wearing the Grim Reaper's mask spoke. He was very confident that with Lu Ming's cultivation base he would definitely die under that move. At that moment, it was impossible for Lu Ming to escape. There was only one explanation. Lu Ming was already dead, not even his bones were left. The storage ring was a good explanation. This kid is really a freak. He's too terrifying to be able to control two ultimate maxims. Fortunately, Your Excellency came in time. Otherwise, if this kid escaped, it would be troublesome. The other black-robed men flattered him. He's indeed a freak. Alright, let's hurry up and leave. The news here will soon spread out. I'm afraid the experts of Destiny City will soon arrive. Also, spread the news that we killed the Son of Chaos in 2 days. It will definitely shock the world. The masked man said coldly. Then with a flash of his body the assassins disappeared. 10 miles away in a hidden mountain valley, Lu Ming coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, his face pale. Naturally he did not die. This time, it's all thanks to little Qing's scapegoat demon puppet. Lu Ming sighed. Just now, when he was about to be drowned by the sword light, he decisively used the scapegoat demon puppet that Nianqing gave him. The scapegoat demon puppet was incomparably mysterious. In an instant his body was transported 10 miles away. The other party's attack was all borne by the scapegoat demon puppet. Therefore Lu Ming did not die. The demon puppet was the one who died. The demon puppet had died for him once. At the critical moment Lu Ming even left a storage ring behind. However, even so, Lu Ming was still swept by the aftermath and a few more sword wounds appeared on his body. Waves of destructive power continued to drill into the depths of his body. These people think that I am dead. It is not good for me to appear now. I will change my identity and recuperate here. One will appear when the Battle of the 10 Lands starts. Lu Ming thought to himself. If he appeared now, who knew if the other party would send someone to assassinate him again? He didn't have any more scapegoat demon puppets now. Lu Ming cast the divine breath spell and concealed his aura. He then went deep into the ancient battlefield and found a hidden place. He entered the mountain and river diagram and began to heal his injuries. His injuries were very serious and there were destructive sword lights in his body. In order to destroy his body and heal his injuries, he had to first get rid of the destructive sword lights. Lu Ming controlled the 4 types of laws and began to eliminate the destructive sword gleam. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Lu Ming had finally gotten rid of the destructive sword gleam. As soon as the destructive sword light was removed, Lu Ming's body began to recover rapidly. His bones and muscles regenerated and were healing rapidly. At this moment a piece of news spread out, shaking the entire divine land. Lu Ming, the son of chaos from Mount Yuan, was killed by the Death God Nation in the City of Destiny. The moment this news was released, the world was in an uproar. Countless people were shocked. As soon as Lu Ming came to the divine fated land, he had displayed his terrifying talent and combat strength. He was a perfected ultimate saint and had defeated several sons of heaven. Even Muyang, who was known as a seed expert, had been defeated by Lu Ming and trampled under his feet. At first many people thought highly of Lu Ming. They felt that he was the top expert in the Battle of the 10 Lands and a seed expert. Countless people were looking forward to the battle between Lu Ming and Yuan Exin, the son of chaos in the divine land. However, Lu Ming was killed by the Death God Nation. This was because this news was released by the Death God Nation. The Death God Nation was very arrogant and they announced to the outside world that so what if they were peerless geniuses? So what if he hid in Destiny City? It was useless for the people that the Death God Nation wanted to kill to hide. This was a blatant challenge to the overlord force of the City of Destiny. Chapter 2094. The Battle of the 10 Lands begins. Chapter 2094. The Battle of the 10 Lands begins. Several overlord forces in Destiny City had previously announced to the public that killing was forbidden in Destiny City for the safety of those geniuses. But now, the Death God Nation had assassinated the Son of Chaos in Destiny City. This was a slap to the face of the overlord forces in Destiny City. The world was in an uproar. A powerful Son of Chaos was actually assassinated in the City of Destiny by the Kingdom of Death. This was a major event that shocked countless people. Many people even doubted if this was true. But later on someone stood up and said that it was true. They were on the ancient battlefield and saw with their own eyes that the Death God Nation had dispatched a large number of experts to assassinate the Son of Chaos, Lu Ming. The news was confirmed. Many people couldn't stay calm, especially some powerful Heaven's favorites. The assassin organization of the Death God Nation was too terrifying. Since it could assassinate the Son of Chaos, it could also assassinate them. The activities of many Heaven's favorites became low-key. The overlord force of Destiny City was furious and sent out a large number of experts to encircle and annihilate the people of the Death God Nation. Unfortunately, they only managed to destroy a few insignificant branches and couldn't find the headquarters at all. The Death God Nation's people jumped out and clamored again. Whoever they wanted to kill, it was the same no matter where they hid. Their words were extremely arrogant. The overlord forces of the Destiny City were helpless. They could only strengthen the defense of the city. In the vast Destiny City, every region was guarded by powerful existences. If something went wrong, they would send out their experts to prevent another assassination. However, this matter had a huge impact and touched the hearts of countless people. In an inn in Destiny City, Qiu Yue, Longchen, and Huang Li were in disbelief when they heard the news. Impossible, it can't be. Young master can't be dead. Qiu Yue's face was pale and tears were rolling in her eyes. Don't worry. Lu Ming will definitely not die. Long Qin and Desolate Li spoke one after another. Their fists were clenched tightly together, and a cold, killing intent emanated from their bodies. In another ancient city in the south of the Heavenly Emperor City, Huangling, Luotiani, and the others were traveling there. When they heard the news, their faces turned pale. No one can kill him. The few of them whispered. The divine land was surrounded by the sea. Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Moli had just set foot in the divine land. When they heard the news, their bodies trembled. My master won't die. The two of them could not believe that Lu Ming had been killed. In their eyes, Lu Ming was irreplaceable. One day he would be invincible. On a mountain peak, the death blade stood against the wind with a wild aura. Lu Ming, you can't die yet. One still have to defeat you and take over your identity as the Golden Inheritor. A deep voice came from the Death Blade. In Destiny City, in an elegant courtyard, Xingqian stood tall with his hands behind his back. After not seeing him for a few years, the galaxy had become even more terrifying, and its aura was unfathomable. Lu Ming, one wanted to kill you with my own hands. What a pity. Xinghe smiled faintly. In Yuan Mountain, the Heng family, He family, Daoist Heaven sect, Ancient Moon Holy Lands Golden Crow clan, Wan family, and other forces were all ecstatic after hearing this. Lu Ming's death was great news to them, especially to the Ancient Moon Holy Lands WN family, the Golden Crow clan, and other forces. This was because, in the Heaven Empyrean City, Lu Ming had used the Heaven Empyrean's body to kill a few experts and even beat the He clan the Arch into fleeing. This had chilled the hearts of some of the forces in the Ancient Moon Holy Land who had enmity with Lu Ming. They had been on tenterhooks, afraid that Lu Ming would use the Heaven Empyrean's body to kill their sects and annihilate them. Now that Lu Ming had been killed, they heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they also guessed that Lu Ming's celestial large body seemed to have a great limit. Perhaps he could not use it at all now. Otherwise, why would he be assassinated by the people of the Death God Nation? If he could control the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, the people of the Death God Nation would only be courting death if they came. Ha, brat, only death awaits those who dare to oppose me. In Aeon City, Muyang of the Mu family laughed heartily. His only regret was that he did not kill Lu Ming with his own hands. The divine land was in an uproar. Lu Ming had been in the depths of the ancient battlefield. After a few days, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered. However, he did not go out. Instead, he continued to cultivate in the ancient battlefield. He speculated that the Death God Nation's assassins were probably hired by Muyang. As long as they knew he was dead, Muyang wouldn't do anything and Longchen, Qiu Yue and the others would be safe. The depths of the ancient battlefield were indeed extremely beneficial for cultivating the death law. Lu Ming spent the rest of the time in seclusion to comprehend the death law. Every day he had great gains. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Lu Ming had made great progress in the death rule. His law of death had already reached 95%, on par with the law of devouring. Now Lu Ming's 4 types of laws were fused together and erupted. The power was even more shocking. Lu Ming's abilities had improved again. At this moment, Lu Ming walked out of the ancient battlefield because the time for the 10 Lands battle had come. Lu Ming had disguised himself as a dark-skinned young man. No one could recognize him when he walked on the streets. Lu Ming inquired about the news of the 10 Lands battle. As there were too many people participating in the Battle of the 10 Lands, they had to be selected. From all over the Yuan continent, countless Heaven's favorites had come. The number was shocking. If they were to compete one by one, it would be too slow. Hence, the Battle of the 10 Lands was split into 4 battle zones. North, South, East and West for battle zones. Everyone could choose any battle zone to sign up for. After that, they would be screened before they could participate in the final battle. The time would start tomorrow. Lu Ming found a place to stay and the day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Lu Ming headed to the southern war zone. It was an extremely spacious area. However, when Lu Ming arrived, he realized that the empty space was almost packed with people. Of course, many of them were already older and had come to watch the show. There were naturally not many young Heaven's favorites. In the middle of the open space there was a huge platform. At this time, a few figures were floating above the platform, emitting a shocking aura. Great Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He realized that one of them had an extremely deep and terrifying aura. This was not the first time Lu Ming had come into contact with a great emperor. Naturally, he could easily tell that this person was an expert in the great emperor realm. The 4 battle zones were under the control of the 4 overlord forces in Destiny City. This man should be an expert from one of the overlord forces. The selection will be divided into a few rounds. The first round is very simple. All of you will come and register first, then climb up to this platform. We will test you all together. The great Emperor Realm expert spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it rang in everyone's ears. Below the platform there were a few places for registration. Some young people came forward and began to register. After they registered, they went up to the platform. When the number of people on the platform reached around 1,000, the great Emperor Realm expert called out.